Welcome, everybody, to the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's Monday, October 2nd, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching and or listening on the YouTube and the app for some people, and PulpMXShow.com as well. Got a great show lined up for you. Motocross the Nations this weekend. The Olympics of Motocross is happening in France. So we got Christian Craig on to talk about being selected to the team for the first time and his thoughts and feelings and all of that. We're going to have the new TLD Gas rider on the show, Ryder DiFrancesco. We had him on a couple weeks ago when he was on the Pro Circuit guys, but Ryder D's going to call in and talk about the new ride. Looking forward to that. Some guy named Jason Weigandt's calling in. He says he works at Racer X. He says he does TV. I'm not sure, but he's calling in. We're going to have Jade Dungey on. Jade Dungey may be the most famous member of the Dungey family. He's a mechanic for Red Bull KTM for AP. So got a lot of pressure and expectation on Jade this weekend for the Motocross the Nations. AP is on Team USA. So we'll check in with Jade Dungey. And then also, because we are going to talk a lot of Motocross the Nations tonight and previewing that race with my co-host here, we'll have Paul Perebijnos from Team USA and Rant. He's going to call in later to talk a little bit about, his thoughts and feelings on the race and how it's going and all of that. So lots to get into tonight on the show. Really appreciate you guys checking it out. 702-586-7857. If you would like to call in and talk to myself or my co-host about SMX, MXGP, MXDN, Canadian Moto, we're here for you. We are available for you. We have the Motorsport.com Tweet at Tallon segment. We got the Race Tech Rant. Got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segments as well. We also have Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works all on board with us tonight. X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech, Renthal, Michelin, Cherubies, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Renegade Race Fuels, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, ORW, OGO Power Sports, Atlas Neck Brace. Dylan Wright wearing the Atlas Brace, competing for Team Canada this weekend. Go Dylan. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Intense Cycles, Weisco Piston, EVS, MTX Brakes, all on board with us tonight. I'm Steve Mathis. With me in studio, you know this gentleman from such hits as Rock Quiz and Pulp Culture Moment and other things on PulpMX Show. He works at Vital MX now. Lewis Phillips.
Hello. How's it going?
G'day, mate.
Yep, wrong continent, but close enough.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for coming in. A lot of Motocross the Nations talk tonight.
Yep.
We have some hot, silly season rumors we're going to get into. You got your visa. We're going to get into that.
Yep.
You have a birthday gift for me.
Yep.
We have Rock Talk.
We're going to be here for hours.
This is going to be a jam-packed show.
What off-season?
Yeah, exactly, right? The new numbers are out.
Oh, that's 2 hours of content right there.
SMX wrap-up.
Yep.
I mean, we got a lot going on.
Anaheim 1 is, 97 days away, so we may as well just start previewing that thing.
I do not want to think about that for sure. But, hey, I can't get too far into this show before I talk about two gentlemen who are so valuable to this show and to everything we do here. We got to get right to it.
It's important.
Right away. I'd like to talk about Roto. No, just kidding. Over there in the corner, taking your phone calls, Tallon Taylor. What's up?
What's up, Steve?
How are you, buddy?
You miss 1 week, and all of a sudden we're, the stars of the show.
I forgot to introduce them a couple weeks ago.
It would be funny if you introduced them before the co-host 1 week, because that would be such a change to the norm. That would be good.
Yep. How's that return going, buddy?
It's good. I actually worked on it Friday.
Motorsport, dedicated team of gearheads at motorsport.com.
Crack staff over there.
Absolutely. And also controlling the pictures that you see and working on PulpMX Fantasy and working on the PulpMX app and working to get our live show up and running in a couple of weeks. The Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
That's more like it.
How are you?
I'm just looking at the time here. This might be a new record, and I'm quite pleased.
I had to get into it soon.
I'm just going to say I'm pleased.
Okay.
And I'm rejuvenated, and we're going to have a great show.
And
so let's go.
You have a rant about Lewis, too.
Yes,
okay.
I do.
We have
I think a lot of people do.
Mine's not like a screw Lewis, I'm a Lewis hater thing, though. It's we'll get into it.
I did get some DMs from listeners like, listen, I love you on this show. You're an awesome fountain of knowledge of all things motocross, nothing else, just motocross.
Fair.
And there are some people that I got DMs from that are just like, they're just like, no. And I don't know if it's not an American thing because they just think of me as American, even though I'm Canadian. So I don't know if it's the accent. I don't know what it is, but you have some haters out there. And I don't know why. I know why there's Michael Lindsay haters. I get Dark haters.
Okay.
I get there's a couple of Paul haters.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of some other people we have. There's not really any Kiefer haters. Anyways, I understand some other co-hosts we have here. I don't agree, but I understand the haters.
Yeah.
Yours I don't really understand.
Well, one of the constant criticisms is that I laugh too much. So serious show.
Okay.
No laughs.
Yeah.
This is not fun. I am in a terrible mood, which
Okay.
means no laughs.
Yep.
So that's good.
Yeah.
I got a DM saying that someone likes me on the show, but they can't say that publicly because of what happened in World War II. Now, I wasn't directly involved, so I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe there was another Lewis Phillips in World War II who he bumped into in a bunker.
Right.
Maybe there's no laughs. So I don't know.
Right. Okay.
I'm excited. I'm really excited because I would imagine that at some point my accent will start to disappear.
Yeah.
You would think? I think that does happen.
I'm not sure.
And I think at that point I will turn a corner.
Okay. Fair enough. Couple things. Millville Ride Day information coming up more. We're going to talk more about that coming up as well. Second thing, you said you're not in a good mood, and I know exactly why. Because
Why?
you woke up this Monday morning and you saw on social media and on PulpMX.com that we dropped the interview of the year that you were unable to get and unable to secure, and myself and my buddy Gio got the interview with Alberto Ferrato and makes your blood boil. And I understand that you didn't get that. And in it, Alberto makes it clear that he is Team Steve.
Well, I
Team
knew.
Lewis.
Obviously, it's the first working day of October. So a big day in motocross. We had a lot of announcements. I knew that PulpMX would go the unconventional route and search out an exclusive interview of the century.
Yes.
Because it would be very sheep-like for you to just follow the crowd and do the Ryder D announcement.
When the industry zigs, we zag.
Yep.
Alberto Ferrato.
Yep.
man.
Trying not to laugh, but
The big man.
It was a great interview.
It was.
I mean, it wasn't
talk shit on you.
It was almost like the questions were longer than the answers, so it was like a reverse interview in a way. I was very impressed that Alberto knows who I am, because honestly, you can't be sure. He doesn't speak English or Italian.
Right.
Do we know if they did this interview in clicks?
We don't know.
Okay.
It was just, I'm not sure how it was communicated, but it was a direct interview with Alberto Ferrato on PulpMX.com.
I think it was done through like, what's the cravings that...
Oh, the caveman
yes.
stuff?
What's that called?
Yeah.
There's a name for it.
Yeah, there is a name.
I believe it was done through that. Because he's a big man.
Hieroglyphs?
Hieroglyphics.
Yes.
Hieroglyphics, yeah.
That's the word, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because Alberto, big man, probably lives in a cave, walks around on all fours.
So this probably started your Monday off just absolutely terrible.
Yep. I woke up, checked my phone, and then threw it at the wall, punched the wall,
Yeah.
and then started shadowboxing in the mirror, imagining this interview going down.
Yeah.
It really motivated me.
Check it out, people. PulpMX.com.
It was honestly maybe the best interview I've ever seen in my life.
Thank you, Gio. Ferrato interview. We took a while, but we got it.
I'm excited for Gio to take over the Pulp Empire.
All right. Lots to get into when it comes to tonight. And you want to start with... we are going to talk 250 kids, because when it comes to Kitch and Lone Wolf and Schmoda and Ryder D, there's a lot to get into when it comes to 250s next year. So let's talk about that in a little bit. Lewis Phillips here from Vital MX. Let's go this. Where are you at with Sexton choosing number 4? I mean, it's a poorly kept secret, but we talked about it for a couple weeks, but it's official now. He's going to be Red Bull KTM rider on number 4. Where are you at with Sexton taking 4?
I'm surprised it's so big a deal because Baggett had number 4. So this is not the first time that it's changed hands.
Yeah.
So we should be good with it. The first time that who's number 22? Noren? That's the first time that 22 has changed hands, so that will be weird. We've seen 4 move along the line now, so it's not a shock.
22 in 2003 up till now. 20 years.
Yeah, see, that's crazy.
Right.
Whereas 4 was attached to Baggett, so that's Baggett's number. I was surprised Chase did it just because 23 is such a strong brand for him. Like, he hasn't, when you think about it, he's been 23 since 2019, I want to say. Maybe even later, 2020. Either way, not that long, really, in the grand scheme of things. Yet it's not been that long, and we associate that number with Chase all day.
Well,
so he's built a strong brand with it, is my point.
A-Stars has done a great job, right, with all of that, and branding 23, and Illinois, and Jordan, and all of that. Michael Jordan's a basketball player.
Yep, I watched The Last Dance last month.
All right, so yeah, you're aware of that. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, what's the big deal? Blake Baggett was 4 for 5 years, 6 years, whatever. Blake Baggett was 4 for a long time.
Yeah.
And we all just moved on.
Yeah, and the first time that Baggett rolled out with number 4, that was weird. Like, it wasn't an outrage, but it was like, different.
What did you make of Hunter at the SMX press conference saying that number should be retired, which he knew Chase was taking 4, and I took that as a little bit of a shot at Chase Sexton.
Yeah, let me ask you this. If another rider was taking number 4, does that get said? No.
No, 100% not. He knew it, and when the question was asked about, are you taking a single-digit number, because that's what Jet and Hunter are able to do, they chose to take a shot at Chase.
Yeah, and it's really weird because there have been...
Because why would you say number 4 should be retired when Baggett already had it?
Yeah, like maybe they're Blake Baggett fans.
Oh, okay. Well, that was an interesting angle. I didn't think they thought that it should be retired for Baggett.
Yeah.
But fair point.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe. You've got to explore every option.
Right. I mean, he didn't have a famous father, and he beat Eli. And why not retire it?
Please don't make me laugh. Yeah, and Baggett disappeared, so maybe they want to keep the number ready for him. Because has he officially retired
He
yet?
never retired. No,
exactly.
No.
So, it's weird. I can't figure out the dynamic because there have been some public shots at Chase, not directly, but kind of like around the houses. But then you look on social media and you look on other things, and it seems like they're quite buddy-buddy.
Yeah.
Like when they're together.
Yeah.
And then yet the second it's in a public setting or something like that, there are shots.
I wonder too, like, look, Kenny came on here and was pretty upset about the wave by.
Yeah.
But then they were yucking it up at the press conference.
Yeah.
So
you can never quite read a situation, can you? And I guess unless you're in it, and that is...
Look. When Langston quit and trashed MX Sports and trashed Davey Coombs for the wrong reason.
Yeah.
And then I saw Davey and GL hanging out in numerous photos. Fuck, I guess we're all just... I guess words don't mean anything anymore.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
I've decided that you
like
cannot...
maybe you just move on in life. I'm not like that, but...
You should never pick a side in this sport, because eventually that will bite you in the ass, because in the end, everyone will be on the same side.
You're absolutely right on that. I have picked sides and then turned around and been like, wait, I thought we were on this side.
Yes.
And then we're not? Okay,
yeah. And then you look like an idiot.
Yeah.
But yet you feel like sometimes you're inclined to pick a side because you have a feeling as to, I do agree with this person.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts sometimes in our sport how that works. And like I said, so maybe, Kenny coming on here and saying it was bullshit and the way by, he didn't like it, it's a gift, and blah, blah, he didn't want his gift, and all that stuff. And then, at the press conference, they're buddies. So
and then,
I don't know.
In LA, you could tell that when Kenny was chasing Jet, okay, the title, the money, there was definitely a little personal.
So yep.
Kenny had a little pep in his step.
I agree. Kenny was pushing.
I've not seen a rider throw it all on the line like that in a long time.
He really was. So you're fine with 4 with Chase. I'm fine with 4 with Chase. I think, and poor old number 8, it's just sitting there. No one wants it. No one cares, but it's there. 5 is available now as well. And no one, and I would pick a single digit if I'm these guys.
Yeah, I would say that I would pick a single digit, but then if I'm Chase and I again have such a strong brand, maybe I'm more inclined to keep my branding. But then he's going to be around for another 7 years, so he's got time to make his thing.
His thing, right?
I am an expert on the number 8 because I ran that.
Oh,
and let me tell you, it's a really hard number to make it look good.
Yeah,
because
I don't
it's either
like
too
8.
fat
Right.
or too skinny.
Yep.
There's no in between.
I'm with you.
It's a nightmare.
I'm not a fan of 8.
And it really held me back in my career because I was too worried about how the number looked versus the racing. So
good point. Excellent point. Yeah, and I feel like we've all moved on with Aaron being 7.
Yeah, I honestly do not. If you said to me right now, number 7, I do not think of James. I think of Aaron.
Right.
So,
by the way, speaking of the 22, Freddie Noren 22, Grant Harlan 23. Good job by those guys, by the way. I asked you earlier this week what old school rider you wanted on, and you said Chad Reed.
Yes.
And I was like, that is not old school, sir.
Well, you didn't
But
qualify.
it was very depressing for me to have you say that.
My childhood hero.
Right, I know.
I slept with a Chad Reed quilt.
Yeah.
So.
Right. Well, we couldn't make it happen. I didn't ask him. I figured he wouldn't want to come on with the World Supercross stuff.
We couldn't make it happen, quickly followed by, I didn't try.
Wow, yeah. That made me feel really old. So, you know what else makes me feel real old? Michelin. The guys from Michelin, Michelin / MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offerings of Michelin motorcycle tires. That Starcross 6, they stick to the track like glue. It's facts.
I've heard that.
Yeah. The silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. Sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard versions, all available. Remember, Starcross 6, winner last year of the 250 class at Paris Supercross. Oh, yeah.
And that's hotly contested.
It is hotly contested, and the Starcross 6 has won it.
Never forget.
When you want mountain bike tires, there used to be a wrap-up show hosted by this fireball downing madman with a ponytail.
Borderline alcoholic.
Borderline. And he was sponsored by Michelin mountain bike tires. They're great. The E-Wild series is what I have on the mountain bike stuff. So please check out Michelin for all your tire needs. Thank you to Randy. Richardson will be in studio in a couple weeks as well. Looking forward to having Randy and Cam Zink here as well. He's a mountain bike racing legend. So thank you to that. And firepowerparts.com. Max Anstey, Firepower Honda. He was doing so well in World Supercross, he decided to forego the SMX series.
Well, you know, Abu Dhabi is rapidly approaching. We're going to get there eventually, and
we gotta prep for that.
While McElrath was messing around on a 450 in SMX, Max had his eyes on the prize, and that is what a good athlete does.
Max Anstey decided to fire the SMX series. Firepower.
Yes.
Firepower Honda, batteries made in Japan, chains made in Japan, featherweight lithium batteries. Really great stuff. Firepowerparts.com. Go to motorsport.com. Go to your local dealer. Firepower Honda also bringing you the Firepower guys, Gopher Dunes Honda, Cade, A-Ray, Carnell. A lot of guys using Firepower parts. So thank you to those guys for making it happen. And Max is back with them next year, right?
Yep.
That's a done deal, right?
Yeah.
Was there any? We're going to talk Desnations later. I'm going to save the Anstey theory for Desnations talk later.
You might want to write it down because you will forget.
I probably will.
Yes.
Remind me.
Okay.
All right. So SMX done. It's a wrap. You were there for the LA Coliseum.
Yep.
We spent a lot of time in the press box making fun of Kellen and Dark, but we did eventually watch the race. What did you think of the Coliseum and all that?
Honestly, it was cool. I never thought that I would go to the Coliseum.
Yeah.
I regret I didn't walk around and explore as much as I planned to. Okay. So I feel like I maybe didn't make the most of the opportunity or see everything that I wanted to see. But it was cool. I think I'm not sad that we're potentially not going back there.
Yeah, I don't think we are. Right?
No.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm like, oh, that was so amazing. I wish we could do that again. But it was a fitting place to end the first season of SMX. It worked for their branding. It worked for their big concepts. But yeah, it was. I mean,
what did you like the Paris style? Did you think that was cool, or was it like eh?
Somewhere between and cool.
Because I mean, you're a fan of the sport. I
mean,
the Coliseum predates the Chad Reed quilt days for you.
Yes,
but you're still aware of it.
No, yeah, like the first couple of laps, watching them go up and down, it was like, this is surreal. Again, we never thought we would be back there.
Yeah,
but then obviously
Summercross.
Yes, who can forget?
Yep.
I almost did, but after a couple of laps, you get used to it, don't you? And then you're kind of oblivious to it. But you did last week. You asked everyone for their rankings of.
Yeah.
LA is not number one for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was number one. What'd you like?
Maybe. So I wasn't at Charlotte and I wasn't in Chicago. Mm-hmm. So maybe if I was in Charlotte with the terrible press box and stuff like that, I would be a bit jaded.
We had pizza, but most of it was gone.
Yeah.
Like LA.
Yeah. That's another thing. I tried to be a good friend and you thought that I was...
Not really, though. Not really. When you sent me that text and said, hey, hurry up, I was there 2 minutes later and it was gone. So
I told you to hurry up.
2 minutes, you gave me that's like saying, hey, you're getting hit by a train, and 2 seconds later you get hit by the train. I mean, I need a little bit more of a heads up.
Okay. I'm really trying not to laugh, and it's not going well.
Right.
No. So Charlotte. To be honest with you, I came into SMX with not the highest expectations. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of us were kind of like, it's going to be Monster Cuppy. Charlotte caught me off guard because the track was cool, the split section worked. It was a hybrid.
Split start was cool.
Yep. And watching it on TV, I felt as though the broadcast was very different. There was a lot of effort put in. They referenced the MXGP at Charlotte, and I thought that was cool. Like, it felt it felt different.
They being Weege.
Yes.
Okay.
And what a guy. And it felt different to the norm to me. So then suddenly I looked on it all in a very positive manner. Okay. I was really like watching the Charlotte broadcast. I was hyped up.
Okay.
I was all in on SMX. And again, I had such low expectations that I think that's how it works, isn't it? And then you get to Chicago. You've seen it once. So my rankings would be Charlotte, LA, Chicago. Okay. Not a fan of Chicago.
Yeah.
Dark.
Yeah.
Kind of anonymous. There wasn't much to it.
Wasn't much to the track. No.
Like it was just.
But it got moto-y. It got rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be ideal for GP riders.
Right.
Like that would be a good race. That was essentially a GP track.
Yeah.
Like that is what the GP tracks are.
Yeah,
now.
they would just get a bunch of money from the government and go and build something like that.
Yeah, that sounds crazy, but that genuinely is what MXGP is nowadays.
Yeah. All right. Where are we at with SMX and sort of like the legacy of it? Like, okay, so Hayden Deegan won 250s and Jet Lawrence won 450s, and there was some good racing. All the tracks were pretty simple and harder to pass for guys. Like there wasn't a lot of mistakes made, so there wasn't a lot of passing in any of the races, but there was some good races. That quad on was a real cool thing at LA. But where are you at with the legacy of SMX? Are we going to remember that Hayden won SMX, or is it just going to be like, yeah, Hunter won that year? In 2 years, we're going to be like, yeah, that was Hunter Lawrence's year. Or are we going to remember Hayden Deegan winning this SMX?
I think that we will always remember Supercross Motocross. Yeah. I think that the fans who are 7, 8, 9, 10, they will grow up and it will be hammered into them that SMX is the big prize. Mm-hmm. So when they reach 2030, that's when the dynamic of the sport will shift, and then Super Motocross is a big prize.
I'll be dead by then.
In 20 years?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put it in my diary.
Okay.
No, I don't know how to feel about Hayden winning. I almost wish that Hayden didn't win SMX because I want his first title to be a Supercross or Motocross title. Because when he potentially wins whatever coast he's on next year, that should be made into a big deal. Like, this is his first...
Right.
Again, what do you call it now? His first professional title? No. His first indoor title? Well, LA was indoors. Like... It will all, that when Hayden Deegan inevitably wins a Supercross championship, they will say his second championship because he was the Super Motocross world champion.
Well,
and I don't like that.
I don't like that either. At least they stopped calling Carmichael a 15-time SMX champion. I mean, that was just ridiculous.
Yes.
But I think they will. They'll call it the second
yeah,
time.
And I think they have to stick to their narrative. Yeah. But I'm good with SMX. It exceeded my expectations, as I said. I was happy about it all. Great racing. LA, the first motos in LA were phenomenal.
Yep.
Joe
Shimoda got aggressive.
Yep. Yeah, like weird things happen at SMX. The one thing I'm not going to be cool with is if this starts to take away from Supercross and Motocross. Do not, I think RC and RV have said SMX is the title to win. I think someone said that RC said somewhere, if I could trade in my Supercross titles for SMX, I would. I don't like that.
He didn't say that.
I swear someone told me that.
I don't know.
Okay, we'll check that.
That seems crazy.
But that is the narrative that they are trying to go for, isn't it? And I'm good with SMX.
Maybe there was like a Feld guy with a gun off to the side in the press conference and he had to say that.
I'm good with SMX being an addition.
Yeah.
But the second it's going to start to take away from what we know and love, then I'm going to start to feel a bit uneasy.
You can't, as a fan or even as a promoter, in my eyes, you cannot say SMX is harder or more important to win than motocross or supercross.
No,
you just can't.
Supercross is the number one championship in the world to win.
This is slightly above the Triple Crown Championship.
Okay,
it's above that.
Yes,
but it's in that area of when Eli got the Triple Crown Championship and looked at the trophy, like, what is this?
Yeah, like Hayden doing burnouts and that massive celebration. Like, I get it, but I'm also like, can we save this?
Can we win the real thing?
Yeah, can we save this? Because what are you going to do when you win a Supercross championship?
The same shit.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I realize now I'm treading on dangerous territory with burnouts, but I just don't let this take away from the thing that we know and love, please.
Yeah,
because Supercross and Motocross is awesome.
It's a nice little thing over here at the end of the year that's interesting to talk about.
Yep.
But let's leave it at that.
It can be an additional thing. It doesn't need to It doesn't need to dwarf the other items.
In '84, Miller Beer was a sponsor of Supercross, and they had something called the Miller Dash for Cash. They had 2 of these in the year, and it was all the heat race winners.
Well, like a separate event?
No. It was inside a Supercross race, but it was a separate thing. Only the heat race and main event winners got into it.
Yeah.
And it was $30,000 to win, which is huge back then, right?
Yeah.
And they had 2 of these races in a year, and it was like, hey, Brock Glover was the Miller Masters champion or whatever.
Yeah.
And like nobody really cared, but it was still something. It was cool.
Yeah.
But that's where I want SMX to be. Like, hey, Hayden Deegan was the SMX champion. Okay, but has he really? So if Hayden struggles next year, gets hurt, doesn't win Moto or Supercross title, and then he goes into 2025, and we're like, is he going to win his first title?
Yeah.
What are we going to say?
Exactly. This is what, and like I can almost see it being dangerous territory for us because
bed bugs.
Bed bugs?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I can see it being dangerous territory for us because there are going to be some fans who go, "Oh, F you, PulpMX. You didn't give Hayden the credit he deserved for winning his first title."
Yeah.
But then you're going to say, well, everyone's saying it's his second title. And then everyone's going to have a different opinion and we're going to deal with heat from all angles.
Right. So
the losers are us, essentially.
What do we do? Do we just say it's his second title then?
I think we announce our retirement from media here tonight and we...
This is a great question for Weege. I'm going to...
Oh, don't put Weege in that situation. Poor Weege.
I want to get his opinion on it.
I think we should go to Gio and ask him what we do.
Or Ferrato.
Or Ferrato.
Whatever Alberto says, goes.
I like that.
By the way, speaking of SMX and Supercross and all of that, today is Monday night. Tomorrow, Supercross ticket presale begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern and then 10 a.m. in each time zone. And then the next Tuesday, tickets will go on sale to everyone for both Supercross and Motocross. They will also be announcing the Triple Crown, the regions, and more. I don't know if that's tomorrow or the next Tuesday.
I think it's tomorrow.
The track maps will also be released. All races to start in Eastern prime time viewing window. That was a little bit of news we got last week.
Yep.
Which my Twitter was terribly divided on it, and it seemed like wherever you lived was what you preferred.
Weird.
Yeah, odd. I know. The West Coast guys seemed to not like it.
But the East Coast guys...
They loved it.
It's almost like there's something in the water in these different locations.
Yeah.
I think we knew that this was the right decision for years, didn't we? It's almost a surprise that this took so long.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because like 8 of the 17 are in the West Coast time zone or something like that, or West, or maybe whatever Arizona is at the time. And like you think about that, like it's 10 p.m. East Coast time, where 70% of the population lives, 60% of the population lives. Like it makes sense, you know. So, anyways, tickets are on sale tomorrow for pre-sale for Supercross. So thank you to those guys for Sean sent me that email, asked me if we could mention it. So thought about that. All right, let's go to Damien's on 3. What's up, Damien?
Hi, I had an idea for the SMX, the point structure.
Shoot it. Let's hear it.
All right, so round 1, they could do it where it's just points for the overall.
Mm-hmm.
And then round 2, maybe they do like points for individual motos.
Okay.
And then round 3, almost do like a triple crown. So there's points for individual motos for the first 2. And then the last one's kind of where you get the playoff feel for it, where there's only the top 10 for the last moto.
All right, that's not bad. Lewis, thoughts?
I think, I like something like that. I don't think we should stick with where we're at. I think it's weird that we don't score per moto, because then I guess that's been done to keep it close, but then you get weird things like Jet letting Kenny by because he's doing math, and you don't want that.
Yeah, big brain.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good, Damien. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. God damn, we had a caller last week that had a really good idea. I forget what he
Yeah, I remember there being a good idea.
Yeah. Maybe Dark knows. If Dark's listening, maybe he can text us and say, Scott, you got some SMX thoughts? Scott,
Hello?
Yeah, you got some SMX thoughts there, Scott?
Yeah. Just a comment on what the SMX champion title means. I mean, if you really think about it, Jordan Smith had a chance at being the champion there.
Yeah.
After the first moto. And when you think back on it, it's not like we're not going to think Jordan Smith 2023. He had an amazing season.
Well, it's just Can you name all the guys that won the shootout over the years in Vegas? Like, the non-points paying shootout. Like Andrew Short won it, and Nathan Ramsey won it, and look, we had some different guys. It's kind of like that, right, Scott?
But it's. I guess my point. It's nowhere near what a Supercross title.
No, it's not.
Everyone's going to remember Chase this year, and then Jet. No one's going to.
Yeah, but Scott. So next year, when Lewis is like, Hayden Deegan just won his first professional title, the bed bugs are going to be all over him, right?
Yep. I know they've already dug themselves the hole. I got one more comment on
go ahead.
The broadcast, and just I know we've talked about paying points per moto, but as a fan, it was super confusing, especially when on the broadcast they're saying points as they run in the first moto.
Yes, and
when,
then
like,
I was the same way. I'm like,
that wasn't even.
That was when Jordan was going to win the title.
Yeah,
and I was like, that doesn't matter. It's another moto.
Yeah, like that was. Yeah, we were looking at the TV like, what?
There's no points at that point.
No, I know there was. I was with you on that. I thought that was very weird. But so was Colin Carmichael, a 15-time SMX champion. So that was weird also.
Points per moto, fix big brains as well. So
there we go. Thanks, buddy.
Just a good idea.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. All right. Enough SMX talk. Let's talk Diz Nations.
Oh,
or our guest is on the line.
Oh.
Renegade Race Fuels and Lubes, bringing you our next guest, Will Hahn. You know who Will is?
I am aware.
He won a championship with Renegade Race Fuels. Justin Brayton did as well down under. Dean Wilson, Max Anstey. They pour it in now. A Renegade Race Fuels is your guide and partner to get the whole shot and be the first one to the checkers. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade is the only fuel Firepower Honda uses out there. So Firepower Honda guys are using this, and Renegade Race Fuel, they're looking for dealers, they're looking for distributors. Chris Kiefer tested this stuff, said it works really well. I think he liked the SX4. They're bringing you our first guest of the night. This gentleman picked to the Team USA, the Motocross the Nations. He is back racing this weekend. He has been riding for a while. Christian Craig, what's up, buddy? How are you, man?
I'm good. Just packing, getting ready to fly out tomorrow.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Congrats on this honor. That's super cool. And I guess, in a way, Christian, it was my bad for telling you that maybe you were in consideration because you didn't even know at that point, or were you kidding?
No, I had no idea. I put some feelers out there, sent some texts just saying, hey, I'm available, but really didn't get anything back or anything, too promising. And so I was like, I'm available, but I doubt it. And then next thing you know, I'm getting sat down by Roger, and they're like, all right, let's go. So we're here now.
I texted him and said, hey, man, I think you're in. And he was like, am I?
That would have been really awkward if you were wrong.
No, listen, it was great. You've been back riding for a while. This is something, like we were having trouble getting guys to commit. You were putting your hand up. You've had great 450 motocross results in the past. Like it all makes sense. I guess fans maybe don't have an idea of how long you've been riding for, though, Christian.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say, or I mean, I even say that, of course, I'm not the first pick, and of course, there's other guys that under different situations, and why not send the same team as last year? But stuff changes, and people obviously didn't raise their hand or said no. And I was one of the very few that did, and it's pretty disappointing, like that. It's such a prestigious race, and it's into this, like to this point, for us to even send a team. Like they have to almost beg riders. It seems like the past couple of years, and man, it's a race that I've been watching forever, and something that I would love to do. And so, man, like anytime I can, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, win or lose, you're gonna never forget this. It's gonna be a memorable weekend, and it's truly an honor. I mean, I was a mechanic one year on Team USA, and it's still something really cool to say. Like absolutely. So.
Yeah, it's cool, and I know I'm coming off an injury. I know that it's easy to downplay that, but man, like I want to do well. Like especially the season that I've had, it wasn't that great, and I really want to like end this 2023 on a good note, and then come in swinging for next year. So, like I'm not taking this race any lightly at all. Like I'm going in there to do well and put my best results in. And I think the other two guys too. We're all taking it serious. We're there to try to defend this title. I mean, it's it's pretty cool seeing my gear with number 3 on it, and man, it's a lot of pressure, but it's something obviously you work for in this sport, and man, I'm excited for this. It's gonna be a lot of chaos, a lot of excitement, and yeah, it'll be a journey for sure.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for Team USA's Christian Craig? Give us a call here on the PulpMX Show, presented by RenegadeRacefuel.com. So you've been on the bike for 6 weeks, right? Basically.
Yeah, a little over 6 weeks.
Yeah, 6 weeks, Lewis. That's fine.
Yeah, long time.
Long time. You're fine.
Yeah, I mean, I was off a while. Obviously, went through a lot of elbow injury that just wouldn't seem to heal, and then once I did start riding, I mean, I probably did a week of just chilling and cruising around with Jagger and feeling it out. And then next thing you know, I was getting thrown in with everybody when they were trying to finish off the outdoor series. So I have been doing motos before I got the call that I was doing this race. So I know that I do have the stamina. I do have the strength. We obviously did motos today, and we're going to send off tomorrow. And man, I mean, I feel like I'm ready to go. You just don't know, I guess, until the gate drops.
Have you been watching past races from Erne? Watching any GoPros? Like, have you figured out what the track is like, how it develops, and what you're getting yourself into?
Oh, every night I watch one of those years, either 05 or 15, and it like both years look different. Like 05 was super hard pack, slippery. And then 15 looked like it rained, so it was super ruddy. And then last year, the GP that they had there was very ruddy. So, I mean, I expect
ruddy. 15 wasn't
it looked
ruddy.
like it looked ruddy, not muddy.
No,
ruddy.
No, it wasn't ruddy. It was hard pack. It was right.
It was
Lewis?
It was rutty, but in like a dry rutty way. It wasn't like muddy rutty.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, anyways.
Yeah, it looks like it's got a hard base. It's on the hill. And I've been riding Glen Helen. I've been doing some trips out to California and testing with the team and riding Glen Helen a lot. So, I mean, that's probably like the best track I can ride for now, just to get that feel. But yeah, I guess you don't know until you show up.
That was going to be my question for you was, what can you ride in Florida at all, like Erne, and there's nothing. I mean, it just isn't.
No.
Yeah.
It's been tough, but there is one track, Orlando MX. It used to be a sand track, but they actually bought the dirt from Orlando Stadium, the Supercross dirt, and they put it on top, and it's been complete like concrete hard pack.
Okay.
And so we have been riding there, which it's better than, I guess, sand, you know?
Yeah.
Has there been or was there a talk about you going early? Because obviously you had no commitments through SMX, so you could have gone to France 4 weeks ago and done just a month motoing down over there. Was that ever talked about?
He's going to live in France with Jagger and Page?
A month was an exaggeration,
and
but
the other
a week
kid
early. Yeah, the other kid.
The other kid. I don't know the other kid's name, but yeah, you think he's not going to do that?
Okay, a month was an exaggeration. A week early, 2 weeks early.
Okay, all right.
There wasn't even a consideration for that. I think everyone knew that it was such a last-minute deal that just try to get testing and get a good setup that I can start over there with, and then do as many motos as I can, obviously. I know we are kind of going later. We're leaving tomorrow night, and then we might do some starts and a little bit of feel out on Friday before somewhere. And then, obviously, jump right into it.
And you're not shipping bikes, right? You guys are bringing everything you need, from what I gather?
No, they ship bikes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
How is the elbow? Do you have any residual effects from it? How is the heel? I mean, it's pretty ironic that you ate shit in the whoops, Christian, and crashed and knocked yourself out for the year. But how is that? How's the injury? Like, are you going to have anything that bugs you a little bit from that?
I'm at that point now where it doesn't bug me anymore, but I'd say the first couple weeks it's annoying, and I think that's every injury. You know, when you first get back on the bike, it feels weak, or the muscles around it aren't used to that, hanging on and stuff. So it took a couple weeks where my grip strength wasn't the best, but I know that's what it's going to take, is just riding and getting better with it. So that's the last thing on my mind is my elbow right now. So I feel healthy. I'm ready. And I feel strong. Like I do feel like I'm going to be really competitive. I really want to pull a start and see if I can hang on to this thing.
Listen, I'm a Christian Craig believer in a sense of when you were 450 motocross on Honda and a Yamaha, like I think people forget those results. Now, the transition to Husqvarna didn't go as smooth as you wanted in Supercross and all that. Sure, I'll give the people that a little bit, but I think, Lewis, people are forgetting Christian's outdoor speed from the last couple of years. Was he Sexton and Tomac level? No, but he was the next group there, So, like, I don't know. I feel like, Lewis, people forget about that.
Yeah, I'm not just saying this because Christian's on the phone, but I honestly think that he will be the surprise of this weekend, mainly because everyone has got such low expectations, unjustified, that I think everyone will check the times on Saturday and go, Christian Craig is quite a good rider. Like it's crazy. You know this sport. Recency bias in this sport is insane. And that's what we're seeing here, I think. But I tweeted it long before the announcement. I thought it was quite logical that Christian would go late August. Like from the options that were available, Christian was the obvious pick. I think he'll be just fine. Better than fine.
Well, great. Now you're going to have Justin Cooper mad at you because that's what I was saying last year, and I got in trouble. And
well, he's getting married, so he's not on the list.
Well, there's a lot of hate though when you pick a rider. There's a lot of hate from the other riders.
Yeah,
so.
I'm aware.
No, it'll be great, man. It'd be really super cool to have this chance and everything else. So I mean, I like to think that maybe the bump you needed, Christian, to get in front of everybody's eyes was when you co-hosted with Kiefer that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the next week though I went into my second surgery, so
okay,
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
But I have been a co-host 4 times there now.
Yeah.
So I feel pretty comfortable.
You were a co-host when you had to work a real job. When you were like the house guy or something. In
Minnesota.
Got
me fired back up again.
Okay. There we go.
Ride a dirt bike.
Hey, were you close to racing SMX? And were you pushing to race SMX? And they told you no, or were you like, hey, I'm not quite ready?
No, there was I did try. I was 21st in points, and I needed 3 points in the last round to secure 20th. And I was like, why don't we just go to Indiana? I could try to score 3 points, and then I'm seeded. I don't have to worry about this LCQ for the last 3 rounds. And I think as soon as I said that, the team shut it down pretty quick. They know. I think I probably had 2-3 weeks on the bike when I said that. So I get their point. They want me healthy for A1. They want me, 100% in the off season and not with any lingering injuries and not going out there just to half-ass it. I've done that too many times. So
wow.
I feel like this race was just far enough out where I can be 100% by Sunday. So there was kind of some pushback. I did try to race, but the team obviously, they want to make the smarter choice, and I understand that.
Well, I would have really liked to see Mr. Nicoletti's LCQ finishes with Christian Craig in the mix. If you hadn't gotten those 3 points, so
I probably wouldn't have got that number 1 plate that Phil got though.
Maybe Phil wouldn't have been so cocky after those LCQs.
Yeah, there was a confidence boost there.
Yeah, absolutely. Christian Craig here, brought to you by RenegadeRaceFuel.com. They're looking for dealers and distributors. Renegade Race Fuels, Dean Wilson, Max Sansi, pour it in as well.
As far as I know, you are a GP guy. Like you watch it, you keep up to date with it. So are you aware of who you will be racing, and are you kind of excited just to see how some of these guys are in person?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I watched every round this year. I'm more of a fan of some riders than anything. Like I'm a fan of DeWolf. I like Sewer. Prado's obviously really good, and then there's just some guys that stand out that you're just like, wow, that guy's got some good style. Like he does this good. So I have been talking to DeWolf a little bit and might do a little jersey swap at the end of the race. But other than that, I'm not really looking at – I got to race everybody, I guess, right? I'm not looking at just the open class.
No.
I'm going to be racing everybody once. So, everyone's going to be the competition there. But, yeah, it's a big question mark to see where we're going to fit in. I think that's what's the excitement that we bring when we come to this race each year is we're against these MXGP guys that just finished last weekend, and it's exciting.
It is,
especially like I watched the videos of 2015 when they raced there and Barsha whole shot in. I think he won the first moto. So
It was
It
great.
gets me fired up.
Yeah,
It gets
2015
me,
was awesome.
Yeah,
it was really great to watch.
I honestly think Ernée is the best place for the nations in the
you?
world.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like, how can you beat it? Just for
Pretty
the
amazing.
valley,
Yeah.
the atmosphere. It's
Right.
like to do the nations is cool, but to do the nations as the defending champion and at Ernée, that's like you can't get better.
You know, it's funny. I was talking to somebody who's not a motocross guy at all, and I was trying to explain to them the crowds in Europe.
Yeah.
And I pulled up Ernée on my phone, the video of destinations from Ernée on my phone. It was like, this is the people that go to motocross races in Europe.
Yeah, like I still think of the photo of Carmichael on the podium in 2005. From the photo is from behind.
Yeah.
And there are just people as far as the eye can see.
Yeah.
Like it is something else.
It's a cool track too. Yeah, absolutely. And you have back-to-back motos, your MX3, so back-to-back motos, which is not ideal for a lot of guys. A lot of guys like that break, but it is what it is. You have Prado in your class, right? Prado is an MX3.
Prado's open.
Now, was that some sort of strategic, just like, hey, we want to get the win here, or we think we can do really well in this class? Is that sort of what the strategy was?
Yeah, and I think that more teams should put their A guy in open. I think it's a sound strategy. You got MXGP, instead of going up against Roxon, Jet, and Fevre, Prado's in open, which it gives him some breathing room. He's the best Spanish rider, so why not give him the greater challenge of less break?
As a team manager for your country, you're like, let's get the good result right away we can. Right, yeah.
I think it makes sense. But open, who else is in open? I think Koldenov's in open.
Renault is in open.
Yeah, Renault is... he's in for the race, but he's not had a good time of it lately.
Yeah.
I heard Renault might be out, but...
I heard that Renault was out, and then I text Yamaha, and they said no, he's in. But then they could have been lying to me. So
you got Lepanovic, Grant Harlan's on MX1. So
okay, so Guam have gone a different way with their strategy.
And Jess Pettis, Canada's own MX3. So
I think you're missing out some names there. I feel like you're cherry picking the names a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
What's Ferrado in MX1, right?
Oh, Ferrado's the number one rider. I mean, let's be honest here.
And Ben Watson is also in MX1.
If Caroli was there, Alberto would be in MX1.
Caroli was really in Ferrato's way. He,
kinda.
He was in Caroli's way.
I did feel like
Ferrato's
Antonio
way.
just picked Lupino because he was buddies with him for years.
Yep.
I want Lupino.
Like
he's my buddy.
You could say that Ferrato deserved to have the number one plate at Redbud last year.
Thank you.
Not as much as Ben Watson did, but hey.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Christian, have you talked to AP and RJ a lot? Like, have you guys had any? Have you been riding together, or I know obviously you're all part of the family down there, but has it been like concentrated Team USA stuff, or where are we at?
Yeah. They raced the last SMX, so they were kind of doing like a hybrid. They did one day outdoor, and then they would do Supercross. But today and last week, or not last week, but a couple weeks before that, we anytime we can, we moto together, and then we obviously do gym and bike ride together every day. So I think that's one thing that is going to be cool this year is the team aspect and how well we all gel together. And I understand that I'm going to need to put RJ probably the first gate pick and try to get him a start, and then just try to always be aware of where he's at and try to put ourselves in a good position.
Someone needs to calm him down. Yeah. Someone needs to calm RJ down. Is that your job? Whose job is that?
I think he'll be calmed down. He's flying with his two kids and his wife right now over there. So I think he's going to be nice and calm once he gets over to Paris.
Okay. You know what I mean? I feel like RJ, he wants this. He wants this badly. And not to say he wants it more than you and AP or whatever, but he's fast as shit. We all know that. Just RJ, you just got to keep it on two wheels, bud.
He'll be riding on emotion, and it will be 100% emotion that's driving him to whatever he does.
Good or bad.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
I know he has been riding with like some lingering little issues, and he's fully healthy now, and I think that's obviously going to put him in a good spot mentally. I think the last couple rounds of outdoors, obviously he got a little concussion or something at Unadilla, and then just the last SMX round though, actually he rode really well.
Yeah.
And then he's been coming along. He's riding really good. I think he's gonna obviously he can always surprise you.
Yes, absolutely.
If he gets a start, he could just run away with it. That's just what RJ does.
For sure. What did you think of SMX as a whole, Christian? Just watching from the couch. What did you think of the 3 rounds and the series and the points and everything else?
Well, the last round, I mean, it was like almost 1 a.m. here in Florida, when these mains were going, and I was jumping out of my bed. I was so excited. It was like the amount of stuff that changed in that 250 race was wild. Mm-hmm. And the aggression, like, I thought that was cool. The first rounds, they were okay. I mean, obviously it's the first year they're doing this, and they're gonna work out the kinks. But I'm bummed I didn't race. I mean, I really wanted to be there, mm-hmm. and especially the first year for it. And I think mainly people enjoyed it. So, yeah, hopefully it stays.
So you go this weekend. You leave tomorrow. You go to France. You race this weekend. Are you gonna get a break, or is it right into Supercross?
No, I'll take a couple weeks off, and then November 1st we start Supercross.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for me because I haven't got a gate drop in a while. So this is one thing I've wanted to do is get a gate drop, and then go right into boot camp. No break really.
You say that you're packing for France at the moment. Does it feel different? Like, as you're putting stuff in the bag, do you feel a bit more nervous? Is there a bit more anticipation? Like, does it feel different already?
No, not yet. I think once we pull up to the track or something, that's going to set in. But right now, it's just excitement. It's like me, my wife, and Jagger are going to go, and it's his first time overseas. We got his passport, and so like we just get to experience all this with him for his first time. And then my father-in-law, brother-in-law are gonna meet us there. So it's mainly just excitement. It's mainly like we're packing just like for this vacation, but it's a work vacation, you know.
Wait till you get in the back of that pickup truck on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
And do the whole team intro thing. That's when
I want Jagger to make sure. Yeah, I want him to be with me just to experience that because I know how wild it is.
Yeah, it should be pretty cool. We got Bauer on one. Bauer, what's going on? Welcome to the show. What's your question?
Hey guys,
what's up?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Christian since he did my Loma Linda charity event 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think when he was riding for Troy. But I'm excited. We're going to go to we're heading out at 6 a.m. flying out of LAX, and looking forward to this.
Yeah,
I think our guys have a great chance, man. I really do.
Look, I can see them get a podium easily in my eyes, and if they won, I would be surprised, but I would not be shocked. The USA can make this happen with the consistency. You don't need to even win every moto, win all the motos or anything. You can get it done without that. I really believe that. So, yeah.
They need to get good starts. They need to have a day like – I mean, look at Coldenhoff a couple years ago when he came over here. I mean –
look at Coldenhoff like 4 years in a row. Yeah. So.
But shit wouldn't hurt.
Nope.
And, all I know is we got our chainsaws packed in the bag.
I love it.
Nice.
Gonna have some American support. I appreciate it.
Yeah. That's cool, Bauer. That's good. Have fun, man.
All right, man.
All right.
We'll see you.
Thanks. Yeah. Lewis is heading off tomorrow.
Yep.
I'm skipping it.
I was wondering if you were going to go, Lewis.
Yep, I'm there. And if you need anything,
okay.
I can be a
please.
I can be a liaison.
Like you're not going to be over at Ben Watson?
I think I'll know where to find you.
Yeah, I have my spots.
Yeah.
You'll be over at Ben Watson's.
And then Jeremy Sewers.
I thought it was Stewart, no?
No, Stewart and Watson. We're a trio.
Okay. Yeah, it's like a boy band.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not going, but I wish you good luck, Christian, for sure. I think, like I said, USA could win. I would not be shocked. I would be surprised. But I think you guys can get on the podium. I do. Consistency is so key at that race. If you just put in, like you guys could go like 2, 3, 2 in the 3 classes, you'll be on the box, maybe winning, things like that. So,
yeah, some wild things have happened before, so you never know.
Yep. I think one thing that's going to be very interesting is the start is going to be key. Erne is hard to pass, tight, twisty. The MXGP guys have gone the way of scoop, no matter the track surface, just for the start. Trentino, hard, rocky, slick. They're using scoops. So I would imagine that a majority of MXGP guys would experiment with the scoop for Erne, even though it doesn't really work on the rest of the track. So that'll be, I think that'll be interesting because that obviously goes against the American way of doing things. Yeah. And I feel like that'll be a bit of a head scratcher for everyone. That's an interesting little subplot to follow.
I'm surprised that they would put on scoops. I guess the start's so important, but yeah. Everywhere else,
I'm literally going to the track in the morning before we fly out just to do starts. So I'm probably going to do some starts with the hard pack tire and then put the sand tire on and try that out. But I know that's going to be 90% of it. It's literally get out front and try to sprint away as fast as you can.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Should be fun, man. What an honor. That's super cool that you're going.
Yeah.
I'm stoked for you. Good luck over there, man. Thanks for the time tonight. Really appreciate it. I know, like I said, you're packing, but you still have time for the Pulp Show. It's really nice of you. So.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, guys.
All right. Thanks, Christian.
All right. Have a good one.
See you, man. That's Christian Craig, everybody, brought to you by Renegade Race Fools. Yeah, he's stoked. He's excited, as he should be.
Christian, when I started this season, Christian was really nice to me, and that stuck with me because he was actually a nice guy to me.
He was really nice to you.
When I was the new kid at school, didn't know anyone, he was very, very nice to me.
I can tell you that he's told me that he read your stuff and listened to you before.
Oh.
So he knew that you were a decent guy and not some sort of nut job.
Well, what a glowing endorsement.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Look, I'm being serious. I know he's a friend of mine. Christian's probably one of the guys like in the sport that even if if I got hit by a train tomorrow and I couldn't cover motocross, we'd still text once in a while, right? He's a good guy. He's a good dude. So I am a little biased, but I think people are forgetting like his talent, his skill, his outdoor skills. Mark's ran some numbers. He was like a fifth place guy outdoors last year. So he was with Kenny, he's with Anderson. He's right in that group outdoors with those guys, which tells me he's a top 3 guy in MX3.
Yeah, I think he's going to make an impact. I think some people think that he's going to ride around in 17th.
Yeah.
And that is not going to happen.
No, I'm with you.
Even if he was on the bike for 2 weeks, that wouldn't happen, I don't think.
No.
Christian Craig is legit.
Right.
I don't need to say that. Let me ask you this. I think my strategy would be to sit them down and say, right, AP, RJ, we need you. Make sure you get 2 results on the board each. Christian, go out in the second moto, your first moto, lay it all on the line. In the weaker field, MX2 and Open is obviously an easier race. Lay it all on the line, use as much energy as you need to, get that one result, and then whatever happens. And if we need you in the third moto, then we need you. But put all of your effort into that one result in the second moto, your first moto.
Yeah, because if there's any weakness to Christian, it'll probably be race fitness.
Yep.
Right?
Exactly.
And so
just lay it all out there in that one moto.
Yeah.
And the other 2, be aware that this is the strategy. So don't do something dumb and ride purely on emotion.
Yeah. I do feel like when you hear the behind the scenes of France over the years, when they won all those years, they had a real team strategy behind everything, from gate pick to fitness to strategy. And I feel like we just went into our races just do whatever, guys.
Honestly.
There was no talk of like what to do.
Speaking of strategy, maybe this is too far. RJ's aggressive. RJ, very emotional when he rides, has heart on his sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in that second moto, you give Christian the inside and you trust that RJ is just going to muscle his way through.
Yeah.
He will figure it out. Whereas Christian, line him up against the MX2 guys.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he starts top 3. I think he could hold on and then him and RJ maybe meet each other around 5th and 6th.
Right.
And that's a great moto.
There has been MX2 guys are so important. The results of MX2 guys really are important, right? But there has been a recent, I don't know, change is a word, but MX2 guys not getting the inside gate.
Yeah.
That's been that way for a little while, even though MX2 a lot of times is very key. Some of the teams have been like, no, we want the 450 guy to get the start and just get that low number.
Yeah, for that reason. You look at it and you're going, well, if I put this 450 alongside 250s, that should work out great for me.
Yeah.
It's almost like a sure thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to mess up the start on a 450 against 250s, then what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. No, for sure. Also, troll training, by the way, trolltraining.com, from the vet racer to the amateur racer. Mr. Guida is a troll training disciple. Justin Starling put on Twitter today that was the best thing he's ever done. John Westling, Alex Martin, they can help you and not make the same racing mistakes that they made throughout their careers. Trolltraining.com. Get on it. All aboard the Troll Train. And, they can help your skill. They can help your fitness and all of that. So please check it out. They can give you all sorts of shortcuts and learn from things that they didn't do. Trolltraining.com. I mean, look at Jamie Guida.
He is also addicted to that. I've never seen... It's like Rocky. Yeah. It's like watching the Rocky movies in person.
Yeah. No pony and just grinding away now.
24/7.
Yep, that's his life. All right, everybody. Our next guest brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. When you talk traveling, this gentleman has traveled a lot. He's probably used OGO only because he gets it for free. He did have a broken wheel OGO one from that was 10 years old that he was carting around like with a broken wheel, just dragging it on a pavement. I called OGIO. They sent him a new bag because he refused to ask for a new bag, but he's one of the stars of our sport when it comes to the media. Jason Weigandt. What's up, Weege?
Yes, that is a true story. I was trying to stuff a gear bag vertically in 9800 into the back of my Jeep, and the wheel snapped off, and I'm like, oh, well, you make the mistake, you got to deal with the consequences. So, for years, just dragging this gear bag, and then eventually ate through the bottom of it. I got to give the credit to OGIO for it hung in there like 2 years while being dragged before it started to get a hole in the bottom. Mm-hmm. And then, you emailed them, and they said no problem, which is, I don't understand why they would care.
Well, because you dragging a broken...
And they have a lot of great racers. Why would they need my help or my endorsement?
If anybody saw you dragging a broken wheel, busted out bottom OGIO gear bag, they'd go like, why is he dragging that piece of shit OGIO around?
So I should break more stuff. The worse I make the stuff look, the more stuff I get?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to I'm planning on going to PulpMX actually tomorrow, my son and I, on our blue cruise, double blue crew. And I'll try to make everything look as horrible as possible so people can send me more stuff.
Great.
Yep.
You've just awoken a beast.
Yeah, probably.
This is now going to go in the complete opposite direction.
Probably.
Yes. I'm going to roach these bikes out even worse than you'd expect from me.
He's going to light his backpack on fire and be like, hey, Pilo, the backpack caught fire. I don't know how.
Every day there's going to be a social post saying, this piece of shit, insert product here.
Well, hey, one time Chad Reed Instagrammed a Can-Am UTV and said, Honda won't give me one. And they sent him a new UTV.
No way.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yep.
All right, we're on it.
There we go.
Sorry, but I have to do it, Blue Crew. I'm sorry, guys, but this is what we're going to have to do tomorrow.
All right, Jason Weigandt here joining us to talk Des Nations and more. But let's talk SMX first, Weege. And my friend Lewis here brought up a great point. Before we talk about you being in the booth and everything and all that. So, like, next year, if Hayden, just whenever Hayden wins his Supercross title or his motocross title, is Lewis and I going to say, like, that's his first pro title? And then you're going to say that's his second pro title on TV? And then we should say it's his second pro title, but the SMX thing does count, but it's 3 races, and it's a little gimmicky points, like, and the bed bugs get mad at us? Like, what do we say?
I've heard a lot of people overthinking this. I listened to Carmichael and Villopoto's pod last week, and they're already debating, like, which title will become the premier title, SMX or Supercross. And I'm like, why do we even need to define it? Why don't you just call them what they are? We'll know in 5 years if one clear, like a Monster Energy Supercross title is clearly more important than winning the 3-round SMX today, correct?
Well, I would think always, but yes, today for sure. Yeah.
Sure, but I'm just saying, if in 5 years the other one feels bigger, we'll know it. Like, I don't know why there's this rush to try to define it. It'll take care of itself. I would tend to think the 17-round series is always going to be considered harder to win than 3. Maybe it'll feel differently somewhere down the road if people stop racing some other ones or they focus on one more than the other. But anyway, that'll all take care of itself. So pro title, like, how often do we even use that definition anyway? Like, how often are we even having this discussion of, like, it's his first pro title? Like, when do you even use those words?
Well, okay, so for now, Weege, like, when Ryan Villopoto comes on, he gets upset at me when I don't count his 250 Supercross title when I say 9-time champion, Ryan Villopoto, right? So we just don't count that. We just never do. So, but we're counting these SMX, I would assume, but are we with the 3 races?
I don't know why we have to have such a debate over this. I mean, yes, unfortunately, I think people are going to count it. I think if you don't give Deegan credit for that, or if you don't give Jet credit for that, it's going to look a little odd that you didn't give them credit for that. So I think you will. So, sorry, change things a little bit.
So Deegan, when he wins next year, Deegan wins his second pro championship tonight.
He has championship experience. He knows how to get it done.
Right. Do we say that?
Well, I think that actually would apply. I mean, look, it was a winner-take-all. He was not good in the first moto. He got beat straight up. He came back in Moto 2 and improved under pressure. To me, these things just take care of themselves. We just saw a relevant thing. If he's battling for a Supercross title next year, late in the season, would it not be ridiculous to be like, well, we saw him in this position last year and he came through big in the clutch? Then because of that, it becomes obvious. I just say, like, let the circumstance speak for itself.
Okay.
That was big pressure and he came through.
Yep.
So why not use it?
I think this is like specifically a problem because of Hayden. Because with Jet, we just say he won another title.
Yeah,
Jet won again.
Right.
Whereas this is kind of a landmark for Hayden. So we need to figure out what we're doing with the landmark.
I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go here this early with you, Lewis, but you just fell right into this trap. I cannot believe you're already going here.
Where am I going?
Here's where you just went. You just sailed the Sexton ship right into an iceberg already.
Did I?
Because when we start talking about 450 Supercross next year, if SMX had not happened, if it didn't exist, and Jet went 22-0 to motocross, we were 22-0, we would just say, but we haven't seen him really racing in Supercross yet. But now we're going to be like, but we saw a track that's 85% Supercross, and he did win. We're going to talk about that. We're going to reference it. It would be stupid to not reference that Coliseum race as a potential of, will he be good on a 450 in Supercross? So I think, unfortunately, it's also relevant to Jet and everything else. I mean, if we didn't have SMX, we could just be like, yeah, but Sexton's a champ, and Jet's not even raced a 450 in Supercross before. But now we get to say, but they did race one time in a stadium, and Jet won.
But I think those are different things, because with Jet, what you're describing there, we are talking about the race. With Hayden, we are talking about the landmark. We're not talking about Hayden's performance in LA specifically. We are talking about the gravitas of the overall accomplishment. Whereas for Jet, you are zeroing in on the very specific minor details of what he did in SMX.
To me, it's the same, because the reference we're going to make for Hayden is he already had a high-stakes, high-pressure championship-type situation, and he already handled it. So if he gets into that situation next year, I think we're automatically going to reference it. Just like when we talk about 450 Supercross next year, we're going to reference the situation Jet was already in that he handled. So to me, these just take care of themselves. We don't need to make up artificial definitions. We're just using it as data points when they're relevant.
Okay.
And if they aren't relevant, then we don't bring it up. But sometimes it's going to be. I think these are two examples of how it's going to be relevant to our next 3 months' worth of bench racing.
Okay, but Adam Cianciarulo won the Monster Cup in October, the last year we had a Monster Cup. I wasn't going into the next season saying, well, AC won the Monster Cup, he should challenge Tomac, or whoever AC beat that year at the Monster Cup. I don't remember, but and the Monster Cup track and the LA Coliseum track were similar. So do we? Okay. Was
there, though, do you not think there was more hype and anticipation for Adam going into Anaheim 1 that year because of Monster Cup? Did it not have an impact at all?
I'd have to think about it. I don't remember.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't think I've ever witnessed or felt Anaheim 1 be impacted by what happened at Monster Cup. Like, I don't feel like I've ever walked around the pits and the few people who will actually talk to me be riding the wave of the Monster Cup still.
Yeah, see? This is where we're at.
We're confused.
We're confused.
So you don't think, hey, we saw Adam's very first 450 race. He was battling Eli Tomac. No one was thinking of that as anything when we went to Anaheim.
No.
Wow. Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Second of all,
okay.
If you just throw that one out. Again, Jet just went 22-0. The only caveat we could give it, it hasn't been in Supercross. So are we just going to say that this LA event is not relevant to Supercross at all? It just proves nothing?
No.
It might as well not even be brought up. It's just like Monster Cup. It's just a complete off-season blip that means nothing.
I think what Jet did in LA specifically and the way he rode is somewhat relevant, but him winning the SMX title is irrelevant.
That's fine. But to me, either way, whether you reference one specific race and how it went down or the whole series, either way, it's something that's going to be referenced. It's just those two examples. Jet already won a stadium race on a 450, and Hayden already proved he could get it done under pressure. They just automatically become part of the discussion. We don't need to come up with artificial definitions. Should it count? Should it not? It's just going to get brought up almost naturally because When we're going in Anaheim, we cannot ignore that Jet just won a race in the stadium on a 450. How could you ignore that?
You also just walked into the muddy terminology demolition derby that we're in, because you just said that Jet has won a stadium race. When have we ever used the word stadium race to discuss the sport? So that, like, again, how do you define that? Because do we now have stadium race as a common phrase for us?
I guess I'll go back to what I started with, a race that was about 85% of Supercross.
That makes me more comfortable. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
listen,
I'm not going to claim that it was not designed to be 100% exactly a Supercross, but I think it would be crazy. There is no way anyone between now and January is going to be like, that's completely not relevant. If you're selling the Sextonship, maybe you would say that. So maybe there is one person.
Well, I'm the
but
captain.
I just don't
of
think
that.
anyone would say that Jet's performance in LA is completely and totally not relevant whatsoever, so why even bring it up? What do these races mean? We don't know. They don't count for anything.
Well, no. I guess they're relevant like Paris is relevant or like Monster Cup is relevant.
Yeah, well, we started this talking about We started this by discussing the weight of the title. We're now getting into the semantics of specific races, which do matter, because anytime you witness a rider race, that counts. But what we started at was the very simple question.
The title.
Yeah, of how do you describe or determine where Hayden is in his career now? Because when he wins his first Supercross title, which will happen, if not next year, the year after, do you say Hayden Deegan backs up his Super Motocross Championship, or do we treat it? It's actually, it doesn't matter about the words. Do we treat it as a very special occasion because Hayden Deegan has just won his first Supercross title, or do we treat it as Hayden won again? He already got the first title experience out of the way. He's now just stacking checks.
I don't know why it's that important to try to solve this equation. Why is it so important to try to solve it? Just let it work itself out naturally.
We love the history of the sport, Weege.
Right. So what difference does that make?
Well, will you agree with me on this? I do feel, like you say on the RC and RV podcast, there was a rush to determine whether SMX is now more important than Supercross.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't like
that's a ridiculous argument.
That's ridiculous.
Yes,
that's ridiculous.
I love SMX. I was very impressed. I loved it all. But do not try and devalue what we already know and love. Because the second that we start to devalue that, I've got a problem.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, to me one of the greatest things about SMX is that they managed to do something new without diminishing what they already had, which is what every sport struggles with. It wasn't like when we were watching Sexton, Webb, and Tomac battling, there was any less importance on that winning of that Supercross title or Jets 22-0 or whatever it might have been this year. All the regular championships felt just as important as they always have, and I think that's one of the big wins for that. So, yeah, don't rush to change it. We kind of got it right. Like, all three were interesting. The other ones were just as good as they always were, just as important as they always were. The people tried just as hard as they always did. And the new thing wasn't a dud. It wasn't a disaster. It was good. Yeah. So, yeah, which one's more important than the other? Somehow someone will determine that somewhere down the road. It'll work itself out naturally. Don't rush to do it. But I think you guys are trying to solve a question that doesn't need to be solved. Like, here's what. If I happen to be announcing a race on TV and Deegan wins the title, I'll say it's his first Supercross title. How about that?
That's acceptable.
Yeah, we'll take that.
I mean, why do we need to go further? Like, I don't know what we're trying to solve here.
Well, because the legacies of the sports. How many championships do you have? Ryan Villapato's got 9, and Chad Reed's got 4, and you know.
Yeah, the only part we're going to do a problem here is if we're totaling numbers. Then you really do need definitions. I think with words, you just say what they are.
Well,
that's going to be tough. I don't know how you determine that.
I don't want to. If anyone tells me that the SMX is a harder or better championship than outdoors or Supercross, I'm going to punch him in the face.
Agreed.
Yes, agreed. Lewis and I will punch you in the face because it's a cool thing to win, and it's awesome to win, and there's money involved. But don't give me this like SMX, where are we at? How important is it? Don't give me any of that. Yeah.
A funny issue, well, not an issue that SMX puts like a magnifying glass on is American motocross specifically is the only sport that I know of. So take that.
Okay.
Very limited knowledge, is the only sport where we have a Supercross champion, and then 2 weeks later, we're saying, we no longer care, we're moving on. For instance, Prado won the World Championship. Yeah. He will live on being the world champion for 12 months.
Right.
Now, not only are we moving on from Supercross, Chase Sexton's Supercross title may as well have taken place in 1985 at this point.
You're right, because Cooper Webb was in here, in studio, saying, yeah, I won, and it's right back to work on an outdoor title.
Yeah, and now, and if, say, that neither Sexton nor Jet had won SMX, the accomplishments of both of those riders would have just been forgotten about, and everyone would have gone, again, recency bias.
Yeah.
Instead, because Jet won again, it only made his aura more impressive. But it feels like we are far removed from Sexton winning a title, and it will only be when we're on the eve of Anaheim 1 that we suddenly go,
You're right. We move on quickly. We really do, as a sport and everything else. And like we've actually talked about this before in our review pods, where like, hey man, great job, you won the Supercross title. See you at outdoor track on Tuesday. See you at Glen Helen. Like, and
it's hellacious.
Yeah,
and now it's gotten worse than ever. The Supercross hangover thing has gotten it's taken on. I mean, Sexton kind of said the break that he took after round 1, he hit his head, but it sounded like it was almost as mental Supercross hangover as anything.
Yeah.
And Jason Anderson was atrocious trying to get off the ground in outdoors that year. Like, now it's becoming like just a guarantee. I guess that really shows you how gnarly. Well, no, not even Tomac, because Tomac didn't get going last year. Took him a little bit.
Yeah.
To get going, so I guess it even applies to him.
You literally dream about it your entire life. It's the only thing you want to do in your entire life. It's the biggest thing in your entire life. And man, see you at Glen Helen on Tuesday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like it's
for something that's actually harder.
Right.
Like more physically difficult, at least.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not going to say the competition's harder.
Right.
But from the grind has just begun.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, and that makes you realize like. The Villapotos more Dungey than Villapoto, because Villapoto got hurt a lot, but Dunge just racking it up indoors and out, racking it up.
It's true. It's going to be tough, but what I also realized is an upside. I was bench racing about Lewis MXGP recently, and the field is so deep in that MXGP class. Do you feel that MXGP is almost flipped into it? Is a title that has to be first won and lost by not getting hurt, or how quickly can you recover when you get hurt? Because it's pretty much going to happen when you take the entire racing season and say it's all one title. It almost seems like that's where we've gotten to.
Yeah, it almost feels like the racing is irrelevant with MXGP. It's just who ticks a box of attendance every week. Like 2021 was incredible, and we didn't have that.
Yeah.
Every single other year, it's a game of attrition. Like, okay, Prado and Fevre had a great battle this year. Open the standings, scroll down, you've got Hurlings, Geyser, Renault, and you're like, we actually were missing half of our superstars.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm kind of wondering, I see it both ways, where I'm like, it sucks to have the year split into 2 or now even 3 titles. But I'm like, well, we see how it works if you split 9 months into 1 title, and it just ends up where everybody gets hurt at some point, and the champion is the guy that can recover from his injury. Luckily, I broke a collarbone, and you broke a femur, so I win.
Right.
That's not ideal either, so I don't know what. And honestly, it seemed to me, Lewis, I mean, wasn't Prado, I feel like he was even doing it that way. I'm going to get my points on Saturday. I'm going to crush the first moto. And then I'm not going to take any more chances, and I'll just let the averages play out. And for the most part, if I just don't get hurt, this will be good enough.
Yeah, there is no doubt that from round 2 on, Prado was counting points, playing the game, not taking risks. I feel like that must have been a conscious decision in the off-season.
Well, you said he won 2 GPs this year, right?
Yeah, 2 GPs.
2 GPs is nuts to be world champion.
Two overalls?
Yeah, Sewer won more than him.
Right.
And Sewer didn't have a great year, but he won more than the world champion.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't want it to come credit to him for actually figuring out this is actually how it really works. It's almost like using analytics or data and being like, you're all missing how this actually is played out, and I'm going to use it. But that's not the way anybody wants it to play out. We want it to be just that 2021 season every year, but I don't think this sport really is going to give us that very often.
No, absolutely not. Jason Weigandt here, OGO Power Sports. Email us, there's a code now, PulpMX15, code to save it, OGO Power Sports. Get yourself a bag, whether it's the T3 rig or whether it's 9800 backpack, whatever it is. Weech, by the way, you're in the booth for SMX. for the first two with James and Ricky. That was a big deal to you. So, yeah, congrats, man. That had been pretty cool. You've known the Feld guys forever. You hosted a banquet one year. Went over terribly, I heard. But yeah, like you've known the Feld guys forever. You've talked to them before. You were always seen as the motocross guy, but with the new cooperation going on, you got in a booth. So good job.
Yeah, and I was kind of in the periphery all year. Steve, I don't know if you know, but JT and I do this show called SMX Insider. Have you watched it?
No, not familiar. No.
Okay.
Was that on Mav?
Production.
Was that on Mav?
It's on YouTube. You can watch it on YouTube.
All right.
Super Motocross.
There used to be a show on Mav. It was on Tuesdays. It was great. It was great.
You know, I heard I think they spent a lot of money on that. It might have ruined them. I don't know.
Okay.
Might have ruined them.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Might have just blown the budget on that show.
I'll check it out.
And as far as I'm working with Feld, since, honestly, the first thing I did with them, I mean, way back in the day I did the webcast. That's in the mid-2000s. Daniel Blair and I hosted this press conference at the Coliseum a year ago, almost exactly a year ago to the day. And I was like, I cannot believe this. They're actually using me for something. So I've been kind of doing stuff here and there. I did some pre- and post-race shows during Supercross. Feld was actually the TV production company for motocross this year. It used to be Mav TV or Lucas Oil Productions. It was all Feld. So I was kind of working with them already, but it was more different doing the Chicago one than I thought. Charlotte, we were in the same exact booth trailer setup that we have at every outdoor. It was kind of outdoory in a way. So I put in an Instagram post. Chicago was the first time I worked in what I call the booth, an actual broadcast booth in a building designed to have broadcast. I had never done that. So that was the first time I'm like, okay, this is different. It's a night show. The Charlotte thing was during the day, just like Nationals. So, yeah, that was a big step, and it was a lot different, actually, than I thought. I mean, dude, what time when you show up at these races? So what time did you go to the track at L.A. on Saturday, Steve? Or both of you. Lewis, you were there. What time do you even go to the track?
I go for 9.
Yeah, 9, 10.
9?
Yeah.
But the track walk was at noon.
Yeah, I know. It was pushed back. It was kind of early.
I didn't even check that part.
Me neither. No, I didn't check that part.
Oh, okay. Had you checked, would you have still showed up at 9?
No, I would have been there about 10-ish.
Yeah. So I'm saying that alone. I'm like, that's a whole lot different than outdoors where you're, leaving your hotel at 6 o'clock at the latest?
Right.
So, yeah, the Chicago thing really felt real, and then I was part of the L.A. broadcast as well, so it's kind of the same schedule. Yeah, so we'll see what happens next year. I would love to do some Supercross. I have no idea. No one's told me anything, but no one ever tells anyone anything this early. So I have no idea, but it would be awesome.
I think it'll be Lee when he can, and you'll be the backup guy. Stamp it. You heard it here first, people.
Okay. Reporting news.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't heard either way.
Right.
I mean, I think everybody was happy with those 2 SMX races, but TV business is, I mean, what did we just say about winning the Supercross title? 2 weeks later, get back to work?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think their number one goal on Monday after SMX was, let's get 2024 buttoned down.
Well, I'm in the running for host of Race Day Live, I think is what I heard. Yep.
Are you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Villapoto told me he was the best Race Day Live host they've ever had.
Huh.
Yeah.
Odd.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was weird, but that's what he told me.
I don't know. I'm partial. I think Brayton was really good.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Hey, we got a phone call for you about the Race Day Live thing from L.A. Blaze, what's up, man? What's your question, comment to the Weege?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, Steve. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so first point I wanted to make was Georgia Hannaberry. Hadn't seen her on Race Day Live before, but I just wanted to say I thought she did an absolutely excellent job with her interview with Jet. I thought it was twice as good as the ESPN reporter. Everything. She did a great job. So that's someone who not that I control anything, but she should definitely come back. She did great.
What's her background, by the way? I don't know anything about her. What's her background? Or I don't even.
Big Flow racing girl.
Flow. Okay. All right.
Am I right, Weege?
Sorry, you were so low on the volume. Who are we talking about here?
We're talking about. Hold on, let me fix this. We're talking about Georgia.
Oh, yeah. I actually worked with her at Oakland. We both subbed in at Oakland. It was the first time for either of us doing that show. Yeah, I think a lot of flow racing. I think a little IndyCar stuff here and there for the live crowd, not on TV.
Okay.
So, yeah, just motorsports in general. She's definitely enthusiastic. She was pumped on it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, what else?
Good.
What else, please?
So, yeah, we given since you started working in the booth with Bubba, is there any part of it where you're not like, oh my gosh, I'm working with James Stewart, but it's like, is there any part of it where you're getting to kind of know that different side of him, and do you get to have like any casual conversations, and kind of what's that experience been like, moving from like so many years with Grant to now working with James, and obviously Ricky, but more so James?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I think we all wonder, what is James the person really like? He'd almost become this mythical creature to us, right? We knew what he could do on a bike, and we knew what he would do on a microphone and interviews, but like, what is he actually like behind the scenes? And to add to that, I hadn't seen James in 5 or 6 years until he came to Budds Creek last year to do the show.
There was somebody did a vlog. They tried to find him. There was people
I heard
trying
some
to
guys
find
did
him.
that.
Right.
It didn't work though.
Right.
So, to be honest, I felt like I had to make sure even we were good. Because, look, when James was gone for years and, all the ups and downs of his career, dude, I'm sure I said some stuff that probably pissed him off. I mean, I'm sure we all did. Now, Steve, I guarantee you would agree with me on this. We've heard people say way worse things than we ever said.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
certainly.
Yeah.
Yes. But I just wanted to make sure we were good, for starters, because I felt like, that would be odd if we have this odd tension. But I think he's, I explained everything that I ever said. And, what's funny, a lot of his thing is like, man, what's funny as a racer? We assume you guys in the media know everything. And if you're not saying it, it's because you're, trying to slant it or tilt it some way. And I'm like, no, dude, we know the least. Like, if your bike's terrible, like the last thing, that's going to be the last piece of information that gets to us, So, I mean, he had stories that blew my mind. I'm like, I didn't know that happened. I didn't know that happened. He's like, I thought you knew all this stuff. And I'm like, no, man. If just for example, if your shock is terrible and blowing out in motos, we are not going to hear this. So it was really interesting to hear now that he has no reason to hold back, and I have no reason to hold back. So we figured a lot of that out. And I can tell you the other thing is James is he's honestly one of the smartest people I've ever worked with. Like, he's got incredible philosophies on life and why he does what he does, and why, it's almost like next level thinking. Like, well, you think it's because of this, but it might actually be because of this. So it was really enjoyable. It's a little different than GL because we worked together for so long. I stayed at GL's house, and we really became friends on like a totally different level. And maybe I'll be there someday with Stewart and RC. That's not a job requirement. It could be cool. But I think everyone would be surprised how normal he is. He's so normal, which I don't think is what you'd expect after not hearing from him for 5 years.
Yeah, he's really cool.
Oh,
yeah, really come around.
Hey, can we do the we'll race Ryder D when it's time thing?
Yeah, I mean, we got it.
Oh, we just got a request right here.
We'll get there. We'll race him when it's time.
I lose my shit every time I hear that. That's freaking hilarious.
It's good. It's a good one. It's what he's known for. Now we got a shaggy laugh on the show though, so now it's even better. Yeah. Thanks, Blaze. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Weege, real quickly before we let you go, a couple things, the MXDN talk, but also Lewis and I think that some people are making way too big of a deal of Sexton taking the number 4.
Oh, I knew that was going to happen. I agree with you guys.
Like, who cares? It's great. Baggett already had it. Like, we moved on.
No, dude, that is totally the problem. Baggett had it. And I'll blow your mind even more. Credit to Fowler Sachs and We Went Fast for identifying, believe it or not, Baggett ran number 4 for the same amount of years.
Yeah.
that Carmichael did.
I would believe
Isn't
it,
that
sure.
insane?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 5 years, 6 years or something like that.
Right.
So the number's already been used by somebody else. So whatever, man. The only thing to me is I'll be interesting to see what Sexton's, like, why number 4, like, I think as an amateur, he had a 3-digit number that started before. I would be interested to know if it had some sort of heritage for him
it does.
and why he picked it.
His amateur number was 4, and then his dad was 86. So his amateur number,
486.
Yeah, he went with 486. So 4 was
That's
actually something that he had run before.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I'm trying to see what makes that part of his heritage or brand. The Carmichael thing is irrelevant. Somebody else already ran the number for years, won races with the number, got on the podium with the number. We can't do that.
Yeah.
We can't pretend that Baggett didn't exist already.
Right. Well, like Lewis said, though, we don't actually know if Baggett's retired. We don't actually know, but.
Well, guess what? Do you guys know that Baggett was in L.A.?
I saw him. I talked to him.
I saw him, too, and he was so scared because I had a TV camera and a microphone with me.
Oh,
and he's like, I've been hiding from you all day.
No,
great.
He actually came up to me, shook my hand, said something, made some joke. I made a joke to him, and then he was off again. Yeah, so.
Sounds about right. Yep.
Yeah, it totally sounds about right. And by the way, KTM, they now got Stu and RC under their tent next year, the 4 and the 7.
That's a good point.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Took them a few years, but they got it.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, Weech, MXDN. So we just had Christian Craig on, and I stand by this. USA could win this race. They're not the favorites to. They could win this race. They could be on the podium very easily. And, France and Australia are the favorites, but anything can happen in this thing. What's your take on it?
Well, my philosophy always used to be just show up.
Yeah.
It really, really grinds my gears when people start trying to predict this race on paper, like this guy's faster than this guy. It's almost like the MXGP season we just talked about. Like, rarely does it come down to that. The best example ever was Redbud 2018. The Dutch won every moto, and then they went 1-2 in some motos. But another guy got hit in the eye with a rock, which does not ever happen.
Right.
And they had, I shouldn't say no shot at winning. Didn't they still get, third?
Yeah, something like that. Second, yeah.
Somehow. But my point is, it comes down to that just as much as anything else. And my whole thing on donations is what I'll never understand. No one will say this, but I'm going to. Aaron Plessinger is a fine member of the team. He's fine. I kept hearing all this, but Sexton, is he going to be on the team? Is he not? This could affect this. Should Webb be on the team? And I'm like, can we all just agree that if Plessinger's on the team, it's fine?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody at Star said, without Sexton, we don't have a chance to win. I'm like, what is it? AP? AP, not good?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm like, how many years was Eli Tomac the best American 450 motocross racer and just chose not to go? Did we have we had a tough time fielding a team those years?
Right.
No, you just next man up. So I'm a little confused. I literally even had someone send me Sexton versus Plessinger lap times, and I'm like, I get it, but Tomac didn't race in the past. All great racers have not raced in the past. That doesn't mean you just have no shot at winning. Jeffrey Hurlings isn't there either. He's not even there for the Dutch team, right?
Right.
Didn't the Spanish team lose one of their guys just recently?
Yeah, today, but it was kind of a sideways move anyway.
Either way, point is, how many teams are coming with, these are the three guys we want every year, all the time?
Yeah, they're not.
And then they have no bad luck. Never.
Well, I'll tell you what, Canada is this year. Canada this year. We are locked and loaded. So, yeah.
Yeah, I do agree. That Canadian team, that's exactly who you would pick, right?
Right, but generally not, yes.
Yes. The only other team, the Swiss team, I think every year has the same guys for the last, decade?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yeah. That's the only, that's because Seaver cannot miss races. We know. He cannot. Good job, Lewis, explaining that to the world. But otherwise, I'm just show up. Now, I kind of don't ride that theory quite as much anymore because I said that for England a couple years ago, and just showing up didn't turn into really anything at all. It was a disaster straight out, but I hate looking at the odds on paper. It rarely works out that way.
I will agree that I actually wrote this this week because writing does still matter. With everyone on the table for Team USA, Plessinger and Hampshire were in the mix. It's not like not like we had to go rummaging to find them. If Sexton was in, Plessinger would likely be the open rider.
Absolutely.
So he was always an A pick. It was between Deegan and RJ for the MX2 spot, but RJ was in that conversation.
Absolutely.
Again, he was an A pick.
Yeah.
It's only Craig who is a bit of a swing for the fences. And how many... for years, every single European country struggled to get that third rider, so this is nothing new.
I mean, France won with an Enduro guy.
Right.
Yes.
They took an Enduro guy and they won. So, yeah, it's fine.
Hashtag we can.
Yeah, hashtag Christian Craig... Weege, 450 motocross. Christian Craig on a Honda or a Yamaha has put in some really good results over the years outdoors. So, yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, but my point is, the reason we even got to the Craig point is, to me, people were underselling.
Yes.
I hadn't even, good point, actually. RJ and Deegan were locked together in points most of the year, even in the SMX points. Even combining their Supercross and Motocross points together, they were about equal all year. So the Hampshire and Plessinger are these guys. I just don't understand. The Craig thing's a real wild card, but we wouldn't have gotten to the point of Craig, I think, if people weren't so down on these two guys who are actually not that bad. Okay, I will admit, Plessinger did get beat by Sexton in most motos this year, but the Dutch team isn't going to have Hurlings either. That's just how it works sometimes. You could still win.
Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah, look.
Yeah.
You got me more fired up than ever before. Yeah, I think yes, it's a good team. It's a good team, damn it.
Yeah, and here's the one thing. I would assume there's no pressure.
Yeah.
Not like last year. I mean, if they don't win last year, goddamn disaster. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Right? If they finish second at Redbud last year, it is a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's the pressure that these guys are dealing with this year. Now, I'm going to assume Craig came on the show to say that he's been motoing down. I mean, obviously, it's a worry of the guys not raced motocross all year, never raced it on a Husky. I'm assuming he's saying he's been motoing down and he's getting ready, right?
Yeah. He's 6 weeks on the bike, feels good, all that. Elbow's not bothering him.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one wild card. But if he says he's 100% and that's true, well, that's not that bad.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm with you. Jason Weigandt on the show, brought to you by OGO. By the way, we got a call for you, Weege, from Austin. Go ahead, Austin. What's your comment?
Hey, I just wanted to chime in here a little bit. You guys were talking about USA needing to be consistent coming up to the MXDN, and talking about Sexton not racing throughout the year. He hasn't been consistent or hasn't handled the pressure situations that well. So picking the team that we do have, less Sexton, might be advantageous to us.
No, come on, Austin. I know what you're saying, Austin, but I'll take Chase Sexton and his quote-unquote inconsistency. I'll take it.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Do we see the mental mistakes happen at KTM in 2024 with Sexton?
Sir, you're going to have to stay tuned for the Racer X preview videos for that, for my opinion on that.
Right.
Yeah, you have to stay tuned for that. Maybe Weege will put him in the first show this year. Who knows? We're still to be determined. But thanks, Austin. Thank you.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's up to the committee. Weege buried Sexton. And, as the captain of his ship, I found that offensive.
Oh, you're the captain.
No comment.
Okay.
I will say, do you not feel as though it is trendy to slander Chase this year? I feel like it is.
100% it is. I agree. I think it's harsh.
The announcers that Weege was just talking about don't exactly help.
Well, yeah, but announcers, fans on Twitter, no matter where you go, it does feel like it is the cool thing to put him down. Sad.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it is, and I think he hears it. And I'm going to say, okay, a lot of the times these guys complain about things that I feel are not justified. But if I were him, I would be mad. Actually,
yeah, I would be too. I think Ricky and James have went a little far. James and him are obviously something personal. James used to coach him, and I like James and I like Chase, but it's been unfair to me a few times. And the guy's a 450 Supercross champion, and if Tomac doesn't tear his Achilles, Sexton wins one less race than him and finishes second.
And probably takes the tag of fastest rider in the series.
Yeah. Well, he's the fastest rider anyways in the series. Yeah. I'm with you, Lewis. There is a little bit.
I don't even want to get into the TV guys. They've said their piece, which is look, he's crashing in races he can win, and we're going to call that out, and we're going to criticize that, and I think that's their job, and that's fine. I'm more of I'll give you an example. The caller literally just said the mental mistakes. There's been this massive, the call was based on, can he not handle the pressure? So I was defending all year long. People are like, oh, is Jet in his head? Is this in his head? I'm like, bro, I watched Eli Tomac beat him in 8 straight motos last year, and usually once he gets that, whoever he's against, Roxon or Marvin or Dunge or whoever, he just squeezes the life out of you and you're done. And then I saw Sexton do what no one else has ever been able to do and come back and then start beating Tomac again. And then they went down to the final round. Tomac did beat him, but I don't feel like Sexton choked. Like, he rode really good. He just got beat. And I'm like, I just watched Chase Sexton go toe-to-toe with one of the gnarliest dudes ever and take it down to the wire. Don't tell me that the dude chokes. Don't tell me that the guy has people get in his head. He could have put up the white flag and finished 80 points behind Tomac last summer, no problem. But he did not.
And what's weird what's weird about that is Tomac had that kind of floating around until he won the title, and it kind of went away. Well, Sexton won the title.
Yep.
And it didn't go away, Yeah. But
I'm sure it's going to be because Tomac was ahead of him in points.
No, I know.
But I'm like, I saw the guy crash. He'd get up, try again, beat them the next week, be faster than. I'm like, the dude is gritty as hell. So, yeah, I'm just not here for the mental. I'm like, listen, the guy's gnarly mentally as far as I'm concerned.
I know they're your buddies, but you don't think Ricky and especially James are a little hard on him?
Yeah, they are hard on him, but they'll tell you that that's justified.
Yep. I'd love for them to be hard on anyone else at all, ever. Like, okay, I'll get point taken. I'll agree with that, but then they don't carry that standard to anyone else. Then, so that's all.
Take that up with them.
Okay, I will.
Yes, I do feel that it went really far, and I just there were so many things working against Sexton. Like, look, the jet thing has got to be really difficult for everybody to deal with. Here's what I always say. It is unfortunate that the team that loses the Super Bowl is considered the loser, and the team that didn't even make the playoffs isn't even being talked about at that point of the year, right? So when Jet goes 22-0, most of it is Jet's awesome, but a little bit of it is, why couldn't Chase beat him? Did anybody say, what's wrong with Plessinger or Ferrandis or Anderson? Why couldn't these guys? No, they're so far back that no one's even complaining about that.
Yeah,
Chad Reed, it was like, oh, Chad Reed, Carmichael's in his head, Stu's in his head. Why can't he beat him? Like, we ain't saying that about Andrew Short or Millsaps or anybody else.
Thank God you didn't say Tim Ferry right there. I would have hung up on you. But, yeah.
No one was saying that about Justin Brayton, right? No one was saying that Brayton sucks. He's Villapoto's in his head. He can't beat him. He's just like, we don't even think it's possible.
Right.
So by being good, you actually end up getting extra criticism.
Buffalo Bills in the 90s, same thing. Lewis, you know that.
Who can forget?
Who can forget, Lewis? The Buffalo Bills of the 90s.
I just feel like Bill deserved more respect.
Yes, the Buffalo Bills, I remember going to school and hearing kids say the Buffalo Bills suck, and I'm like, but they're the second best team in football 4 years in a row. They're better than 28 or whatever other teams. But because they lose in the high-profile game, they're the ones that get made fun of.
Think how hard it is to go to 4 straight Super Bowls. Think how hard that is.
I don't think it's ever been done.
Right.
Yeah, boy, I love losing Super Bowls. That's what Bill stands for. So
I didn't know that.
Oh, you never heard that one?
I never heard that one.
Boy, I love losing Super Bowls. So my point is, I'm like, Sexton is taking all the brunt because no one's like, oh, Plessinger, why can't you get it done? Because he was 40 seconds back, so they weren't even talking about that. It was like all Chase, you didn't get it done, and everybody else gets a free pass.
Yep. No, I'm with you. Absolutely. Well said, for sure. Anything else for Weech, Lewis?
No, I liked that little speech.
You did?
I approved it.
Okay, you approve it?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thanks, Weege. Appreciate it. Look for Lee at Re-Raceables this week, and we just did one with Ryan Sipes on Indianapolis 2011. I'm going to throw that plug out there. It's a great podcast Weech and I do.
How many times do I need to request that you do San Diego 2005? Is there like a queue? Or
Chad? Should we get Chad?
We could get Chad to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, Chad would do that. Yep.
That's all I want.
Okay. All right.
That was a good one. That was a good one. And that was an example. The amount of times I heard people say, if Chad Reed could just get out of his own head, if Chad Reed could just not have Stu and Carmichael in his own head. I'm like, in his own head, he got beat 6 weeks in a row, and then the 7th week he came back and beat the dude straight up. I think that's the definition of not being in your head. Like, he kept taking his beatings and coming back just as strong the next week.
Maybe.
What more can you ask for?
Maybe we can call LaRocco. He unlapped himself, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, we can call LaRocco about that one.
Okay, that's right.
Chad slowed down, and Ricky LaRocco rode by.
And RC, who's all about managing titles, hit the whoops Mach 12 on the last lap to try to win the race, even though he already had a solid points lead.
Yeah, just managing it. Yeah, absolutely. No, I know, right?
Oh, God.
Oh, we have X Brands for you. Let's do that before we go. My bad. I forgot all about that. Should have reminded me. One of my producers should have mentioned that.
Oh, we're far from done.
No. Okay, X Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Let's do this.
It's the X Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
All right, we're really up against the clock, so let's make this short, Lewis. Here we go. X Brand Goggles, Choice of Champions everywhere. Pulp Show 23, the code to save. Great goggle. Terrific goggle, actually.
Tried and tested by Bootron in the early stages.
Absolutely. Here we go.
All right, Weege. Would you rather save $100 or pay $100 to learn the secret to cooking the perfect hamburger?
Oh, it's going to be save $100. Sorry.
All right.
Yep.
Lewis, only a soulless person has no passion for music. So the question is, when did you sell your soul to the devil?
A long time ago. I'm just going through the motions.
We're going to have Rock Talk tonight.
Very excited.
Yep.
Going through the motions.
Steve, is there a more baffling characteristic than a person who doesn't care about music?
No, but honestly, Lewis puts himself in the same category as Chad Reed. Chad once told me that he drives around with no radio on, and he didn't know who AC/DC were. He didn't know Thunderstruck. He didn't know anything about them being Australian or anything.
They're Australian.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Chad and Lewis, same guy.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Right on cue. Right on cue.
Weege, how is Lane's race career looking? Are you pushing him towards baseball?
Yes, 1,000,000%. I just sweated out 2 12-hour days at the baseball field the last 2 days. Existential crisis, questioning everything I've done in my life horribly. Then he got 2 hits, and I was walking on cloud 9. He's ridden about 6 times this year, so I think it's pretty obvious what direction we're going.
All right, 19 seconds. Good job.
Lewis, you have to name one regret with joining Vital MX. Why is it Michael Lindsay?
What do I do with that?
Wow.
I just read the questions.
I'm not even sure that's a question, is it?
I mean,
why is it Michael Lindsay?
It's not. It's Jamie.
Solid.
Hitman.
Yes.
Steve, name the 3 biggest milestones in your life, and starting with number 2 and 3 behind you 2 at the Vegas Sphere.
Milestones, well, meeting the Edge is number 1. Going to see the Edge at the Sphere is number 2. And then 3 would be probably Summercross. How's that? Well, by the way, on a group text, I put a bunch of videos from the Sphere, and everyone said it was amazing and how awesome, and everybody wants to go, and we just like, I'm out. So just 2.
Yeah, he said something about a $24 double vodka or something.
Yeah, I said my drink was $30. I think it was my double vodka and soda.
I'm out. I'm out. Do not tell my wife this place exists.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weege, how much would you pay for PulpMX Media Empire?
Yeah.
Oh, we were actually trying to make a deal just last week.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, I ended up having I have an old bank account that I think something was still paying into, and occasionally I look at it, and I was like, oh, there's $700 just sitting there, and I didn't know. Like some, I don't know, maybe Red Bull money went in there or something like that. So I said, JT, stock market expert, can you tell me where to spend $700? And I think we decided if I could buy Pulp for $700, it'd be a worthwhile investment. So Steve.
Yeah, I turned it down. I did say I'm going to be selling junk bonds to raise capital for Pulp too. Stay tuned for that offering.
Yeah. Okay.
Lewis, do you have $800 right now?
Yes. Would you like it?
I would, yeah.
Okay.
Wow, that was easy.
Low blow at Jamie. Low blow.
Yes.
All right, Steve, last one. Which factory racer relocation will bear the most fruit in 2024 Supercross?
Stay tuned. Lewis and I, that is to be discussed later this show. Stay tuned. All right.
Okay.
X-Brand goggles. Choice of champions everywhere, including a Phil Nicoletti with the FXR Factory Ride goggle. I'm just saying. Choice of LCQ champions everywhere. All right, Weege.
Undefeated season.
Undefeated. Just like Jet, right? Same level?
Yes, 2 undefeated seasons.
Yep.
Well, I guess we determined it. That we have just determined that SMX is equal.
We did. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, Phil's LCQ streak is the same as 22-0. We just finally determined this.
Came back around to the start of this conversation.
Yes,
It's great.
yes.
Thanks, Weege. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it. And we'll talk soon, man. Thank you.
Yep. See you guys.
All right. That's Jason Weigandt, everybody. Brought to you by OGO Power Sports. MTX Braking. PulpMX is an introductory code over there at mtxbraking.com. You got an e-bike? These things are fantastic. I've got them in my e-bikes. They have the red compound. They have 2 compounds, red and gold. The red one's the racing one, which I really like, but all of them work really well. More power, better modulation while remaining dead silent, inspired by the motocross and power sports. Available in over 800 power sports dealers around. mtxbraking.com. Use the code PulpMX to save. Great e-bike, mountain bike pads. Great mountain bike pads everywhere, but really good on e-bikes.
Is that the same MTX that title sponsors Steve Dixon's team in GPs?
No.
Oh, okay.
Different.
Okay.
All right, we're going to take a commercial break here. We got Ryder D coming up. We have Jade Dungey. We have Paul Perebijnos. We have Rock Talk. I have a gift coming from you, and much more coming here on the PulpMX Show. So stay tuned. We're right back after this with Lewis Phillips.
Great radio, bros.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jake Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranjit, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked. Whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jake Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala, I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO. I'm Jade Dungey, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing, Decal Works, Lewis Phillips from Vital MX here in studio as well. Ryder D coming up, Jade Dungey, Paul Perebijnos. We got Rock Talk as well. Many things coming up here on the show. Lewis, I guess let's do the Race Tech rant right now. Shall we do that?
Let's go.
Racetech.com, Motorwork suspension work. PulpMX is the code to save. Just tell them you listen to Pulp. They'll give you a discount. They do motor work for some privateer teams. They got suspension going on as well. Of course, the Gold Valves came out in like 1985 or something. Still running strong. They got suspension clinics going on, suspension seminars, motor seminars happening in Corona, California this month. So go to racetech.com to learn more about that. Racetech rant, it's a simple one. So we're doing our Millville Ride Day. October 14th is private day, 150 people or so. We're really trying to limit it. And then we are going on the 15th, the next day. It's open. You just got to pay to ride.
Yeah.
You got to pay to ride either day, but the 14th is a little more exclusive. And we that's just to keep the track better and less guys and, just whatever. So we're doing a Millville Ride Day. Thanks to Spring Creek guys about that and everything else. We're setting it up. It should be a great time. I got over 500 emails to come ride on the Saturday. So I had to go through them all, read them all, and see what was going on. And I needed, between the Yamaha guys and the VIP guys, like Villapoto and Pike and Starling and these guys, I had about 40 spots, which is 80 spots, because I gave everybody that got in a +1, because, Dark.
Yes.
Dark is taking up a spot.
His many friends.
Yeah, and all his greasy buddies with their bandanas. So I didn't do it to everyone because I'm just lazy. I didn't get around to it. But if you didn't get picked by me for one of the 40 spots, I sent you an email that said, hey, man, sorry you didn't get in. You're welcome to hang out Saturday. It was a Pulp show Saturday night. And you're welcome to ride on Sunday all day. Just kind of like to remind people that you can still ride on Sunday. All this. I didn't send it to everybody. I tried to. So if you didn't get an email, I'll maybe get to you. If not, this is your notice that you can ride on Sunday. Anyways, I got 3 or 4 people right back, basically begging to get in. And I mean, they sound like nice people, but you didn't get picked. You didn't get picked. You didn't make it for whatever reason. I don't know what you look like or what you do. There was no reason why you didn't make it. You just didn't make the cut, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I randomly. I picked some guys from Canada. I picked some guys that showed me a photo of their wife's boobs. Some guy that showed me a photo of a Yamaha. Different reasons for. I was just scrolling through emails yeah, no, yeah. You know what I mean? There's no rhyme or reason to it, really. And then I thought it would be nice to say thank you for your interest. That's it. You didn't win. There's no begging.
The confusing part for me.
There's no begging to get it. You didn't make it. Don't write back begging.
So as far as I can tell, all that they are missing out on is they can't share the track with their heroes, like Jamie. They
Right.
can still be there.
Yeah.
They just can't share the track. That is the only thing that they are missing
You just
out on.
can't ride.
Yes.
That's
for,
it.
For one day. You can ride on the second day.
You can hang out. You can eat hot dogs. You can talk to Jamie.
Yep.
He'll definitely talk to you back.
Yes.
I mean, he'll take a photo with you. Anything you want. Do fireball shots. You can do fireball shots with Jamie.
Business cards.
You guys can talk hairstyles. Maybe he can give you some ideas on digging ditches.
Donuts.
Yeah, donuts, all that. Kiefer will probably, Kiefer will bro you down.
Relationship
right?
advice. Yeah, a lot going on.
So you could do
That's right.
almost anything on Saturday but ride the track.
So, yeah, you're not missing out on anything, really.
Well, you're missing out on riding the track Saturday.
You're missing out on riding the track with your heroes. You're not missing out on riding the track.
Good point.
Because
the
that's
next
Sunday,
day,
yes.
The next day, you ride the track.
So the only thing that's different is you're not going to share the track with insert rider here.
Yeah.
Which is really, who cares?
Right. So I don't know, it's like the whole thing of just society today where, okay, so now there's a C final at the Motocross of the Nations.
Yeah, that's weird.
There's a C final. So, hey, Turkey and Iceland. Sorry, Ireland. Whoa, sorry, no, my apologies to the Irish. Iceland. Hey, Iceland and Turkey, you're going to have your own championship, right? That's what they're doing. You're going to have your own championship, and you go, I want a championship. It's that whole thing about, everyone wants in, and no one takes no for an answer, and everyone's special, and I don't know. That's my rant. It's just, you didn't get in. Come hang out. Don't write back and be like, hey, man, please.
People are weird. I don't know if you know this, but there are a lot of strange people in the world. A lot of them frequent this industry as well. Strange people in the world.
That's my rant. That's my race tech rant. You just take your L, take it respectfully. Come hang out on Saturday.
Yeah, I honestly don't see the problem because you're not banned from the event. You can do everything. You can still tell everyone you rode Spring Creek. You can still hang out, watch the Pulp show, etc., etc., etc. So you're not missing out on anything at all.
No, I mean, you can even...
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
You can fly them in from L.A.
Well, you get a +1.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I mean, it's not a huge rant. It's just a little bit of a thing that, come on, man. I don't know. Marks has a rant, too. Marks?
I don't anymore. No.
What was your rant?
My rant was going to be we ordered Chick-fil-A for dinner, and Lewis got chicken strips, chicken fingers.
Yep.
When asked what sauce he wanted, he said ketchup. Sauce.
Yep. Like the majority of the population.
Kiefer just texted me. He's selling his spot on Saturday to anybody. So if you want in, call Kiefer. He won't ride, and he'll just make money on his spot on Saturday.
You could probably sell a spot for decent money, I think.
Funny you say that. Okay, so we actually, this is, what, did you know about this?
Know about what?
Our guy Checkers at Race Tech, he's going. He'll be there. We gave a spot up for auction for a rider that passed away. It is a 21-year-old rider, Austin Christensen, it looks like. Christiansen. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it. I apologize. Austin passed away riding a dirt bike, and they're having a memorial race for him on October 7th in Minnesota, and they are auctioning off a lot of the pro riders' gear. AP gave some stuff as well, and so we gave them to a spot to auction off. So we are auctioning off a spot. If you want to win this thing, go motokazie.com, motokazie.com for more information on this. I think you got to be at the track, though, to bid on this, I believe. I don't think it's an online thing. But we are giving away one spot for this memorial race for Austin, October 7th in Minnesota. So
that's a good deal.
Yeah. So there we are. Breaking news, too. A Jamie Guida said he'll sell his for $800.
I was just going to say, I would imagine that would be going for that price.
Right. So, and then so you did try the Chick-fil-A sauce.
Yes. I almost died. I'm relieved to be here to tell the tale.
Like pulling teeth to get him to try that.
It was on my last chicken tender. Really just at the buzzer, I came through.
Sacrifice the tip of the finger.
It was, started off okay. Pleasant.
Yeah.
Then we took a turn.
Yeah.
And the zest kicked in. and my life flashed before my eyes. Not many highlights, to be honest with you, but flashed before my eyes nonetheless. I came out the other side, and I won't be returning to the Chick-fil-A. What is it? The Chick-fil-A chicken sauce?
Chick-fil-A sauce.
Chick-fil-A sauce.
Yeah.
It's a solid 1 out of 10.
Wow.
Yep.
You know, you dragged me to this Nando's place.
And you loved it.
I did like it, but you think I wanted to try someplace called Nando's? It's like, Nando's. No, you're like, hey, mate, let's go to the Nando's. And
that went from Australian to English in one sentence.
Yeah, so you said that to me, and you dragged me to Nando's. You got lost when we were walking there. We finally found it.
Yep.
And I'm like, but I tried it, and it was really good.
Oh, look, we have a fine example of one of the nut jobs in the world in front of me. Because Nando's is a chicken restaurant. So it's, well, what do they do, Lewis? I'm not sure about this place. Don't worry, Steve. It's chicken. Are you familiar with chicken?
Sure. There was tons of spices that they put all over their chicken. You could pick your spice and everything.
And I guided you like the light of your life. And I guided you in the right direction.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I can't believe you don't like Chick-fil-A sauce, but that's that. Do you have a rant? Do you have a race tech rant?
Not right now.
Okay.
But can we let it fester?
Sure.
I mean, a couple more hours with you, and I'm sure I'll have one.
Okay, all right. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Off-Road Warehouse. PulpMX is the code to save with those guys. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. Stop in and check out the latest in Jeep, truck, overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. And they install everything they sell as well. Suspension kits, tires, and wheels to more. Stores all across America. ORW, this is the butt patch that Dino, Phil, and others have on.
Based on the amount of times that Dean has shared it, I would imagine that the support is quite beneficial for him.
Yes, absolutely. All right, speaking of ORWs, let's talk a little silly season before we get Ryder D on. Enzo Lopes.
Oh.
There was a PR saying he signed for Club MX for 2024.
Correct.
I don't know.
I think we do know. It's just going to take some time to get to that point.
Sounds like he's doing Star.
Yes.
Supercross only.
I just wouldn't expect any final information or confirmation anytime soon.
I think it's getting a little ugly behind the scenes. And but I expect Enzo to race for Star.
Yes, because normally when you have one of these situations, the direction that the rider wants to go in, which would obviously be Star in this instance, it does end up going that way.
Right.
Rarely do you see a rider have to go the path that they don't want to.
Right. It usually works out.
Yes.
Yeah. A la Barsha and TLD Gas a few years ago. Right?
And Suwa with Kawasaki and Yamaha this year.
Right. So that's a little silly season scoop.
So what is this spot? Because I know that Star spoke to another rider about this Enzo spot.
I don't know. I thought they were full.
What rider is this replacing?
I don't know, man. It's Bobby Reagan.
Star just went, let's have another rider.
We need 10. We need 10 guys. Because they got Bennett.
Yep.
They got the Towers.
Yep.
Amateur.
Yep.
Jordan.
Yep.
Romano.
Yep.
Deegan.
It's getting full. Yep. Robertson.
Styles. Lopes.
So Lopes is a 7th.
You know we're missing somebody. No,
Yeah.
no, you know we're missing somebody. Somebody's screaming at their computer right now.
Are we? I think we might be good. Jordan,
Bennett, Styles, Deegan, Romano. We didn't say Romano.
No, you did say Romano.
I did say Romano?
Yeah.
That's 8.
I mean, that is an adequate number of
It
riders.
feels like it's a lot. Yeah, it feels like it's pretty fine.
I feel like that, yeah. I mean, if they want to be ballsy, they could go to 11. But obviously, they're taking the sensible approach and going with the limited number of 8 riders.
Also, Ducati snooping around, right? Ducati is racing MXGP in 2025.
Yep.
They're snooping around. They're meeting with teams. We've known that for a while. They're going to make it. Beta's coming in. Triumph's coming in, and Ducati in a couple years.
Yeah, I think everyone would be surprised to learn how many American races Ducati have been at this year. I would say definitely more than 10.
Right.
They have been snooping around a lot. They visited teams at workshops, which is surprising because I don't think America is coming until 2027.
No one's seen a bike yet, right?
So there's a bike. There is a 450 being ridden.
Thrasher. Thank you, Jamie.
Yes, there we go.
Jamie coming through.
You can always rely on someone.
Absolutely. He's probably just hammered right now on fireballs.
He's thrashing them. No, so in Italy at the moment, there is a Ducati 450 being ridden daily by a top 5 Italian championship rider whose name escapes me at the moment, but it wouldn't be recognizable.
Has anybody seen it?
No.
Photos?
No, I haven't seen it,
Right.
but from what I hear, the package that is being ridden is really good, like very competitive. And
This isn't an Aprilia Josh Coppens thing.
I don't think so,
Yeah.
but it does have a bit of an air of that, you could say.
Right.
But I like the fact that originally we thought they were going to do MXGP and maybe even America next year. They're just doing the Italian Championship, and I like the fact that they are slowly catchy monkey. They're not just rushing in and going racing. They are paying their dues and taking their time and step by step.
Might be a 94 Ducati talk. Might be
But
some
then
94 Ducati talk.
We don't think that would be 2025, do we? Or maybe it could be?
That's what I heard. Yeah,
I
2025.
guess if you've got that option, then if you're Ducati, you would... Well, actually, speaking of which, so I was talking to someone close to Ducati in August, and they said they do not care about MXGP. Ducati are doing this to win in America. If they win the MXGP title and aren't successful in America, the project is a failure. They care about America 20 times more than MXGP. If they win in America and come last in MXGP, that's good by them. So that would tell you that they want to go for these names.
I think you'd be surprised at what we're seeing coming.
I think Ducati are making some big moves behind the
They
scenes.
got money.
Yeah, and I
would assume.
I've always heard that, I don't know how true this is, but I've always heard that Ducati, KTM going to MotoGP, a subject we're both experts on.
Absolutely.
KTM going to MotoGP essentially shit on Ducati's turf, to put it professionally.
Yep.
So Ducati coming into motocross is kind of a little bit of a retaliation. You come to our playground, well, let us go to yours.
Wow. Oh. Don't really know about anything about MotoGP, but
No, neither do I. Don't ask
makes
me a
sense.
follow-up.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
So silly season talk there. Don't be surprised to see Ducati and some big names when they do it. Throw it together when they do come together.
Yeah, and it should. Well, I know for a fact that it's 451st in Europe, so I would presume 451st in America.
Yeah, I would think so. Lewis Phillips brought to you by EVS Sports. Lewis, what do you think of when I say EVS Sports?
I went to EVS a couple of years ago, and the address was Compton, and it really scared me, but it was not a dangerous part of Compton.
Okay.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Great stuff. EVS-sports.com. RJ Hampshire, Team USA. Chiz, Axel Hodges, Pastrana, all wear EVS when they race, ride, or whatever. Travis decides to do that. Jay, check out EVSsports.com. Use the code PULP30 at EVS-sports.com. These guys are really good in the protection world. They do a lot of great things. A lot of racers have grown up with EVS, used it, including and using it today. EVS Sports, we are protection, EVS-sports.com. PULP30, the code to save. All the codes to save on PulpMXShow.com. And under sponsor deals, you can check that out. We thank those guys as well for coming on board. They're bringing you Lewis Phillips, those guys, EVS Sports. And they're coming up next with Ryder D as well. Real quickly, Ryder D, he's not on the phone right now, so don't worry.
Okay, phew.
Ryder D, Levi Kitchen, Joe Schmoda. All switching.
Yep.
All big name guys.
Yep.
Who has the most success?
Well, I think Joe, just because he's already kind of there, but biggest upward trajectory, I think Levi. I think that there was a lot of Levi hype coming into this year, and it was too early, whereas now more of the pieces of the puzzle are in place, and they should be put together.
When you see him whole shot and win a national moto, when you see him whole shot and win SMX thing, it's in there, right? Supercross, got Supercross win in Seattle. It's in there.
Can you think of another rider who's so start dependent? Because I can't. I feel like there was someone like in the 2000s, but
yeah,
I can't think of another rider who, if he holds shots, he can win easily.
Yeah.
But if he starts 10th, he won't be able to progress higher than 9th.
Yeah, it is. It's a weird to look. I mean, we talked for a long time about Justin Cooper's vault and how great he was, but how few wins he had, right? Levi's got the same thing going on a little bit in his vault results, right? So, so it should be interesting to see what he does. I think Joe also because of that Honda thing, or you said Levi, sorry. I think Joe because of that Honda thing, just being concentrated and him and Hymas, the only 250 guys, and, kind of, I don't know if we're going to get fooled again by the Joe Schmoda late season surge, because it happened to us last year.
Yep.
But, yeah.
I do. Do you think that there is? I think there's a bit of pressure and a bit of urgency for Joe to actually get the job done next year, because as you say, we've seen the same story play out enough times where if the same story unfolds in 2024, I think questions have to be asked.
Right.
So
I think you're right.
A bit of pressure from that side.
Yep, I think you're right. I think that's fair. When you're on factory Honda and you're getting paid what he's getting paid, and you have all the attention on there, when you have Hunter and Jet and their 250 legacy, the bikes look good, right? So all of that, I think there is a little bit of questions if he doesn't perform.
I guess he'll be dog pound?
Dog pound, but still working with Nick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, from what I hear.
What about Ryder D? I guess the RV relationship is over?
I don't think so, but we can ask him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. At Cherubies USA, at Cherubies USA on social media. Please check them out, whether it's Barsha, who's on the TLD Gas team, just like Ryder D, AC, Cooper, Webb, Jason Anderson, many others along the way. At Cherubies has fine-tuned the products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. At Cherubies USA on social media, bringing you our next guest of the night. It's Ryder DiFrancesco. What's up, Ryder? How are you, man?
Good, how are you?
We're good. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. I know we just had you on, but you had a little bit of news, so,
Yeah, big news today.
What about the Ryan Villapoto question that Lewis just asked? From what I understand, you're staying with him, right?
Yeah, it should be all good for next year.
Well, what does that mean for Will Harden then?
Well, Will can work.
He's just Pierce Brown.
Colt Nichols?
Okay.
Colt Nichols?
I think we'll all work together, honestly. I think it'll be a good gig for all of us.
Okay, a bit of like a hybrid, like Will helps with some things, RV helps with some things.
Yeah.
Listen, RV's busy. He's got a lot of commitments. He's TV star now, Ryder, he told me he was the best Race Day Live guy ever. He told me that.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's going to hype himself up.
Right. Hey, great video. Great silly season announcement video. Did you see it?
Yes.
Lewis, fantastic job, Ryder. That was great.
No, it was good. Those guys know how to do it right. They had this plan. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. And then, it turned out a lot better than I expected.
How many takes into the pool?
Just one.
Oh, okay.
Surprisingly.
All right. Didn't know how that went. You know what movie that's from, right? Do you know?
Old School.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Lewis doesn't know that.
No, I just presumed it was a video. I didn't realize it was a
Nah, you got to watch it.
Yeah, it's from the movie.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
really
probably
good.
would have appreciated the video more if I knew that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really, really cool. Good job on that. So, how much have you ridden the bike?
I did about 30 minutes from that video that you guys saw on the Supercross track, and then I rode a full day at Glen Helen, and then they gave me a 450 factory edition just to come home. I'm in Bakersfield right now.
Okay.
Just to hang out and ride around. And, dude, that bike's really good.
Yeah, I bet. 450.
It's a really good bike.
450 Life is pretty nice, right?
Yeah. And even the bike that I rode at Glen Helen just a one day, that was their factory 250. And
okay.
Yeah, I couldn't be more stoked.
Yeah, really, right? So what did you think of the 250 on a soupy track?
It's a lot quieter than the PC bike, which is different. It doesn't seem like it's as fast, but right away I was comfortable, and I went into it trying not to think about it too much, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I adapted really well, and each time I get on the 450, I'm pushing it more and more and more, so I get a little more comfortable. But yeah, no problems yet. I'm stoked.
Yeah. No, listen, Ryder. Every rider tells us how stoked they are on their new bike, so I get it. But yeah, I am interested to see what you think. Listen, you've had a green front fender in front of you your whole life, maybe except for a Cobra. I don't know, but yeah, you've basically had a green front fender in front of your whole life. So
yeah, and I think maybe that's why I'm so excited about it. But yeah, it's been a long time. We've always had the opportunity to maybe go somewhere else, like when my contracts were up with Kawasaki.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just been we'll stick it out. My bike's is really good. When I was on 85s, and we're we just can't move. Cali's is our home.
Right.
And so it's always been a discussion around the house when it comes time. And then, this is the time that we switched up. And I think we made a good switch.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone kind of knew this was happening a long time ago. So was it a pretty easy decision? Like when this offer got put in front of you, was it kind of cut and dry that this was the direction you wanted to go, or were there other options that you seriously considered?
There were some other options that I considered, and there was a lot of phone calls back and forth on what I was comfortable with, and I think I just needed a change. Obviously, Mitch's team is a really good team to be on, but it was time just to have something new and relearn something and have that fun back into it of having a new front fender in front of me. And that's what it came down to is that. So, I thank Mitch, and I just think it was time for me to move on.
I've never really thought about this, and obviously you don't know yet. But do you think you will benefit from being one of only two 250 riders on the Gas team instead of on a team like Pro Circuit or Star, where there are a lot of 250 riders?
I think I'll learn more of that when we go racing.
Could you see it helping though?
I think so. Obviously, you're going to get all the focus when there's only 250 guys instead of 5. And I think it will help with some things for sure. How couldn't it? But yeah, I mean, couldn't really answer that until we go racing.
What's your new number? I didn't even look today.
34.
Ooh, how do we feel about that?
I want to keep 75, but
75 is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have that pool yet.
No, not yet. Would you go? Would you go 75 if you finish top 10 overall?
Yeah, 75 or either 23.
Oh, okay. Yeah. 2-year deal? Can we tell it? Can you tell us?
2-year deal.
2-year deal. Okay. Well, that's exciting. Yeah, and Barsha is a good guy to be around, and he works really hard off the bike. You're gonna get probably soak in some of that too as well, like what the top 450 guy does. So that's really great because certainly he's a race winner and all of that, so that'll help. And then also, I think Mitch blew it on this one. I really do. I know Ryder's on the phone right now, and I never got the sense, Ryder, and I like Mitch. He's a good dude. He's awesome. He's a legend. I never got the sense that Mitch was 100% stoked with you over the years. And sometimes you went backwards in races, sure. You had a nice end of the year this year. I don't know. It felt like for as much as you've been Team Green and as many titles as you won in the amateur title, I think Mitch was never all in on you. And I don't know. I've been wrong before, but I think Kawasaki is going to regret this a little bit.
Yeah, I could say a lot.
Okay, but don't get yourself in trouble. But yeah,
no, for sure. And Mitch has had my back obviously since 65s and all the way up through. I didn't even have a pro contract the last 2 years, and he took me under his wing and gave me the opportunity to have 2 or 1.5 of pro outdoor seasons. So I thank him a lot. But there is times where I'm like, he didn't even tell me good job this weekend. Like, but that's just Mitch, and he's, I don't know. I mean, you can call him an old man, and that's just how he works.
Yeah, it's tough love. It's tough love over there.
It is. Sure. It is really tough love, and you got to take it. You got to take it like that. But there is also days where, like, man, I wish you had told me good job today.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was very tough, and I think that's why I needed this new start to my program.
Right.
Just something different, and I think this is the right fit for me. Those guys over at TLD, it's a super small team, so I'll have all those guys around me, and
I think too, it'll be more fun. I think it'll be more fun.
For sure.
And look, that doesn't mean not training and not working hard. It doesn't mean that. It just, it'll be a little more fun, and maybe you'll thrive a little bit under there. I'm a little surprised that the amount you've won and the amount that Kawasaki put into you over the years, your leash wasn't a little bit longer there, and they didn't try to say, hey, let's just stick this Ryder D thing out. There's something here. Because I think there's something here. You know,
There is.
You know, so yeah. Lewis, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like, it's odd.
Well, I don't know how much you want to say, but reading between the lines, was there a Kawasaki offer? Can you say that? Was there an option to stay?
There wasn't an option to stay, no.
Okay, well, there goes my question.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But, like, I think if I had an option to stay or if I had an option to move on, it would have been tough, but I think I would have moved on. And that's what I think that new start is going to help.
I guess it's one of those things where them not giving you the option to stay, it kind of pushes you to make that leap into something new, which maybe you wouldn't have done if you had the option to stay comfortable.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, it'd be interesting to see what you do. I think the TLD Gas guys really got an up-and-coming star here in the sport, and you know, your starts are great, and you're putting things together. You had a nice second half of the season, you know. SMX went pretty well. There was one shitty moto in there, but you know, yeah.
Yeah, XMX was good. Obviously Charlotte. I talked to you guys after Charlotte, and that was good. And I think I learned on those 3 rounds, like, success can come pretty easy, but also it can turn on you really quick, and you can have a bad couple races. Like, I left Charlotte, and I'm, like, stoked. Like, that was good. That's where I should belong. Like, that's going to be me the next 2 races. And then, shit can go south really quick is what I learned those next 2. But, yeah, like, with how I was riding during the week and all of that, and how comfortable I felt on Supercross, that was, like, a huge step. Even RV was like, dude, you look like a totally different guy from when we started in January. So,
yeah, I never understood that either.
I think that part of it is a huge step.
I never understood that either. Ryder races chance in futures last year, and you know, battles and wins a couple, whatever. And then we go into this year, and there's just no talk of Ryder riding Supercross. No, he's still on the amateur contract. He can't race Supercross. He's got to, and I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
What the hell? Anyways, it was weird. The whole thing was weird. The whole Ryder D Pro Circuit thing was weird.
Yeah.
I'm just going on record as saying that.
Do you feel, again, maybe you don't want to say, but do you feel
Don't
like...
get him in trouble,
I'm not.
Lewis.
It's a question.
Okay.
Do you feel like racing futures and not Supercross this year was kind of a waste of your time? Like, look, in hindsight now, are you like, I would really like to have that time under my belt rather than now going into your rookie season?
Yeah, I got hurt at the beginning of the season, though, like the day after A2. I would have raced A2. So the weekend after the day after A1, I got hurt. So I missed A2 futures, and I think if I would have raced that and done well, I would have went East Coast Supercross.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't come back until Glendale, which was like round 10. And I raced futures there because I kind of just had to race. Like, that was my main goal there. But if I didn't get hurt and raced A2, I would have probably went East Coast Supercross. But also, I was still under amateur contract, so I really don't know.
Yeah, I just feel like
it could have played out so many different ways.
I heard that from the other side. He's under an amateur contract, and I'm like, you can't tear it up. You're Kawasaki. You're Kawasaki. You can't just.
You can do what you want.
I feel like you could terminate that contract. I feel like Kawasaki could terminate Kawasaki's contract and then put Ryder on a Kawasaki Pro contract. I don't know. Call me crazy. I just feel like that could happen. But anyways. Hey, you're up in Bakersfield. Jet Reynolds, obviously your teammate at Pro Circuit. He's not coming back there also, but he's been doing some test rides with teams. He's planning on racing, I hear?
Yeah, I rode with him. Let's see, I rode with him Friday, and then I rode with him today. And
Okay.
I cycled with him Thursday. So we've been
Yeah.
hanging out. He's got some things in the works.
Good. Okay.
So you'll see him racing this year, but I'm glad just to see him back healthy and riding again. Like,
it was a long sickness. It was a real long illness.
yeah, I couldn't tell you what that kid.
No, we just at some point the media said the press release said Jet Reynolds isn't racing. He's got an illness, and then he just never came back. It was the longest illness.
I think it said food poisoning to begin with.
Yeah.
And then it turned into illness.
Yeah.
And then it turned into missing.
Yeah, just gone. I'm glad. I'm glad he's gonna still race again and you know, try to get some finishes, because there was something there for Jet. You know, he didn't have the easiest year, but there was a few highlights.
Yeah, and you see it every day. Like, I just saw it today. I'm like, he's still really good and has that potential.
Yep.
He just needs the right people around him. And if that takes him moving across the country and riding for someone, then
yeah,
I just think he needs to get out of Bakersfield, get out of SoCal, like get somewhere where he's just ride, sleep, and like breathe that shit for a little bit.
Oh, we have a drop for that from Villeman. We have a drop somewhere for that about the dedication needed in Supercross, Ryder D.
Wake up, Supercross. Eat Supercross. Shit, Supercross. Fuck Supercross. And sleep Supercross.
That's it. That's all you got to do, Ryder.
Yeah.
Do you anticipate yourself staying in Southern California, or would you think you'll go Bamland? Bamland's for sale, or did he sell Bamland?
I think it's been for sale for a while.
Okay, I don't know if he's still going out there or whatever. But do you anticipate yourself traveling a little bit or staying in SoCal?
It depends what coast I race.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I do have the opportunity to go to Florida and ride someplace there if it comes. But
yep.
SoCal's, I live in Newport. It's nice. I mean, it's close to home. But if it comes to me moving to Florida, then it comes to that. But that's not not me. I feel like I'm a SoCal guy.
You live in Newport, like on your own, or with your mom and dad live there?
Yeah, Newport Beach by myself.
Dude, you made that much money to live in Newport?
No.
So family, like rental house or something? How are you living in Newport?
Vacation home, bro.
I wish I was a rider. You know, like I could have a place in Newport.
Yeah.
It's God's country down there.
I'm right next to RV.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Is he done with his renovations yet? What's going on with
No.
that? I feel like his renovations have been a year now.
It has been.
Every time I see them, I'm like,
he
dude.
lived in his motorhome for like 4 months, and then yeah.
Every time I see him, he's just like, yeah, man, Randall's almost done, and I'm like, this has been the longest. He bought some castle and gutted it, and then it's just been nothing but problems.
Maybe money's tight.
Yeah. Is money tight for him?
No, money isn't tight.
Okay, do we need a GoFundMe for RV's interior renovations?
He's trying to scrape together a couple of $100 to like finish a door or something.
Yeah.
Buy him a shovel.
Hey, did you know Barsha at all? Is this your first time? Like, did you have any relationship with him before?
No, I met him that same day that we jumped in the pool together. So.
That's nice. Yeah.
I like him so far.
Yeah, he's a spaz, man. You'll like him. He's pretty funny. He's pretty loose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should be good together.
Right.
He you could tell in that video he went all in.
Oh yeah.
He dedicated himself to that role.
Yes.
Pierce Brown was a little awkward. He was he had his lines dialed.
He had the option just to push me in the pool, and he's like, "Nah, we're going all in."
Yeah. No, I'm not surprised. Absolutely not on Barsha. He's on all in.
Maybe another question that you don't really want to talk about.
Lewis.
But no, this is fine. But you know, when the Team USA stuff was going down, there was talk that maybe you would go on a gas. So did you ever get involved in that talk? Did that ever reach you? Was that ever a thing?
Yeah, it was. The couple days after Charlotte, I got the call. My dad actually got the call from Roger, and I got asked if I wanted to go represent USA, and that's been my dream is to do that. And I've raced the Junior World Championships, so I've kind of got a little bit of taste of it, but I just didn't feel like I could put my full 100%, and I believe that's what it takes to go over there and represent your country is 110%. And I didn't think I had that, which is fine. And I think I'll get another opportunity to go do it. But, I got asked to go. But I just don't think I'm fully ready to go represent my country like that.
I think it's a smart move, yeah. Jumping on a foreign bike, first race, destinations, I think I'm with you, man, on that. Like, hopefully it comes around again for you again. But that would have been a really tough situation for you, for sure.
I got both sides of it. I got the side of you got the opportunity, so you should do it, and I'm like, no, like, it's a big letdown.
Yeah.
If you do drop the ball.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
I think it was a smart idea.
We've seen it over the years with Justin Cooper Webb. You know, the guys on losing teams. It's Speaking of that, Barcia's like 0-3 and ridden his balls off every time. I feel bad for Bam Bam.
Yeah, I think he's low-key pissed about it as well.
Right.
Because every time he's gone, he's lost, but he's been the best rider on Team USA.
Yeah. It would just suck to never win one, right?
Yeah.
Even if you just go 1-3 on your record or whatever, right? Like just sad. Yeah. Hey, Ryder D. By the way, brought to you by the folks at Cherubies, at Cherubies USA on social media. Check out their handguards, disc guards, frame guards, and more. And Ryder DiFrancesco running a Cherubies plastic on his gas TLD. So when you put the gear on, did you say, hey man, maybe I don't need the stuff that fits, where everyone can see my unit? Can you just loosen it up a little bit, or did you go for full, hugging TLD gear right off the bat? Where are we at?
It's pretty tight, but not as tight as Bam Bam stuff's pretty tight. I didn't want to go that tight. But,
I feel like it's a little too tight, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is good fitting stuff. So yeah, I got all my specs right, but the gear is actually super light.
Yeah.
Like the whole setup with like the goggles, the boots, like a super comfortable setup for sure.
It had to be weird for you to put that gear on and a TLD helmet and get on a gas. You had to be like,
it's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny. The first stuff I've ever wore on like my PW50 was Troy Lee stuff.
Oh, was it really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
So back to where I started.
You're coming back around. Yeah.
Back around.
Yeah.
I guess, that video was filmed at the Murrieta KTM tracks, and you've obviously been to the new HQ, I guess. So what are your thoughts on all of that? Because the two tracks they've got in Murrieta, the new HQ, it's all, I think it's all really impressive. So I'd imagine that had a bit of a wow factor for you.
Yeah, super impressive. And like the full track layout, 2 tracks, and they obviously got something else over there in the back, and then that shop that they got like is unmatchable. I've seen some pretty cool stuff at Cali. Obviously they've got like their full setup, but Cali has like jet skis, side by sides, moto, where KTM's just like a full motocross race shop, which it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, listen, I got e-bikes too. You can grab an e-bike there, Ryder D.
Yeah,
gas.
I got a new road bike.
Oh yeah, a felt one.
Yeah, felt.
Oh, you're all dialed in. Look at you.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Yeah, I rode. So I went to the shop first time the Monday after the Coliseum, rode the bike, and then I came to Bakersfield Wednesday, and I couldn't fit one more helmet in my truck. It was so full of stuff.
Nice.
I came home on Kid on Christmas.
Nice. Yeah, that's cool, right? That's part of the gig with switching teams and getting outfitted and everything else. And then putting your results aside, which is impossible for racers to do. So we'll try anyways. What did you think of SMX? Format, tracks, all of that. Like, is this something that you're going to be in 2024 when they're like, hey, Ryder D, we're going to SMX. Are you going to be excited for? Are you going to be like, Like, what were your feelings on the 3 rounds and the tracks and format and everything else?
I loved them. The least favorite was Chicago, just of how fast it was. And then we had some pretty dark sections on the track, which made it a little scary. But the 2 more supercrossy ones were super nice. Like, I loved them. So, like, when it comes time next year, like, I'll be excited. But the format and stuff, I think, I don't know. I like Friday. I know most guys don't.
Yeah, you liked it?
Just shaking down. It's kind of like a big press day, but I like the Friday riding and then even Saturday. But yeah, I'm excited for next year.
Okay, so SMX is a thumbs up from you.
Yeah, thumbs up for me.
All right.
Speaking
of, I didn't do a Supercross season, so I don't know what it's like to race the full 31 rounds or whatever it is for us. But
speaking of Fridays, do you feel like you need that extra little bit of time to just dial things in? Like, are you a guy who needs that time versus just doing a couple of short practice sessions and going all in?
No, I don't feel like I need the time. I think it's just good to shake down the bike and the track. And I just like to have fun on those days too. Like, we were talking about those 3 rounds, like, they should just open the track up for an hour and treat it like MotoGP and have like a full open session for the 250 and 450, which I think would be super cool. But it'd be cool if they brought in different formats like that.
Yeah, try something different. Yeah.
Yeah. But
we used to have that,
like,
back in the 90s, Lewis and Ryder D. Let me give you a little history lesson here. In the 90s, they would have 30-minute open practice on Fridays, all size bikes, but you had to be a factory rider. So they would, basically declare all the 125 support teams and 250 guys factory riders, and they would get in that practice. And it would just be open. You could pull over, talk to your mechanic, get back out there or whatever. Yeah. So we used to do that.
Timed or not timed?
Yeah, 30 minutes.
No, but like as in they were recording lap times, or it was just free?
Well, I don't think back then we cared. Yeah, we didn't.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Nobody had lap times.
It was just
Friday,
vibes.
Yeah.
But Friday would be free practice anyways. So if you just had an hour worth of 250s, touch up the track, hour worth of 450s, you can pull in, hang out, or you can go back out.
Yeah. No, I like it. I'm down with it. It's like me at Glen Helen. Like, it's basically a 4-hour day when I'm at Glen Helen, and I just pull out for a few laps at a time, pull in, pull in, shake my hands off because I can't hold on anymore, and pull back out. Yeah. Yeah. So I like it. Any other questions for Ryder D? Brought to you by Cherbys.
I think I'm good.
All right.
I feel like I've put enough dangerous questions
remember,
into the air.
You could have got me in trouble in that.
Yeah, remember, the guy who get you in trouble is Vital MX, not PulpMX. It's Vital MX.
I go by the name of Lewis, not Vital MX.
Well, yeah, don't lump Lewis in with Darkside, and the other guy.
No, we good answers. Good answers. Good chat, I feel like.
I don't want to come across again, like I don't want to come across as like a homer because Ryder's on the phone here. But I think this was I don't know what I think Kawasaki missed the boat here, man. They didn't. Mitch was never gelling with Ryder D and Ryder D with the team, and this is going to be my thing, I think.
I did not know that there was not an offer from Kawasaki, and that is quite surprising. Even if it's like a low ball offer,
right?
Like make half-ass effort to keep him. Like I was quite surprised by that.
I think that's surprising, and I think Kawasaki, Ryder D, maybe not this year, but by the end of your deal at TLD, I think Kawasaki will be like, damn, should have kept Ryder D. That's what I think. That's what I think will happen. I don't know.
Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong before, but yeah, it's my feelings, Ryder. Hey, thanks for jumping on for late notice too, because I just literally texted you today, so I really appreciate that.
You're all good.
I didn't know when your PR was going to drop. I've arranged for a couple other interviews when the PR drops, and those riders ghosted me. So I really appreciate, Ryder, you getting back to me. So
yeah, anytime.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good luck on everything, buddy, and we'll talk soon. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
See ya. That's Ryder DiFrancesco, everybody. TLD, Gas Rider.
Questions were fine.
At Cherbys USA. What?
The questions were fine. There was nothing too, like, he can answer them or
He'd answered them fine. Yeah, he answered them
We're
fine.
all good.
Yeah.
So, no offer from
You were really hammering at it, though. So
what?
I just was wondering.
I was not
You
hammering
didn't take
at it.
no the first time. You just kept hammering them.
There was no, I don't know where you got this from. Slander. Must be, like Chase, must be trendy to pick on Lewis, I guess. No, but he said...
Fuck you, you're fired.
Okay, brilliant. No, he said no offer from Kawasaki.
Yeah.
So, and he said he had other options to consider.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't know any other.
No, I never heard of him.
I never heard of anything.
But
I'm not saying he's wrong, but yeah.
No, but what else could it be? Star?
I don't know.
Bar X?
I don't know.
Ducati?
Jet Reynolds rode a Bar X bike recently, though.
Yeah, and I think he rode I think he's talking to Club.
Yeah. I think
he's in IFA.
Yeah. Well, with Enzo leaving, maybe there's a spot there. But no, listen, I don't. Like I said, I like Mitch Payton is one of my longest friends in the industry. Like I've known him for a long time, and he's a good dude. He wasn't Team Ryder D. And maybe there's things I don't know. It's very possible there's things that I don't know. But he wasn't Team Ryder D, and he never really got to be Team Ryder D. And so I knew a long time ago, not a long time ago, but I knew a while ago, this kid ain't long for this team. And I'm like, why though? Like, why? Like, yes, he goes backwards in some races. He got starts and went backwards. I get it. But there are plenty of things to hang your hat on. I think flashes here and there to be like, oh, we got something here.
So if Mitch didn't want to keep Ryder D, but say Kawasaki said to Mitch, we really want to continue investing in this kid, who has the final say?
That's a great question. I think Mitch really kind of...
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah,
in that instance.
Yeah, and that, I mean, I know Kawasaki has made him take a couple guys over the years. But for the most part,
Like, to make it clear just how big a deal this is like Kawasaki letting AC go just before his first full pro year.
Yeah.
Like, think how shocking that would be.
Yeah. Yeah, he won a lot for him,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite a good rider.
I think so, too.
Got an e-bike, living in Newport. Life's good.
Life's good for him. Yeah, absolutely. Don't cry for Ryder D. 2-year deal. He's fun. Okay, coming up next, Jade Dungey on the show. Brought to you by the folks at Weisco. Over 80 years experience manufacturing pistons, Lewis.
That's a lot.
Factory Honda partners with Weisco.
So they won the Supercross Championship with Chase Sexton.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they did. 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons, garage body engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components. Weisco has a full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, you name it. Partners of the HRC guys. Code is PulpMX23 to save at Weisco. This is the best part. So if you want a top end or you want garage body or whatever the Weisco guys make, which is a bunch of stuff, you could save with the PulpMX23 code. USA made Racer Elite connecting rods as well. I use some of these in my project bike, my Project 1990. So
yeah, that looked good.
Yeah,
well done.
Thank you.
Impressive stuff.
Thank you. I know you're big on that old, the old bikes and stuff.
Yep.
So really huge.
Yeah, touched me.
So thanks to the folks at Weisco for bringing you Jade Dungey on the show. Real quick though, Dirk.
Oh shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
What's up, Dark?
What's up? I just want to see what we got to do to get our boy Lewis to Millville.
Are you going?
I'm retired. I've been retired for like 7 years now.
You know what? He didn't win the lottery. Like he just didn't get it.
I didn't even get an invite.
He didn't put.
And also, Jamie calls and says this. Jamie could have made me his +1.
Yeah, you could have, Jamie.
Who says he's not? Let's go. Let's ride.
Seems a bit forced.
Are you driving up yourself?
I mean, yeah, I'm driving. Yeah, I'm coming up with a buddy, but yeah, we're driving up.
No, by yourself. That's right. So you're bringing a +1.
Yes.
Who is it?
My buddy Michael Gage. He's a local A rider.
You can imagine Jamie just in the local bar, just hanging this invite in front of everyone.
Yeah.
Who wants to come?
Yeah,
Who wants to
come with Mr. Side?
There was a lottery.
There probably was. Are you selling your spot for $800? That's the word on the street.
I mean, we'll have to see what the offers are, but yeah, I had a lot of buddies that were not happy. They want to go.
The life of a popular king.
Yep. Just think.
Steve's the popular one, or Millville's the popular one. They don't give a shit about me going. They just want to go.
Just think, Mr. Side. Just a year ago or so, when you're digging ditches, no one wanted to go to Millville with you. And now, everyone wants to go to Millville with you.
A year ago, he was in the local bar going, "Who wants to come and dig ditches?" And it was just silence.
It's silence. So, is Michael going? I forgot if Michael said he was going or not. At one point he was. At one point he was out. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's dealing with shootouts. He said so. He may not be making it.
Okay.
Well, I know Ironman's the weekend after that. I know he's not doing that now. I'm not sure about Millville.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, man. Bring it on in. And if you want to hang out with Jamie on Saturday, and not ride if you didn't get in, he'll hang out with you.
I'll definitely hang out. I'm a man of the people. We'll take pictures, like you said. Mm-hmm. We'll visit.
Yeah.
We'll tailgate. That's what Moto's about.
Yep.
The community. So let's do it.
Yep. I don't want to do any of that, so Jamie can do that with you. He can tailgate with you.
He'll be like your puppet. Someone will come up to you and say, "Hey, Steve, great to meet you," and you'll go, "Well, how about Jamie?"
Yeah. Go tailgate with Jamie here.
You think it's great to meet me? How about this guy? Listen, over there.
I'm not even going to be able to ride even, okay? So who knows? My arm is still screwed up.
So you are going to be, while Jamie's riding, you will be the Jamie in the pits.
I think so.
Yep.
I think I'm going to have to do something. Yeah. So, are you bringing Are you bringing a Cowie?
I'm bringing a Kawasaki 450.
No 2-stroke?
We'll see if we can fit. If we bring the van, we might bring 3 bikes. We'll see.
All right. Phil might need a bike, so we can put him on your 252-stroke.
Okay. We'll try to work it out where we can bring more than just my bike and Michael's bike. We'll try to bring an extra.
Okay.
Just be safe, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Steve and Kiefer were telling me this weekend, don't do the jumps.
Yeah. Don't end up in the hospital.
Don't jump anything.
Don't end up in a hospital.
Oh, come on. We're going to do the catapult right off the bat. Lap 1.
Oh boy.
Well, the catapult is like that kind of refers to a crash, so I don't like you putting that into the air.
No, it refers to the obstacle now. That is the catapult.
Yeah, but you say it, you think of the crash. Negative manifestation, Jamie.
All right.
More positivity out of you, Lewis. Come on.
We have Jade Dungey on the line, Dark.
Right.
So we got to go, but we'll see you at Millville.
All right, we got to find out if Jade's going to work for Chase.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we know that.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Jamie. Thank you.
Oh, okay. See ya.
See ya. That's Fireball, Jamie Guida, everybody. All right, Weisco, bringing you our next guest of the night, the most famous Dungey in motorsports by far, Jade Dungey. What's up, Jade? How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
No problem. Thanks for calling in. Yeah, it's awesome. Pulp 23 to save at Weisco. You are the most famous Dungey out there, right?
Shit, I wish.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you ever come close to working for Ryan at all? Ever? Was there any talk of that ever?
Actually, when we first started doing it, I was his prax mechanic, but he was going through that the kids get to that stage where they're like ready to do it on their own and get rid of mom and dad. And
yeah, yep.
Me and him were fighting, and I just I don't need this, so I went to go pour concrete with my grandpa for a little bit before I went to KTM. Ryan,
yeah,
he's fun to work for, but he gets hot headed, and I don't think it's good working for siblings.
Yeah, probably. That I don't know if that's ever happened in our sport. I can't think of a brother rider mechanic, brothers that are rider mechanic. I can't. There had to somewhere along the line. At a factory level or a support level, I'm sure privateer guys have. But, on a high level, yeah. You started.
He almost came back before he went to Geico. Before he started the Geico thing, he was going to come back and out of retirement then, but it kind of just fell through.
Yeah, he was going to release a Honda or something, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And you were you at Honda then, or no?
Yeah. I was already at Honda because people always joke Ryan gets me in his contracts and I follow him, but at that time he followed me.
Yeah, exactly right. Hey, we're going to Millville in a couple of weeks for a ride day, for Pulp Ride Day. I'm stoked, man. I can't. I love that track, and Alex is going to prep it, really nice. And I can't wait, man. 2 days of riding there should be fun.
Oh, I'm jealous, especially this time of year, that fall weather. You're lucky.
Is it the best track in D23? You think?
Oh yeah, by far, yeah. Actually, we used to go there during the week, and it was actually when their dad, he didn't really prep it during the week. It was actually kind of crappy during the week when we got to ride there.
Yeah.
And you basically had to earn your keep. You had to weed whip or do whatever to get a couple laps in. But the weekends, there's nothing like it.
Did you ever do Grantsburg?
Yeah, that track sucks. I suck at that one.
Oh, I liked Grantsburg.
We'd fry clutches because we just weren't that deep as sand riders where we grew up.
Yeah.
So.
And then did you ever ride, how old are you, Jay, if you don't mind me asking?
35.
Okay, so probably Elko was gone, but you would have rode Kellogg?
No, we raced Elko, Kellogg, Mazeppa.
Oh, yeah, I did all those. I did all those from Manitoba coming down. So I liked Elko. No one else really did. I thought Elko was pretty fun. D23 track, Kellogg was fun. So.
But you would have ran Staples. That was kind of close to you guys up north.
Yep,
Staples.
Did Staples.
That was a sick track.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. Good times. District 23 talk, Lewis.
Yeah, I'm big on D23.
Yeah, you're big on D23 talk. Hey, man. Thanks for joining us on the show. Appreciate it. Des Nations, how you feeling?
I'm actually pumped. AP's last day riding was today, and he sent an email. It was 6 a.m. our time, 9 o'clock Florida. He's like, guys, I ran into a problem. And I opened the email. It's a big old dong. And I'm like,
that sounds about right.
Dude, what'd you crash? Your visa not go through? I'm just like, what happened? So he's in good spirits. Had a good day today, and we're going racing, so that's good.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. No, it's gonna be great. I mean, we had Weigandt on earlier talking about this Nations team, and look, I feel like AP kind of got overlooked a little bit. He was always gonna be on this team, whether Sexton was on or not. He was gonna ride open class for the most part. He had a good year,
on paper, it's one of his best ones in the 450 class. Honestly, I know the class was a little fizzled out in outdoors, but we've got him. We would have had that win in Supercross if he didn't do that last half lap in Detroit. But on paper, he's had his best year with overalls and podiums. We've been crushing it, so I've been pretty stoked with him.
Have you ever been to Des Nations before, as a helper or anything else?
So I got to go when Frank Latham had his little guy. I went over for Marvin in 2015, and I got to work for Marvin.
Oh,
we ended up winning. But,
how was that?
That's the sickest race I've ever been to.
So I went for Team USA one year, and I'm Canadian, and it never even bothered me. I didn't even care that I was not American, and I was working for Team USA. It didn't matter to me. But Jade, so Berluti, my buddy here in Vegas, right, Tony Berluti, he's he worked for Berner and for Pichon and Tortelli. He's worked. I don't think he worked on Team USA as a helper, but never as a mechanic. He was a mechanic for Australia and France and maybe some other country. And he said it always used to bug him to put on another country's team shirt. And he fought it sometimes. Sometimes he was like, no, I'll just wear my Suzuki one. He didn't like it. Well, where were you at working for French team, in France? How were you? What were your feelings like?
Honestly, it's pretty sick. I mean, to me, it's not about me. It's but to me, I think it's about the rider and stuff. And I'm like, oh, I'm there to support the rider. And
Yeah.
I just think it's a cool event. Any way you get to go there, it's cool. But
Okay.
At Red Bud, I wrenched for Marvin this past year, and I got a couple stink guys wearing the French stuff. So I'm like, I'm at the race enjoying it. Who gives a shit?
Dude, I'm the same way. Like, I didn't care that I was Canadian working for Team USA, and Berlut's like, I used to yell at them like, I'm not putting on your French shirt. It's like, Berlut, calm down, man. No one's gonna take your passport, like, So
no, it's badass. I love it. I'm pumped. I'm hoping. On paper, I think they'll call it whatever, the B group or whatever. But honestly, I've been hearing. And I don't know how true it is. I heard Renault. I don't know if that's true. If he's jacked up, and then I don't know how Hunter Lawrence is doing. So almost like we might have a fighting chance. It's going to be tough, but overall we're going to give it our best. And
I think a podium is right there for you guys. And Lewis, you are our MXGP expert. Renault is hurting a little bit, right?
Yeah, he's beat up, and the last 2 rounds haven't been great anyway.
Yep.
So he's like beat up physically and mentally.
Yep.
But Yamaha say he's in 100%. But and
Hunter's racing, but obviously, look, he wasn't well enough to ride LA. So things could be coming into place here, I think. So
it's the nations.
Yeah.
Hey, also too, you've been to that track before. I'm sure you can help the guys with a little bit of thoughts and stuff, starting gates.
Honestly, you can't really see much of the mechanics there, but I went and walked it afterwards. But honestly, I think just taking AP alone, I think he's going to do good there. It's rutted, it's choppy, it's kind of his style, and he's always said he kind of sucked when it's hard pack, but honestly the last year and a half on the KTM he's actually kind of made it some of his best results, like Colorado when we get second there, and I think he's going to be good. He's going to get a mindset, and just if he stays calm, and he'll be good.
I think that'll be great. And like Lewis and I were talking earlier, like RJ is going to give you everything he's got. Like it may not work out, but he's giving you everything he's got. Right?
No, AP's a good dude. He's gonna go there, and I think he's got some redemption after that. When we had the Des Nations and Red Bud the one year he was on it, and he crashed in the qualifying race. So I think he's got a lot to prove, and he's motivated. He's so pumped, and I know he's been riding with RJ and Christian today, and they both had a solid day. Christian's actually coming into his own. He's doing motos, no problem. The intensity's there. I think it's going to be tough for him, but honestly, I think the guys who stepped up to the plate, we got a good group of dudes.
Yep.
So
with certain riders, you'd have to be worried about confidence and mentality at a race as big as this. But I feel like that isn't a concern with AP at all. He's running the number one, and he will be just fine. There's no way that this race gets in his head, right?
No, I think he's kind of like the modern day Pastrana. Like, I think he's just going to be signing autographs. He's probably going to. I don't think he has any idea what he's in for. I'm like, dude, I know you've been to the Des Nations in the United States, but this, no disrespect to the United States, this is on a whole other level. The fans are crazy. I think it'll be his people. He'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah, this race is this Ernay race because it's kind of in a valley, so the fans are all on one side. It's like a coliseum almost. It's just nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, I think last time they were burning cars. Like, they get crazy. They party, and I heard they burn down cars. Like, they go for it.
Yeah, it should be fun. Weisco Pistons bringing you Jade Dungey on the show. Pulp 23 is the code to save. Manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years.
Ernay is I think Ernay is like the number one place to go. And even as a rider or a mechanic, like to go to the Nations as a defending champion and work on the bike with the number one on it, like no matter if you're the rider or you're working on the bike, I feel like that's the type of thing that dreams are made of.
Oh yeah, the decal, they actually sent us the graphics, and I haven't got to put them on yet because everything's been go. We shipped stuff a couple weeks ago, and I'm actually pumped to I got all the graphics in my bag. When I put it on the bike, I'm pumped to see how the whole thing looks because those guys crushed it. Like it looked clean. It looks clean. Just the number one looks nice. It's just a nice kit. So I'm pumped to show it off to everybody. I think all the fans will be pretty pumped on it. So. Yeah, should be good.
Decal MX, by the way, PulpMX 23 is the code to save with those guys, a big sponsor of us, and the Red Bull KTM guys, of course, use it. How long have you been at KTM now for?
I started there in 2009,
okay.
And then end of 2009, and then I ended up leaving to go to Geico in end of 2018. They're going to have me be in-house, and you still go to the races. I'm like, I'm still young. I want to be a mechanic. So I was talking to Double D or Dan Bentley over at Geico when he was there, and he said, all right, I got a rider for you. And then ended up being Sexton. So I worked for him for, 3.5 years. And then when the whole Geico thing kind of went out, we went to go to Factory Honda. And so I was there for a little bit, but that commute from Marietta to Torrance every day was like 5 hours round trip in the car. So I'm like, I can't do this. So I felt bad leaving Chase because I knew I was leaving a lot on the table with him. He's very, he was basically one of the next big future guys. But I was like, I got to worry about my family, and KTM's right. They're literally 5 minutes from my house. So
right.
So it ended up working out good. So yeah, I've been back here since 2000. End of 21, I was back at KTM. So.
You know, when you switched and you went back to KTM, someone said, yeah, the commute was killing them. And I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Like, really? Like you would really leave because of a drive? And again, I lived in California for a long time. I guess people who are listening don't really understand, like, that Ortega highway and I don't know if you took Ortega to get there. I don't even know. But, like, just that whole thing, it does just drain you.
Yeah, I think if I didn't have a family, I have 2 kids. I have 2 kids right now and the wife, and as you get older, it doesn't get any easier with the family, and it was just like, dude, there were some weeks I wouldn't even see my kids because I'd leave for work before the sun came up, and then you're not getting home till 9 o'clock because you're sitting in traffic. So I was just like, I love dirt bikes, and my wife's been very fortunate to let me do this as long, but I was just like, I gotta think about my family, and so
it's a lot,
sucks.
man. Yeah, California is people don't quite understand that. It's something else. When I worked at Yamaha, I lived in Anaheim, so going to the test track was against traffic.
Oh.
So it was nice, and then coming back it was against traffic because going into LA. So living in Anaheim and going back and forth to the test tracks wasn't that bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
No,
I remember I'd drive up to Torrance and I'd be like, all right, there's Yamaha shit. I still got a ways to go. You're like, this sucks.
Yeah, I know that's a long drive. But at Honda, you couldn't you go in at like 10 and leave at 8, or you didn't want to do that either?
Yeah, you could kind of manipulate. Like, shoot, I leave here. If I want to be, I leave here at 8 sometimes, and you're like, all right, by the time traffic hits, you get there at 10:30, and then you're like, well, I'm not catered till 8, but I got a lot of stuff to do, and you wouldn't leave that shop till 7 because you want to miss the traffic coming back. Otherwise, you're stuck in the car for 3 hours. So they were cool. Like, it was nothing.
Yep.
It was a good atmosphere. Nothing. I was very comfortable at KTM, and I know a lot of the guys there. And,
sure.
And honestly, when they're 5 minutes from home, your priorities in life kind of change. You're like, I still get to work on dirt bikes.
Yeah.
Wife's happy, the kids are happy. So it's kind of a best of both worlds.
We were laughing. Maybe I don't know if it was the last time AP was on or if we were just talking about AP. We were laughing and saying, like, is that dude ever serious? Like, he's sitting on the line, just laughing and joking. His hair's going backwards from the fan, and he's pointing. I mean, the dude's never serious. It's great. He keeps it so light, and you're also a funny guy. So yeah, I can imagine sometimes you guys are on the starting line looking at everyone concentrating and going like, why is everybody so serious down here?
Yeah, like we're getting ready, and all the other guys are looking at us like, what the hell are you guys doing? Like,
right.
We got to focus. But honestly, AP, I've learned AP, like, you can't. I mean, he takes it very seriously, but the more you can keep him just relaxed and screwing around, the better he's going to perform. Like that's just how he is. He's just so. What was it? Unadilla. We pitted next to. It was Jet, AP, and Phil, and I think the whole time Jet and AP were just talking crap on Phil. Like,
yeah.
And he was so flustered. I think he was like, "Screw you guys! Like, I got to focus."
Yeah.
Speaking of the new KTM workshop, obviously everyone is under one roof now. It's all very transparent. Like, you walk past the other teams, the other disciplines every day. Has it changed the work dynamic much, that new HQ?
No, honestly, everything was kind of. It seemed like it wasn't in one place, but it sort of was. Like, you had KTM gas in one area, and then Husky was in the old building, but they all have meetings and stuff. But now it's just kind of, it's honestly less walking, but as far as information, everything getting shared, it's the same. The mechanics, we all see each other, at the test track. So honestly, now you just walk by them in the hallway, but dude, that place is massive.
Yeah.
You get 2 steps into the day.
I haven't been there yet, but I look forward to seeing it. It looks incredible in the photos for sure.
Oh, it's wild. And then our shop is nice, our race shop, but then they have the headquarters for like the office and stuff, and that's on a whole nother level, and we're already, it's pretty badass. We're pretty spoiled.
Yeah, it seems like it. Hey, so listen, Phil, our guy Phil, it's absolutely fantastic. Some of the things that you do to him and the jokes you pull on him, it's just great. Please keep it up. The Delta phone call was next level. All of it. Keep it up. It's great.
I love Phil. He's such a good dude. I've always known him growing up, like met him and stuff, because we had the same like riding coach, and then he just always came off intimidating. I was like, oh, this guy seems like a dick. And then Seth Rare came to our team, and they're good buddies. So then it kind of I was like, oh, I felt comfortable talking to him. And next thing you know, we just talk shit, and he loves it. And dude, it's hard not to mess with him.
Is there any rider out there that just gets absolute disrespected by media and other riders than Phil? Like all of us, just it's just what we do because we all love the guy, right?
Oh, he's such a good. And the cool part is he can take it and then he'll give it back. Where most guys, like, you can mess with him, but they just can't handle it. So Phil's good, dude. He's badass. He was actually giving me crap. He's messing with me there. You better watch out what you say because of HR.
Oh yeah.
So am I.
He told me one time, I hate when you run that photo of me knocked out on the starting line. And I'm like, I'm going to keep running that photo knocked out on the starting line. I'll never not run that photo. Like, yeah, it's fantastic. So it's great.
Dude, I told him I should be as a Instagram content guy because, dude, the videos, people, like, I know we're talking mean. Some people think we're serious and, like, we really hate the guy. I'm like, no, we're just messing with him. But, dude, I got so many followers. Like, you guys must talk about on the show. And, like, I woke up the next morning, I had, like, 300 followers. I'm like, what the hell had just happened?
Yeah, we did.
Don't get anybody.
Yeah, you did the chick who freaked out on the plane, that motherfucker's real or whatever. It was Phil. Oh, it's just great. And, like, you do seem quite talented at it. It would take me a long time to do all the video edits you do. I don't really know all that shit, but you seem like you're very devoted to this, Jade. It's great.
Oh, we'll be, like, in between motos and, like, you got downtime. Like, all right, bike's ready. And just like, fuck it, let's just mess with them. Oh, Phil.
Yeah, it's
Dude,
great.
actually, it's funny you talk about him. When the whole destination thing was happening, I called him. I'm like, I know I don't have much say in it, but, like, I know they're desperate on field and the team. I was like, I even threw his name in the hat.
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh, you got to call my agent. I'm like, give me a break.
I don't think Roger would ever take a satellite team or like I don't think they would ever do that. I don't know.
But they were desperate. I mean, we needed to fill the team, and I was like, dude, Phil's actually been riding pretty solid. He beat Bam Bam in the one moto and Ironman, and then dude, the guy went and came in our hospitality truck, had some coffee, and next thing you know, he pulled the whole shot at Chicagoland. So
so that's what it was. It was KTM coffee.
Yeah, he's coming in the truck and hanging and getting some tech tips and
yeah. Oh, that's funny. It's just keep it up, please. Just whatever you can do. The Kawasaki Supercross test track crash. I mean, just keep that up. Just.
I showed my son that. He's 8 years old, and he was like, he thought he was dead. He's like, no way.
And the funny thing is, because it's Phil, he was perfectly fine. He just got up. He could take it all. Yeah.
Phil. That's funny.
It's fantastic. No, I wish there was an Instagram account, Bad News Phil. And
they were telling me about that. I never did follow that one.
Oh,
Wasn't
it was
the
fantastic.
Guy messing with him.
Yeah, and then the guy forgot his password, and Instagram locked him out of the account, and it was one of the best follows out there. And I mean, we could start another one. Like, we could easily do it. Bad News Phil 2. Dude,
I was even AP had to do he was at LA. And he was the Dirt Shark was going to interview him. I was like, dude, we need to get Phil a monster or something. Like, get him, dude. The guy's still pretty good for how old he was. Like, I want to see the guy succeed. And we were trying to get him a monster helmet deal at LA, but I don't know if it worked out or not.
That's another thing. Phil's legacy is he's one of the only Monster just prints money and just gives out helmets to everybody. But no, Phil, they cut his Monster deal a few years back. He did have a Monster helmet deal. They cut him though. They clipped him because only Phil would get clipped.
He probably flipped off the bosses.
Yeah, probably. Who knows?
The crazy thing about Phil is, like, this has been going on for years and years and years.
Yeah.
And normally people get bored.
Because you've been listening to us talk about it, before you even came here. Like, you were in London and
And normally people move on and jokes die, but for some reason this just cannot die because there's always new content.
Always.
It's like a television series. Like, you think the series is finished, and then they're like, "Oh, a season 2 is coming."
Yeah,
and it's just all new stuff.
No, the lights on the bike, like the first ever lights, and he leads. Like, it's just.
People are like, "Oh, it's conspiracy theory," or he has the lights on and he's leading. They're all tripping out.
Yeah,
I remember that.
He's number 69. He's got the lights on. It just goes on and on. Like you said, he wins the LCQ races every week and the SMX thing.
The funniest thing is, like, that video of the Kawasaki crash. I feel like that became famous before Phil became famous. So then eventually everyone put 2 and 2 together, and of course that crash, that anonymous crash which was famous, ended up being Phil.
Yeah,
like that made me laugh quite a lot when I put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, I'm with you, right? Yeah, of course, if anybody's going to do that, and it's going to be captured on film, And I also too like the Club MX having one garbage can, and both riders in the garbage can, and of course, it's captured on video and film and everything else.
That poor guy. I couldn't. When we were that day we saw that. I think it's a group text. It's me, Frankie, and Seth, and we were like, dude, I'll sponsor you with a $20 pool. Like, could you imagine two dudes getting in there all sweaty?
And they weren't even looking at each other. They were totally looking the other opposite directions and everything.
Phil was just all like acting like it was normal. Like, dude.
Yeah, no, it's and that's the shit that, like, of course it happens. Of course Phil gets caught on camera, sharing a tub with another man, right? Like, it just always works out that way. So
it's always just awkward stuff as well. It's not like it's funny, but it's funny awkward.
Yeah,
always awkward stuff.
Yeah. Did you see the number 1 plate we made him for the LCQ? Champion?
No, I saw him. Was that him holding it on the podium? Was that the one you guys made?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, one of our listeners made it, and he had to win, obviously, in L.A., and we were stressing about that, and JT got it done because he was doing TV, and then we're like, oh, please, Phil, just win this, and then JT gave him the plate, and we're just loving it. It's just fantastic.
Very interested to see about your 2024 credential.
No,
very interested.
They were pissed, but I think it's okay. They were pissed.
Very interested.
They were pissed. It was a little touch and go there, but I think I'm okay. I'm good to go. Jade Dungey on the show, by the way, brought to you by Weisco. Please check them out. 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons. Pulp23 is the code to save. Jade, so you mentioned back in the day you were wrenching for Ryan. Were you always like trying to be a mechanic? Because all you guys race, right? There's 3 of you guys. Blake, is it Blake, the other one?
Yep.
Yeah. So
little brother Blaker was actually better than all of us. He was actually the reason why we all had bikes and stuff, because he was actually Ryan was just kind of like a mediocre, like you guys probably have heard over the past, like just a so 80 guy. But yeah, Blaker was the guy.
So Troy put all his eggs in Blake's basket.
Yep. He actually would have won the 50 class, but he got protested the one year. He won the title and everything at Loretta's, but I think Salvarage, they gave him like this updated clutch basket, but back then it was like Cobra and KTM wars, like Cobra owned everything,
right.
And they protested him. He lost that, and then the second year, his bike vapor locked in the first moto, and then he won the next 2 motos, and then he missed out on that championship. But yeah, Blake was good. He just didn't have the work ethic, like the training side down as he got older, and he got hurt a lot towards the end of his career.
So like for me, I tried to race pro. I became a Canadian pro, which is really probably a B rider down here, and I kept getting hurt. And then I was like, well, I want to be a mechanic. Shane Drew was working for Nolene, and he's a buddy of mine, and I'm like, that looks awesome, right? And so I want to be a mechanic because it was the next best thing. Is that sort of your path too? Like you're like, well, I'm not going to be a pro rider, so let me do this.
No, actually, I went to school. Out of high school, I was into cabinetry, like in school, in high school, as a trades class or whatever.
Yep.
And then I ended up going to college to do 2 years of cabinetry, and I was working at a cabinet shop, and my boss, I was enjoying it. My boss got his thumb. He was being an idiot and cut the wood the wrong way. I don't know how he was thinking, but he cut his thumb, and he's like, he had to go to the hospital. So I'm like, all right, I left work early that day, and then not kidding you, Ryan called me that day. I had no idea what had happened. He's like, hey, I need a practice mechanic, because now it was time for him to, I think it was end of 06, early 07. He's like, hey, I need a full-time practice guy. So I'm like, hey, I'll do it. Let's go. So I kind of got it in that way. Didn't really think of it as a career path.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah.
And worked for him from like 07 to 09, and then poured concrete, and then ended up moving to California, and then got on the team. But
so the goal was never like, you weren't wrenching early, being like, oh, I want to be a mechanic or anything like that. Oh, okay.
No, my dad had taught me, probably you growing up too, you got to work on your own stuff.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of, got a little knack for it. But I was probably, at that age, I was probably, you just grips and graphics. You didn't know like the ins and outs until like, as you got older, but yeah. So I kind of enjoyed it. And
are you like me where you look back at your early years, maybe working for Ryan, and be like, oh my God, I was such an idiot.
Oh yeah. You're like, half the time you didn't even know put grease on the bolts. Like, that sucks now. As you get older, like you have your kids' bikes and stuff, and you're like, I'm too OCD now. Like you can't just take it out of the crate and like, all right, the bike's good to go, because like you've been on the other side of it. Like you just mentally, I can't do it.
Yeah, no, I look back at my first few years in the circuit. Like I started in '96, and I'm like, dude, I thought I knew how to work on bikes because I was doing my own top ends and even bottom ends and things like that, and you're like, you think and then you're like, wait, I'm an idiot. Like I wasn't even lubing the clutch cable the right way or anything, Like you're just like, dude, how dumb was I? And then you think back to your early years. So
that's great. Yeah, and you're like, it's just the simplest stuff. You're like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly right.
Am I crazy, or did Blake end up getting into design? I feel like I heard that he went he became a designer.
Yeah, he was really into the design stuff. Like, he was doing helmets. I think he interned at Fox a little bit, and he's kind of finding himself now. But he does epoxy floors, and dude, homeboy crushes it. He learned. There's a guy out in California, Jesse from Epoxy at California. I think I might have butchered his name, but yeah. So he taught Blaker, and then Blaker's been doing it in Minnesota, and dude, he's got 2 crews, and he's really doing good for himself right now.
Oh,
So.
good to hear. Yeah, for sure. Ryan moved to Tennessee, huh? Down there.
So Ryan's in Tennessee. He's kind of back and forth. They still have their house in Minnesota, but yeah, for sure, I think they're enjoying Tennessee. Just get out of the cold for the winter.
I gotta see if he was coming to Millville. I didn't even text him. I probably should see if he.
Actually, you know what? Where's Ryan? I think he's got in Arizona. I think they're doing like a Ryder rally.
Oh, okay.
I think this weekend or next weekend. But yeah, he actually rode for the first. Since he re-retired or whatever you call it.
Secondary.
Secondary. He rode. When was it? Last week we had his RD ride day at Paula, and I think that was the second or third time riding since the Paula National.
Oh shit! Really? Huh?
Again.
Yeah.
He still goes, but he just I don't know.
When he was coming back,
cold turkey.
When he was coming back, were you for that or were you against that? Because I could see both sides. Like, dude, your legacy is secured. You got millions in the bank. Like, why are you coming back? But then we all know he did struggle a little bit with finding a purpose in his life after he quit racing. So what were your feelings when you heard he was coming back?
I was like, oh, cool, but I'm like, dude, like, I mean, you know how it is. You're around. It's like, when you ain't getting any younger, and like, the whole reason you retired is like, all right, you aren't going to do that quad. Like, these young kids are going to go for it, and you're kind of like, hey, just kind of starting to back off a little bit. But and then he rode, on the track, and it wasn't the fact that he couldn't do it. It's just like, are you willing to go there again? Because I think you forgot, like, dude, these younger kids, man, that pace is even gnarlier than when you were riding, and there's nothing like on the bike. I know he's been working out and stuff, but he proved me wrong. He did better than I thought he was going to do. I keep joking with him, like, dude, you came back. You should have waited one more year.
Yeah, really, right? Yeah,
this year.
This year would have been great. Yeah, he was better than I thought too. He ran third at Paula, and I was like, oh shit, like like he's pretty good, right? So yeah, he did pretty well. He represented himself pretty well in coming back.
And I think we figured out the bike, like, with the bike and everything, we learned a lot that first year. It was like our learning year, and we've really come, in my opinion, we've come a long ways, and I wish he would have done it this year, because he rode the bike the other day. He's like, oh, dude, this is night and day better than when I rode. So,
oh, nice.
So a little that, but yeah, for given the circumstance and everything, he did pretty good. I think, wish he'd gave it a little more time, and he was going to try coming back for Supercross this coming year, but I think he'd have to go to Florida. He was like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, at some point in the middle of the outdoors, he's like, I got to stop riding by myself, because he was in Minnesota. He was riding some sand track by himself. He's like, I think that's hurting me. And I'm like, you think? You're just out pounding laps by yourself? Like, like you got nobody to chase. And then at some point, J-Mart said that a local guy was riding with him, and it was all like Ryan was just like, I just got to lap this guy twice, or like whatever he wasn't nearly as good as Ryan. So Ryan started using him just like, I don't care how slow, I just got to lap him, right? Or whatever. So, it was something to chase, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like weird. He was all about it. And then, like, Bud's Creek came around, and I don't know if he got a bad start, but he was eating Bruce, and that was like something snapped. He's like, I'm over this stuff. And it was like the week before, he's like, we're doing this. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, that was quick. But no, I'm actually good. Like, it would have been sick having him out there, but as like a brother, I'm like, not many people get to go out on their own terms, let alone twice. Like, you're in one piece, you're walking, like, you don't need to be. You got, like you said, you got money in the bank, but you don't need to be doing this stuff.
So before you hang it up, do you hope to maybe wrench for Phil one day?
Oh, I'll do it pro bono, honestly. I would love it.
Just wrench for him. Just listen to him start throat slitting and yelling and cursing, and it'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm all this said and done, I'll do just those 3 SMXs, because that's where the money's at now.
Yeah,
absolutely. Those guys are getting paid. I'm pumped for them. Like, I think honestly, if it weren't for the money, all those guys would be like, I'm good. I don't want to race.
No.
But the money was keeping them all motivated, unfortunately. So, but it was pretty sick.
We had Shanty on the show last week, and I know from talking, I didn't talk to you specifically, but I talked to a few people, including Shanty. Ollie was this way. A lot of you guys, the team personnel, were over it. Were you the same way?
Yeah, it was kind of, I don't know, like, I didn't have light. Those guys have light at the end of the tunnel. I got one more, so I was kind of like, I'm smoked, but we still got designation and stuff. But honestly, it's easier when the rider, everything's going good with them. Like I feel some riders are kind of maybe like a Bam Bam, they're still coming back from injury and stuff, so they're kind of like, oh, I'm over this. Where AP's kind of riding that high from outdoors and stuff, and he was actually riding. I don't think some of the results actually show how good he was actually riding in some of those races, so it was actually easier. But then when he crashed in LA, the first one, I'm just like, I was like bummed he crashed. I'm like, oh fuck, there goes Des Nations, like dude. And then he popped back up, and I was like, oh, thank goodness.
It was a big one. Yeah. It was
oh, dude, it was dirty. It was actually. I was actually bummed. I didn't see anybody have it on Instagram or anything because it was actually dirtier, in my opinion, than Chase's and Dean's.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I never did see it again.
Yeah, I've never seen a video.
I never saw it. Yeah, I never saw the replay, but I did catch it in live. And then Dean showed his on Instagram, and Dean's was nasty. But you're right.
Oh,
Aaron's
I was on the radio, and I was like, dude, Dino just did the same exact thing AP did, the same exact spot.
Yeah.
And then not even 5 minutes later, Chase did the inside.
I guess AP hasn't complained about his wrist since LA. I know he said that was like jammed a little bit and bugging him, but I guess it's fine.
Yeah, she sent was it last Friday? He was doing him and Carlos. Carlos is like a push-up king. He just likes talking like, oh, I'm the push-up guy. So AP sent him doing 50 push-ups the other day. So I think and then his wife's in the background. I thought your wrists are hurt.
He's like, oh yeah,
no,
oops.
He's all good.
Okay, that's a good sign.
Awesome, man. Thanks for the time, Jade. Really appreciate it. Keep it up with the fill stuff. Never give that up. So keep that up. That'd be fantastic. Good luck in France this weekend. Really cool honor to work for Team USA as a mechanic. That's for sure.
I'm pumped.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the time tonight, man. I appreciate it. Good luck.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one. Thanks for having me.
All right, see you later. All right, that's Jade Dungey, everybody. Brought to you by Weisco Pistons.
Good stuff. I feel like you're cooking something. There was a lot of button pushing. You just stared into space like something was coming. I feel like you're cooking over there.
But I eat ass.
Okay. That's what you're doing.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Upload your resume for free today. It's the first and only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. Job of the week this week, product developer, Seat Concepts. Full-time job in Idaho. Seat Concepts, they're on board with our privateer pod. The Seat Concepts guys pride themselves on being the industry's leading manufacturer of aftermarket seats and accessories for dual sport stuff and dirt bike stuff and street stuff. So the job duties: develop 2D and 3D concepts and prototypes and operate 3D scanner, 3D printer. Full-time job up there in Idaho for Seat Concepts. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Please check it out and apply. If you're looking for someone to hire somebody, if you're a company, then please check out MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com to put your job up there. And if you're someone like Lewis and you just need a job, finally got your visa.
Yes.
You're done.
Poor, but done.
Yeah. You can go to MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Did you know, Lewis, that the UK founded company Renthal has 500 championships since they started?
It doesn't surprise me, because everywhere you look, there are champions with little gold bar pads.
Renthal.com. Please check it out. There is an inventory locator on their website for the USA only. From the product page on the Renthal website, click Buy at Local Store to find, locate, hold, ship, purchase Renthal inventory. They got 500 championships, Works Fit tool as well on their website. Great company, Sprockets, Bars, Factory Honda, Red Bull KTM with Jade Dungey, and of course the Gas guys with Ryder D. All use Renthal. Did you know also, Lewis, that the 500 championships do not include all the Canadian titles that Renthal won?
Well, that's a travesty.
Thank you, Lewis. Welcome to the show, Paul Perebijnos.
Hey guys, what's happening?
It's a travesty. Did you hear my man?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. We do not recognize the Canadian titles in our kind of like title list. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can I
just world titles and US is the only market big enough that we consider a proper title.
Can I give you a Renthal fact?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't have
do.
a read, so this is from the hip.
Yeah.
On Renthal's website, they have all the bar bends that the factory riders are using, and I sent that to a prominent factory rider the other day who asked me to find out what bar bend another Renthal rider was using, and I sent him that link. So the Renthal website, so educational.
But wait, was the rider's name on the bar?
I don't know. He just asked me to find out, so I just sent him the link.
But how do you know what bar the rider was using?
Tell Seward to come to me. I can help him.
Okay, I'll do that.
I'm confused.
I already sent him what he needs to his new colored team months ago anyway.
Renthal website is not going to tell you what Jorge Prado uses.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, it does.
Yes, it will.
Every rider.
Yeah. We have a list on our website that shows athlete specs, and while they're not probably 100% accurate, they are pretty damn close.
I was
But
gonna
these guys
say.
change stuff so often, it's hard to keep up with it. But
That's what I'm saying.
But yeah, we have a list. You can go there and you can see what Jeffrey Hurlings is using, and that's accurate. He hasn't changed in 15 years.
I wouldn't trust that list.
You made me question what I was saying.
I
there, but
wouldn't
knew
trust
I
that
was
list
right.
because I know riders change their bar bands all the time.
It's fine.
Okay.
We know what Jeffrey uses.
Okay. All right.
That was a question.
Team USA's Paul Perebijnos, also from Renthal. Well, listen, Paul, last time you were sitting here in studio, you talked about the team and the process, the frustration, all of that. Well, we're going. Team USA is going.
Yeah.
It's not embarrassing. They're sending a great team. I think it's a little underrated of a team for what some of the people are saying, quote unquote. But yeah, you guys are going, and this is a good team.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm okay. I with what the people are saying because, yeah, it's justified, but it's only because we have so much talent in this country to choose from, right? So, but I still think they can be plenty competitive. There's a lot of obviously good teams, but nobody is has everything running at 10 right now. Everyone has little kind of hitch-ups. So a lot of this event is luck-based to get started, and that's that ping pong ball. It can be that can really dictate your weekend, but maybe not at this track. I mean, I was watching 2015, and Cooper Webb hole-shotted his qualifier from the very outside gate. So it's a pretty fair track, I think. But yeah, we have capable guys. They all get along well. They're all basically teammates, right, being part of the KTM group. And my biggest thing is we got to get starts. So whatever we can do to do that. I plan on being on the starting line all three motos to help any way I can. But yeah, if we can get starts, I think we can do something pretty spectacular, honestly.
Lewis was saying that the guys at Ernay run paddle for the start, and then they deal with it on the rest of the hardpack hills. So that's interesting.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Maybe a Pirelli paddle, or did they run Dunlop paddles too? I mean, we haven't. I guess we were there 2 years ago, and I think we have a different tire by now. But yeah, that's going to be a tough one. But yeah, if anyone asks my opinion when it comes to bike setup or choice or tire or anything, I'm always going to say do whatever it takes to get a better start. That's going to be a priority in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Do we know if those French guys have been riding there? Do we know?
You're so big on this.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
Riding the track a few days before the race usually helps, Lewis.
Okay.
Well, you can't legally ride it a few days before the race.
Okay, whatever. 6 days.
There are rules in place,
right.
But yeah, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I would assume they are. We rode Redbud.
We rode Redbud.
The shit out of Redbud.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
whatever,
it like F
go
that.
ride it.
I'm just saying. Do we know if they have? It helps. Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
if they have,
no.
but I would be surprised because Tom's here. Well, he's not now, but he was here. And Romain and Maxime hate each other. So I don't think team bonding is really going to do much at Team France.
Okay.
A little
Perfect. I love
sneaky,
it. I hope they fight all weekend.
Sneaky little Lewis tip.
Okay.
Moto 3. Maxime and Romain start 1-2. It's looking good for Team France. Do personal egos get in the way? Maybe.
Okay.
They ain't starting 1-2 for one.
Well, I think that didn't... I can't remember exactly, but I think 2015 in the last Moto, Fevre and Paulin started close to that, didn't they?
I don't know.
Well, it ain't happening this time. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you'll be on the start, so you
Does
can make
Fevre
sure of
get
that.
along with anybody?
No.
It seems like I like Roman. I've talked to him at Paris a bunch. Nice guy. But he seems like he has a lot of beef.
He gets along with Ben Watson.
Oh, he does?
Yep, and
Okay.
Jeremy Sewer, in fact.
Okay. Well, everybody gets along with Sewer.
Yes, he's a social
Who doesn't
whore.
like
Yes.
Sewer? Alberto Ferrato, his best friend, Jeremy Sewer.
Yep, it's really hard to be friends with Sewer because
Right.
he's friends with everyone.
Right. Paul Perebijnos here, brought to you by the folks at Renthal, by the way. So, okay, let's break this down a little bit. So, there in no way is any team outside of Australia and France favored to win this, right? Like, we're in Vegas right now. These are the betting odds. Yes, Renault, questions with Renault and questions with Hunter. But, we don't know how bad anything is with those two guys. So, Australia and France are the favorites. Tied?
Define favorites.
Favorites to win the race, Lewis.
Most likely to win.
No, but you say that no one else can be considered in that category.
They're above everybody else, yes.
Yes, but I put Germany not that far behind. They are my third pick. And they are...
I think you're drunk.
Okay, let me break it down for you.
Okay.
Roxon?
Hold on a second, though.
Okay.
Let's just agree this. Let's talk about this first. Are France and Australia tied as favorites? I think they are. Or do you put one above the other, Lewis?
I
I put France slightly above.
too.
Slightly above. Okay,
Me
Paul,
too.
you too?
Yeah. I think Vial is going to be amazingly good. I think everyone's talking about those 2 450 guys. I think Vial is the strongest guy on the team.
Okay, and Ferris was good down under, though. He did win down there, but yeah, I get it.
But let's be honest. So Ferris has had some amazing rides in his life.
Yes.
Those came a long, long time ago, 10 years ago. Do you think...
Explain these amazing rides.
Tuchentol Nations, 2013.
What did he get?
I think he went
third?
4-5 on a 250.
Yeah, he was third overall, second overall.
I can't remember the overall. But
really good. But that's a long time ago
yeah,
on a Dixon bike.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
I think that we are all rating Ferris highly based on what the name means. When in reality, Germany's third rider, Tom Koch, he was third overall. Sorry, not third. He was 8th overall at Matterley Basin. I don't think Dean Ferris does better than that. So, although we're all looking at Team Australia as this complete thing, I think that Germany's third rider, who no one's heard of, Tom Koch...
Yeah, I couldn't tell you one thing
better.
about this Koch guy.
No, so then, because of the bias of knowing what Ferris has done in the past, you immediately go, Ferris is so much better. When in reality...
But hold on. If Wilson Todd and Jed Beaton, Australians, are top 10 guys over here, right?
Yeah, okay.
They kind of were 10, top 10, 11 guys-ish? No?
I can see where you're going, so I appreciate that.
Okay.
But a lot of grey area there.
Okay, so Ferris is Ferris not on their level?
Well, no, because he beat them. Well, he beat Jed Beaton.
Yeah, that's where I'm getting at. Like
But then, do you?
Where did he beat him? In Australia?
In Australia, yeah.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Yes.
I mean, it's got to be something you care about.
Let me put it this way. Tom Koch was 8th overall at Matterley. Do you think that Dean Ferris could go to a GP this year and finish top 8 overall?
What's this Koch guy?
No.
See,
no.
So that is essentially where I'm coming from. I think that this is why we're sleeping on Germany. Pesky buggers. The Germans.
I get along well with Lewis, and I agree with a lot of what he has to say, and I think he's correct here again. I think people are overlooking Spain as well. I think Spain's pretty damn good.
Yeah, Spain. I put Spain in the same category as Germany, just like slightly, like 0.1 further back.
Looking at Koch here, looking hard at Koch here.
Yes, please keep going.
That was his best race of the year by far.
He had 6 top 10 motos, I think.
2 motos together. He seemed to have trouble putting 2 motos together.
A lot of jokes that could be made, but
yeah.
No.
But he only has to do one, right?
I know, but
If
when
the
you're
other
talking
guy
about
pull
Koch
their
being
weight.
top 8, let's back it down on the Koch.
I was told I'm not allowed to laugh on this show, so please stop. No, Matterley, similar sort of ground.
Oh, come on.
It's not sand, so it's similar-ish.
Okay, sure. All right. Got me there, Lewis. It's not sand. Got it.
It was recent,
Right.
so it's indicative of current form. Yeah, can he do one result? Marcus Schiffer, it's exactly the same thing. Marcus Schiffer, what's he going to do?
Can I make a bet with you right now?
On what?
On this German result, this German team?
I say Germany are top 5.
No, I'll just say that Spain and Belgium beat them.
Belgium are the overrated team. Belgium are...
Overrated team?
Yes, Belgium are the team that's got too much hype.
You don't like Liam on a 450? Or?
No. Okay, so we're all going crazy because of what Gertz did at Redbud. Newsflash, Matterley isn't sand and Ernay is very different to Redbud. Hard-hitting analysis. Lucas Kuhnen is fast, but he's been erratic.
He is erratic.
Yep. And Liam Everts has had high points this season, but recently it's been a little more difficult and he's moving on to a new bike. He may be on a 350. I don't know what he decided on. So, although that team looks nice on paper, I think that a team of Roxon can win his class. Lagenfelder can win his class. Tom Koch can do something. He can get
Lewis, you have been high on Simon for, I would say, years now.
Yeah, I do drink the
higher.
Kool-Aid. I am a bit delusional when it comes to Simon, but he's a great starter. And could he whole shot a moto and then hold on for a 5th? Sure. Like the thing, I think
So you put Germany ahead of America?
Close. I don't know. I'd have to really.
Well, you just said third for Germany.
Yeah, well, I also put America in that conversation.
Okay.
I say, I guess I say that Australia and France are 1A and 1B. USA and Germany are 2A and 2B. And then you have 7 teams that are interchangeable. They could be 5th or they could be 9th.
I put USA in that category. USA could be 3rd. USA could be 7th.
Yeah, so same for Spain, same for Switzerland, same for
Belgium.
Yep.
Germany.
There's lots
Italy.
of teams. Yep.
Yeah. Netherlands, yeah.
Yeah, no one's talking about the Netherlands.
They're pretty good.
They are a team that will be... They won't have one standout result.
The Wolf's better on soft stuff, right?
Yes, but he still races plenty of hard tracks. He'll be fine. Yeah, he's a sand guy for sure. He can win in sand against anybody, but I still think he could put up a good result for sure.
Yeah, I don't think that there's going to be a result for the Netherlands that makes you go, wow, this is incredible.
Yeah.
But I think after the 3rd moto, you'll look and there will be a lot of 5ths, a lot of 6ths, a lot of 7ths, and that will put them in the mix. And then you're like, oh shit, look at that. I didn't even consider them all day.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul, you put France ahead of Australia a little bit?
Yeah, I do a little bit. Yeah, just because Roman's strong. I think Vial is going to be really good. I think I think the biggest key to USA doing well is Roman not winning. So maybe Jet beating him. Obviously, Prado can beat him. Geyser can beat him.
Mm-hmm.
It would be great if all those guys beat him, honestly. And then, I don't know. Australia, obviously, they're going to be in the mix too. And who knows what's going on with Hunter. I think I would have put Hunter on a 450 because I think it's easier to get a result that you keep on the big bikes. You typically throw away the small bike result. But, I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, so another thing we talked about, Paul, earlier on is recently, for years, MX2 got the inside gates both motos. Recently, though, the trend has been not to give the MX2 guy the inside gate and to just kind of take that low number result with your 450 guy or in the 3rd moto start the 450s in the inside, hoping that other teams put 250s there so that you can get a start and others can't. What's the strategy that wins in your eyes, or what do you like for a strategy for the MX2 starting position?
I mean, this is a fluid topic. I think that has to be kind of decided in the moment a little bit. It's going to depend where we're going to go to the gate as far as our gate position. I'll say going into race 1, it would likely be my preference to put the 250 on the inside because it's fresh, right? Meaning no results yet. We don't know who we're aiming for lack of a better word, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you're going into Moto2, you've already kind of seen 2 results from every team, right? And there's certain teams that in my opinion, you would need to prioritize to beat, and there could be strategy and where to line up when it comes to that. So who knows what happens gate Motos 2 and 3, but going into Moto 1, I would think you should put the 250 down there, especially if there's other 250s lining up down there, but who knows what they do, right? But like I said earlier, this is an incredibly fair start. So you just have to execute because I think you can get it from outside the box too. I've seen video of it happen multiple times. So
yeah, but you're with me though that sometimes teams are letting the MX2 guys get the outside pick recently. So
yeah. I mean, and again, like if we go to the gate 5 and Febvre goes down there and Prado goes down there and all the hard hitting MX1 guys, we have to put AP down there almost, in my opinion, right? And let the 250s battle out on the outside.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, dictated by others. Sure.
Yeah, that's where being on pole position can actually hurt, because I would almost rather be 3rd or 4th and read the situation rather than be the one to make the first move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I disagree. I'd rather be P1 every time, all day.
Yeah,
Please give me the first gate.
I guess pole position is nice.
Paul Perebijnos here, brought to you by the folks at Renthal. How do we feel about the UK team, Lewis? How do we? Muse, Watson,
and Josh Gilbert.
How do we feel?
A top 10 would be a victory.
But in a way, though, it's nice to see the turnover of UK, right? Like Anstey, Dino, and Searle went last year, and it didn't go that well. And it's like they kind of had to move on and get fresh. So they'll take their beatings with these younger guys, maybe?
Yeah, but I think this is the start of a downturn for Team GB. Like, Team GB will not be top 5 contenders now for
Right.
10 years.
A while.
This is the beginning
Sure.
of like,
Okay.
don't consider Team GB. Obviously, Ben Watson will hold them on his shoulders and do so incredibly well.
Here we go.
But he is just one man.
Yeah.
No, they are not going to be great.
Steve, what about Team Canada?
What
This is
about
like
them?
The best team you've ever spent. Everyone's a Renthal guy, so they're going to have amazing equipment.
Yeah, did you give them
how are they
special
gonna
bar
do?
pads?
Yeah, dude, we made 52 special bar pads for this weekend that I'm hand carrying with me on the plane tomorrow.
Okay.
Everybody that's a Renthal guy and you're representing your nation, you will get a custom bar pad.
If I don't see
a
the
memento.
custom bar pad on Team Canada's bars, I'm both barrels on you on social media. So
bring it on.
Okay.
They'll have them.
Okay, so yeah, we rarely send our best team. Politics, the fucknuts at the CMA, the fucknuts at CMRC, injuries, you name it. Going back to the rollerball days, like he didn't even go every year because he didn't want to pay out of his pocket. And you know what I mean? Like there was so much political shit with Team Canada. I don't even have time to get into it. I could devote a 6-hour pulp show on the political shit that Canada has gone through. So, or injuries. But now, yes, the 3 best riders in Canada are going. So these 3 guys are really great. Ryder McNabb, 2-time MX2 champion. Dylan Wright's, he's a world-class racer, let's face it. And then Jess Pettis has had a good injury-free year. These are the best guys that Team Canada send. And they could get a 5th. Stop it. Stop it, Perebijnos.
You go home with your 5th.
They could get a 5th.
Yeah, I was going to say
20,
sixth.
$20.
No, I would not bet. No, I said they could get a 5th. I'm not claiming 5th, but they're in a 5 to 10 all day long. All day long, which normally they're like 12th or 16th. We've gotten a lot of 15ths, okay? We are in the top 10. We have an outside fighting chance at a top 5.
Imagine if Canada get on
Sorry,
the
not a
podium.
top 5, a 5.
Oh, not a top 5, just
No,
a 5.
a 5th. We have an outside.
5th is your ceiling.
There is no chance of beating USA, France, Australia, maybe this cock guy. So that puts it. There's 4 right there. Spain's awesome. Belgium. So, like I said, a 5th would be, I think, their ceiling, which would be amazing.
If they are outside of the top 10, then that is a disaster.
If they're outside the top 10,
Yeah, what will you do?
I don't know. What can I do?
Like if they're outside,
I
of the
will
top,
punch
let's
Marks
work
in
on
the
that.
face.
I was gonna say Marks gets a raise. You went a different direction with that.
I'll punch Marks in the face if they're outside the top 10.
I like my idea better.
What a nice sacrifice on your behalf.
Thank you, Lewis.
If they finish 11th or worse, will you show up to Anaheim in one of those white CMA outfits that those idiots always run?
I'd like to find
Please.
one. That would be great. I don't know.
You have to wear it all day in
Yeah.
the press box. You can go down to the starting line and exert your will and over enforce rules.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
So, Lewis, who's an outside shot country? Is it Canada for you? Like a real dark horse?
Well, is that not Germany? Or does that not? Is that too?
No, because it's got Ken Roxon on the team.
But you've just
Langenfelder.
told
but
me I'm insane.
They literally have 2 top 5 riders, so they're not an outside chance.
Okay.
I don't mean to win. I just mean to impress. No, to impress. Is it Canada, or is it like Latvian fucks?
Yeah,
or?
I think Latvia.
Latvia
because
again?
I don't know
Yeah.
how to say the names of the relatives. Razulis?
Yeah. Are they brothers?
I don't know if they're brothers or cousins or what, but they are they're EMX riders, so they're early in their development, but they are on the rise. And if Latvia can field that team in 2 years' time, Latvia will become a top 5 mix team.
And what about this Harwood kid?
Excuse me?
Harwood from New Zealand.
Hamish Harwood?
Yeah.
He raced Washougal.
Yeah.
He's been around for a long
has he?
time.
Okay. I thought he was like an up-and-coming Kiwi kid.
Fun fact.
Yep.
Erne has hosted the Nations twice, 2005 and 2015.
Yep.
Cody Cooper and Tanel Leok raced both of those years and now this year.
And now this year. That's fantastic. What about Martin Barr? That bastard's on Ireland again.
Yeah, I think Ireland will be what Irelands normally are.
Yeah,
they will be
final,
on the
yeah,
cusp,
yeah,
and like if they get in, that's great. You're gonna make me.
What do we have for Guam with Grant Harlan?
Uh,
Hey, you want to know about Paul's guy? Paul will be checking on Grant Harlan every time. Paul,
I got Grant Harlan some Guam bar pad covers ready to go. He's excited about it.
I bet you do.
But hey, I'm stoked on Harlan because that was my I needed to support a Yamaha privateer this year because I like to have product on every color bike racing worldwide just for development purposes, right? We don't really have a lot of Yamaha guys, so I needed a Yamaha guy.
Uh-huh.
And dude, I picked the guy that earned national number 23.
Yeah.
I'm stoked for that.
Now, you've been Team Harlan for a long time, Paul. I'll give you a ton of credit on that. You have been, Team Harlan, and it paid off. You were like, you bought Google like in 1991. Basically, is what it ends up.
Harlan stock. I bought Harlan stock very early.
Yeah, you bought it when he was garbage, and now you've ridden Harlan stock to the top. So
a sentence that I never thought I would say. Are Guam locks for the A final?
Varese crashes a lot.
Yes, fair.
And Lepanovic, I mean...
Who's Pete Lepanovic?
Pete Lepanovic.
He's a team manager.
That would be Sean's dad. I would take a guess.
Yeah, I presume so. Just got questions about that.
I don't know. Lepanovic is a good dude, but like Kiefer's faster. So, I don't know.
Can we work on Kiefer for Guam 2024?
He rides Guam at the Glen Helen thing.
Surely that's possible.
No, Lepanovic is actually from Guam. That's why he's on the team, and he organizes it.
Oh, okay. So he's probably not going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere.
Damn it.
Okay, so give me Lewis. Maybe I shouldn't ask Paul because he's part of the Team USA. Lewis, give me your 3 class winners.
Oh, class winners.
Yeah.
So MXGP is hard because I think it's going to be either Fevra, Roxon, or Jet. Honestly, everyone's going to be high on Jet. I'll go the other way. I think Fevra comes out firing. I think he won one at Ernay last time for the Nations.
Yep.
I think he is going to be a man on a mission.
Okay.
He's not represented France since 2017 either, so I feel like there's a lot to prove there. MX2, I think I want to go RJ.
Really?
As I said,
yep.
Pure emotion.
Yep.
Driven by emotion.
Yep.
And I think that could create something quite special. I have heard this theory from a couple of riders. They say that Hunter's going to come in expecting to be the guy, and he won't have it all his own way, Lagenfelder, etc., and that could sort of rock him a little bit. Thoughts?
Well, I'm more and more worried about his injury, right? He didn't crashed out at SMX.
Pinch nerve in his back. That's the...
Something like that, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so that you've got to bear that in mind, haven't you? Like, if you're him, you're thinking about that as you're going around. Because even if you're fine when you wake up, I feel like that's an injury where you hit a bump the wrong way and it's back.
Okay, so Hampshire's your MX2.
Oh, yep, sorry.
Okay.
Open's Prado. That's easy.
Yeah.
Just good starts and see you later.
Yeah, Prado's closest competitor will be Koldenhoff?
Christian Craig.
Yeah, well, that's possible. I do believe.
It's gonna. Here's my class winners: Jet, Vial, and Prado, and Team USA will go 2-2-2. That's what's gonna happen.
They go 2-2-2. They're winning the thing.
Yeah, that's the point, Steve. We're gonna win.
How's the big man do?
Honestly,
yeah.
You look at the MXGP class.
Italians can ride hardpack.
Yeah.
I heard he doesn't speak Italian.
No, he doesn't.
You look at MXGP: Plessinger, Fevra, Jet, Gertz, Fernandez, Vlanderen, Roxon, Sewer, Ben Watson?
Sir, Vlanderen, you're putting Vlanderen and Ben Watson on the big man's level? Would you like to look at the points for this year?
Yeah, Vlanderen beat him in the points.
Okay.
By 100 points.
No.
It was...
That MX1 qualifier is going to be awesome.
Yeah, that will be.
100 points.
Okay, maybe not that much, but he beat him
Okay,
handedly.
we beat Jeffrey Hurlings in the points. The big man.
God.
I don't know what you want me to do with that.
Look at the points. Look at the points, first of all. Tell me.
109 points.
Vlanderen.
Yes.
Beat the big man.
Yes.
I must have spaced out when I was scrolling those points all of that. I know Vlanderen won a GP. Good job.
That was last year.
He didn't win one this year?
Nope.
Okay.
Didn't even get a podium.
God damn, and he still beat us by 109.
Yep.
We missed the round.
So did Vlanderen.
Vlanderen became a better hardpack rider this year, I think.
He kind of did, yeah.
Yeah, he could be he could be a bit of a sneaky force in that MXGP class.
Did he podium one this year?
No. He won a moto but didn't podium.
Oh, okay, so that's what I meant when he won.
That's
he won
not
a moto.
what you meant.
Whatever. I meant he won something.
He went 5-1 and got 4th overall.
Oh, that's a rough go. That's
was that Lommel?
No, Lockett.
Sardinia? Look at
Again, hard pack.
Hard
as you
pack,
said.
yeah. Hard pack. That's
he's a hard pack guy.
That's a Phil result.
Factory Yamaha next year as well.
Okay.
I presume. No, but so my point being that MXGP class is stacked. I don't think Ferrato. I think Ferrato gets a little lost in that list.
Well, I think your mom's a little lost.
Okay, very mature of you.
Where does Canada finish? What position?
Canada.
Yeah.
9th.
Do we beat UK?
Yeah.
Okay. Paul?
8th.
All right, I'll take those results. I'm fine with that.
Can we get into this Germany thing more?
The cock.
If you can get into that, I'll get into Germany.
I think you're
where do you think they're finishing, Lewis? Germany.
I think 4th at worst. So
I'll take that bet. Can I take that bet? Can we bet?
Yeah, you should. You can take that one.
I want that bet.
What are we betting?
Money.
What sort of money?
100?
U.S. currency.
Yeah, not great. Not GBP.
Not GBPs.
I can do 100.
$100.
I was thinking more 20, but sure, we'll do 100.
Wow.
We can do 20.
100. Lewis. So Lewis is 4th or better for 100, and Steve is 5th or worse.
You want to do 20?
No, we'll do 100.
Okay. All right. Okay. There we go. Germany, the cock. You are hard on the cock.
So Roxon is a top 3 MXGP rider. At work, Roxon is going to be in the Fevre Jet mix, correct? I asked you a simple question.
Do you realize that motocross is different from SMX? It's longer. It's harder.
Were you at High Point?
That was in May.
Roxon turns
June.
up. When Roxon randomly appears at a race, he turns up. That's fair, isn't it?
No, because look at his last destination's result.
Yeah, I choose to ignore that.
Oh, so you ignore facts then. Okay.
But if you look at his...
Roxon had an amazing MXDN record until, I think, the last 2.
No, just the last one.
Just the last one, not the one before that?
Yeah, no, because the one before that was 2013.
He was amazing on a small bike at destinations multiple years.
He was.
Yeah, he won the MX2 class 10.
Can we look at the Google?
Yeah,
Can you Google
Thunder Valley. I
what
think
do you want me to do?
No, not Thunder Valley. Just Roxon's last 2 destinations.
Okay.
So the last one would have been the COVID, Italy. Did he go?
No.
No.
Red Bud 2018.
Oh, that's the last time he rode for Germany.
And then before that was Tuchenthal. I'm pretty sure. I'll check. But
so 2018 not good. But he was coming off a bit of an injury. I think his ribs or something.
Yeah, 2018, 2013. Last 2.
So 2013 he was good then.
Yeah, he won that. So
just the last one then. He was, okay.
And I feel like based on the evidence we have this year, High Point, really just that. He'll maybe he won't win, but he will be there or thereabouts. Lagenfelder will be top 3 in MX2 himself, and then Tom Cox got to do one result.
No, great, fine, fourth or worst. So if they get 4th, you win.
Yes.
5th, I win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fine.
And you think they could win the overall?
Look, it's an outside shot.
No, I know, but yeah.
If they win, I will not be running around going, "Oh my God, what is happening?"
Well, that's like me with USA. If USA wins, I will not be running around.
No, same.
Yeah.
Are you coming, Steve?
No.
Oh.
I'm busy.
Okay.
Honestly, I wanted to go, and then USA wasn't sending a team, Paul. I got an inside tip. USA wasn't sending a team, so then I was out, and then USA sent a team, and then I was back in, and then I looked at flights, and then I got a place to stay, and then I was back in, and then it was a whole thing. So
something we haven't talked about, the weather looks great.
Does Team USA...
Yeah, I just looked.
There is 0 chance of rain.
Okay.
But we are going to have a great
That
nation.
was one of the things I was thinking about. Is we've seen
I didn't want you to say that, Lewis, but yes,
No,
right
but
now it looks great.
It looks great.
Every destination has been rainy for...
It does.
10
Sun
years.
on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
I will
72.
What was the last nice destinations?
16.
16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm taking shorts. I'm taking my California clothes.
Okay. Paul, will Team USA buy my flight tomorrow?
No.
Okay.
Are you starting to feel a little bit?
Yes.
Are you really?
A little FOMO.
Yep.
Yeah.
Take a look. Take a look. Maybe the last minute flights. Maybe they're starting to come back down.
Yeah, maybe. I'd have to leave Thursday. Okay.
Tomorrow. No, but see, in my mind,
do this for me. There's a win pie of 100%.
Yeah.
Break that 100% down into countries.
Okay, so I have 4 countries who I will give a percentage to.
Okay.
USA, Australia, France, Germany.
Give me the percents.
France, 50. Australia, 35. Germany 7.5, USA 7.5.
Wow. Shitting on the Belgians, shitting on Spain.
Yep. Yeah, they're not going to win.
So Germany is equal to USA for you?
There or thereabouts. I'm not very good at
I've never seen
math.
anybody love cock more than Lewis.
That's not a good soundbite. No, but like I honestly don't understand why you think I'm crazy. Like I feel like I need to keep justifying myself. But
okay.
Ken Roxon, familiar?
Familiar, yes.
Simon Lagenfelder, familiar?
Familiar, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tom Cock.
Langenfelder could have won MX2 if he hadn't got hurt.
Yes.
Right?
And he
Probably or no?
I think he's won at least one moto at the last 5 rounds, 6 rounds. So he's coming in.
Yeah.
on
If he
form.
doesn't get hurt, Gertz probably wins, but then maybe Langenfelder second if neither one gets hurt.
Gertz and Lagenfelder were the best riders.
Right.
No doubt.
Okay.
Like, I don't see why this is crazy. Germany won with Markus Schiffer.
They did.
Markus Schiffer and Tom Cock are the same guy, essentially.
We were in Lommel, though. Weren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Different. You can't even compare. Deep sand track, like Germany win. Like, who knows if Schiffer was good in sand? Who knows?
Yeah, he
He's a sand
was,
guy
but
or
Tom
whatever.
Cock is good on hardpack.
Okay, well,
he just needs to get a ninth.
I just looked at Cock's results, and I'm not exactly blown by Cock.
You're loving this, aren't you?
I am. But Matterley was his best race by far, and yeah, he had a couple of other good motos. So,
a 9th in Czech hardpack, 9th place hardpack Czech Republic. There you go. That's all he needs to do. If he can get an 11th in Moto 2, the easier MX2 Open, the other two then just need to deliver.
All right, let me ask Team USA's Paul Perebijnos, brought to you by Rent. Paul, best result on the USA team in their class? Who are you
Best result?
Yeah, who are you most confident about that it's just going to be a ride?
I don't think we on our team, Team USA.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we win any of the classes.
No, just best
I still
result.
Think we can.
Yeah.
I still think we win the entire event, though.
Yeah, but just best result in the class. Like, what do you think? Like Lewis picked RJ for MX2 win. Like, so.
Yeah.
Like, what? Who are you not worried about?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll go with Lewis. I guess maybe RJ could get the best result. But I mean,
yeah,
Craig can get some great starts and do really good in that class too. Like, I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I guess I'll go RJ.
He doesn't want to say.
Okay. No, I don't.
I personally think RJ will shine. I think AP will be solid and consistent, but I think RJ will shine.
Well, AP's definitely in the harder class for sure.
So AP has a tough class for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I think RJ will be something really special.
I almost would have gone because Christian, and this is second guessing obviously, and that's the perfect Monday morning quarterback thing that us media guys do.
Yeah.
But I almost would have said, look, Craig hasn't raced in a long time. Give him the break in between races. Put him in MX1 and give him the break because AP's been, hard at it now. So, yeah. But that's just me.
Yeah, I did consider that. When he was on the phone, I was going to mention, was that thrown up in the air? But
yeah. But I don't know. Maybe Paul.
No, AP's AP was always the guy that was going to lead the team once we got down got down that far, right?
Sure. Okay.
I mean, he's scored the most points. He's raced all year. He has the harder class. We got to send I don't want to say better, but yeah, he's been riding all year, and Christian hasn't. So yeah, we got to send him into the line.
Christian would be the first to tell you that. He's not going to come in and be like, I'm better than AP. Like, yeah, AP's had a great year. So,
Tom Cock was 16th in a moto in Germany in Red Bud last year.
Here we go. 16th. Oh my God.
Yeah, but that's
run for the hills.
That's fine because if he just needs to do a little bit better than that.
Okay.
Honestly, Tom Cock has never been mentioned on American media as much as this.
No.
Great day for him.
Yeah, it is. It is a lot.
His stock has
a
just
lot
rised.
of Cock talk tonight. We're gonna have rock talk here.
How does Cock do in a pressure situation?
I think he will be just fine.
He rises to the occasion.
If he does well, this is a future headlines for you next week.
Make note now. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Or past headlines, I guess, in that case.
Yeah. Listen, all right, Lewis. Well, yeah, that's
one team we haven't mentioned.
Okay.
Well, we mentioned them earlier. Switzerland. Sewer can win MXGP. A little bit of a long shot. Guillot has been
surprisingly. What happened to him? Did he take a bunch of HGH or something?
Maybe.
Dude, he came out of nowhere to be good again.
Yeah, he's like his mid-career dip is just forgotten about.
Do you guys remember what was the Matterly year that he like took it to Jeffrey in 250 class?
15. Yeah, and it
that
wasn't.
That race is burned into my head because he was unbelievable that day.
Yeah, and it wasn't even just Matterly. I think there was a string of like 4 GPs where he was as good as Jeffrey, if not better.
Okay, so but Tonus has been racing. What's he been doing?
He raced 1 GP this year, and he's been racing the Swiss Championship again.
Yeah,
he's one of the guys where it's like, just try and get a 12th on the board, and then let's see what the other guys can do. There are a lot of teams here with 2 really strong riders that have to carry their team. Essentially, that is the nations we are heading into. A lot of teams with 2 riders who absolutely need to fulfill their potential and not screw up, so that the 3rd rider only has to do 1 result.
Except Canada, who has 3 juggernauts.
Yeah, surprisingly, yes, they are one of the exceptions to the rule.
I feel like a Dylan Wright big man battle is shaping up.
Yeah, they're
right.
Yeah, I feel like they're close enough.
You should definitely fly to the race for that.
Yeah.
Honestly, you're missing out on a lot.
I would windmill the big man on.
What, over Canada?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But no, Switzerland could also be, like, they're not going to podium.
Back it down, Lewis. You've already got one outrageous statement. Let's just back it down with about Switzerland.
I just said they can't podium. How is that outrageous?
All right.
Lewis, when do you get in town?
I fly to the UK tomorrow night, and then so I drive to France Thursday. So I'll be in Laval Thursday afternoon.
Okay. All right.
I'll come by and find you.
What about Greece? Any chance for the A final for Greece?
I don't think that Greece are especially strong. Good to see Ukraine turn up.
Yeah, good job, Ukraine.
Morocco. What? How do we both feel? For years,
how do we feel about a C final? We don't.
Well, I looked. We had a C final.
We did
in 2017.
Oh,
who knew?
Yeah. Obviously, you guys talked about the schedule. So we got 65s, 85s, 125s, C finals. Like, are they going to be able to groom the start once? Maybe.
If I have, a couple $1,000, could I have a race at the Nations?
Yes.
Could they give me a race?
Yes. The
PulpMX might need more than a
privateer
couple
challenge.
thousand, but yeah, you can. Money.
Yeah, they got Blue Crew,
anything.
65, 85, 125 races.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Like, this is the most prestigious motocross race of the year, they say, and they just can't help but, jam shit in it.
Leave.
And oh, by the way, Ustream are in front. Are you not making enough money? You need a few more dollars? I saw the schedule. It's insane.
Yeah, it's the nations. That's enough of a draw.
Right?
Leave it alone. We want some downtime to think about what's happened.
Yeah.
And,
no downtime. 65s, 85s, 125s, C finals. Line them up.
Paul mentioned.
I wonder if there's a disc jockey race, like a DJ race or something.
Paul mentioned about having.
I'm sure they'll have a pit bike race.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Paul mentioned about having time to groom the start straight at Ernée. Very touchy subject. Best not to raise that.
I know.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Exactly. That GP that it all went to shit. That's kind of why I brought it up.
Is that why you brought it up? Good job. Yeah, that's a good one to reach back
subject.
into that.
But no, how do we both feel? So nation's very important. For years, we've had Puerto Rico shoe in a couple of Americans, a bit of a grey area.
Well, now we have the FIM.
Well, that's where I'm going.
Okay.
We have Guam. We have FIM Latin America. I feel like we need to stop this before we end up in 5 years' time with FIM Las Vegas, and we're going to have 20 teams that are just bizarre.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Okay, brilliant that FIM Latin America managed to send a team, but Miguel Cordovez, you can stay home. It's fine. We don't need you at the race.
Yeah. No, it's a C final. It's everybody gets a trophy time. Is there entry to this race? There must be entry. So FIM Latin America just gets more money for entries.
I don't even know how that would work. Why not? There's an FIM Latin America team. Why not an FIM Europe team?
I thought there was one
Yeah,
time.
they didn't send one this year, but there was at Redbud.
Yeah, there was. Geyser was on it, wasn't he?
No.
Oh.
No. But there was an FIM of Europe.
I thought Geyser rode for.
No, I think that was the talk.
Race last year.
Was that the talk?
Everyone was saying why not put Geyser and other obscure good Europe riders.
Dylan Wright.
Yeah, not quite.
No, I know. All right, okay. So anything else for Paul Perebijnos? We got Rock Talk coming up.
Me and Paul are going to have a great weekend.
Okay.
You will not.
Yep.
Oh, that's
Simple.
okay. Yeah.
I will be inside the Team USA bubble as long as I'm allowed.
I went to every Destinations from 2000. What was Budds Creek? 06? 07?
Seven.
From 07 to 20. What was COVID year? 07 to 2020. I went to every no, you said COVID year. I didn't go to COVID year.
Yes, that was 2021.
Yeah, so 2020.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So I went 07 to 2020.
Actually, 2019, because there wasn't a race in 2020.
There wasn't?
No.
Okay, 2019. There we go. 13 years of Destinations races. So.
What happened to you? Sad.
I went to Redbud last year.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, see? You didn't even go to Redbud. Listen, Paul, good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
I think this is a little underrated Team USA team. I got a sense of that. The B team thing, I don't really like that. I think these guys are better than that. Look, when Billy Lyles and LaRocco and Emig went in 92, I mean, that was really a B team. That was guys that were not two 125 dudes and a guy that was racing GPs. This is not that. This is better than that. So, yeah, I think it's going to go well. So,
I hope so. We're going to try. We'll try not to make mistakes, and yeah, we'll be organized. We'll communicate and try to put up the best result we can. But I think we're capable for sure.
And Lewis, you think this weekend they're announcing the next 3 Destinations?
Yeah,
Is
maybe
that
the
word
next
is?
4.
Next
They're definitely announcing 24, 25, 26,
and
maybe 27.
Back in America in 25.
Are we in America in 24 or 25?
I strongly believe 25, and I strongly believe next year will be Matterley,
USA,
France.
Ironman in 25 then.
I listen. Nothing against. I know Tim Ritchie listens to the show. There's other tracks we need to go to in America.
I think it'll be Ironman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the Redbud are really like up in arms about not getting it again, are they?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I just think we can go to another
I
track.
mean, we'll go back there. It's a great place to go, but
It is,
yeah, I think we can still spread it around.
Yeah. So, and then Spain? Lewis, you
yes,
heard?
I know that Spain are like putting in a big push to get it.
Okay.
So maybe 27.
Right.
But they don't have a track.
Right.
Which is the issue.
Okay. Thanks, Paul. Thank you for your time. Renthal.com. And good luck, buddy. And yeah, keep in touch, man. Thank you.
All right, guys. Cheers.
All right, see ya. That's Paul Perebijnos, everybody. Team USA.
Question.
Yep.
Will
Cock?
you
more
wake?
More cock talk?
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
Will you wake up at whatever
Yes.
time? 4 a.m.,
Yes.
3 a.m.?
I already got MXGP bought.
Oh, you
Pass it.
paid?
Yeah, paid and everything. I'm in. So
Okay.
what time do I need to wake up?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll be there. So I'd imagine it'll be 2 a.m.
9 hours ahead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 a.m., 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Actually, no, not that bad. 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm in.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Maxima USA, Pulp 20 is the code to save with Maxima. Love those guys. Also, Pro Filter as well. Pulp 20 is the code to save. So whether it's Maxima or whether it's Pro Filter, Pulp 20, use the code to save. Love Maxima stuff. It's absolutely fantastic. All right, everybody. We're going to wrap up here on the Pulp Show. Rock Talk. Rock Talk time.
Yep.
Rock Talk. Rock Talk. Rock Talk. Here we go.
Very excited.
All right, Lewis. What do you have to say for Rock Talk? Anything? You want to get started? Or
I literally told you I just cannot start it.
Okay. All right. I'll start. Perhaps you've heard of this Sphere thing in Vegas.
Yeah.
It has been built here. It's $2.5 billion, I think.
Did you
Is
know?
it a billion?
Yes.
It's $1 billion. $2.5 billion.
Did you know that to advertise on it for one day is 450 grand, and for a week it is 650 grand? Which I'm no business major, but a week seems like good value.
Seems like good value.
Yep.
I'm going to turn that into a pulp thing.
Yep.
So this thing is state of the art. It's a display all inside. I went to the U2 concert. I love U2. I'm at the Edge. That was my last week's Rock Talk. This is this week's. I went to the U2 concert. It was kind of a last minute thing. Thanks to my buddy Dennis Parker for getting me tickets because it's all sold out. He came through with some great seats for me. And look, I love U2. So perhaps my review is a bit clouded because I was very excited to see U2. But this fucking Sphere, it's amazing. Like, if you're listening to this and your favorite band, whether it's fucking Whistling Dixies or whether it's, techno death metal from Mars, whatever kind of music you like.
Those aren't real band names, are they?
No.
Okay.
Whatever kind of music you like, if they're playing the Sphere in Vegas, you have got to go. This thing was amazing. I was laughing, smiling, screaming. It's next level, dude. Like, you're sitting there, and it's just a big globe, right? With the vision, like whatever they're doing goes over top of you and over you and in front of you, like, and it is. At one point, they were putting something on the screen. They were scrolling something on the screen. You thought you were sitting there, and the stage was going up. You thought you were moving because of the way this thing was. Unbelievable. You look up and it looked like the roof was coming down on top of you.
Yeah, your video of the roof coming down, I watched that so many times, and I couldn't figure out how they could make that illusion.
Did you watch my videos, Marks?
I did, yeah.
I know Tallon didn't, but...
He's shaking his head no.
What did you think?
Yeah, the videos that you sent were very, very cool. Everything I've seen about the Sphere is really, really incredible from a technological standpoint.
I'm a 5. We all know this.
Not on that night.
No.
5,000.
Dude, it's one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
Really?
It was so fucking cool. Again, I love U2. So, maybe seeing my favorite band. They haven't toured since 2019. Okay. So, I'm all into the fucking music, which you can't understand. But this thing is unbelievable. The speakers are behind the wall, right? So there's no speakers hanging. Right. Again, you don't know what I'm talking about. But, Marks, there's no speakers hanging down or anything.
Right.
All the speakers are behind the wall. The stage is pretty small, but it lights up too. It's unbelievable.
So, like, when the music's playing, what do you do?
Well, see, that's the thing. They came out, 3 songs, Sphere doing everything, and you're not even listening to the music because you're like, oh, my God, the roof's falling in. Oh, my God, the colors. Oh, my God, the animals, right?
Yep. The animals?
Yeah. Oh, there's animals. There's helicopters coming at you and animals and bugs. Fucking bugs are landing on your face.
Really? Okay.
So, and then the band turned it off and used it very minimally for a lot of the middle of the songs because it's like, hey, man, you're at a concert.
Yeah.
You literally can't focus on the concert. And then at the end, they whipped it out again, like they whipped out the cock.
Yep.
And they showed it to you. And they showed it to you big time.
Were they the first ones to
Yes,
use
they opened it. They opened it. Yeah, the first acts in it and everything. I'm telling you, people, like, even if you don't even, if you mildly like U2, go.
Or I guess any other band will be the same.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, because, maybe you love U2. I'm just saying, like, you love U2. So, but, yeah, like I said, if your country band's playing it, if your shit-ass country band is playing it, and don't get me wrong, country music is shit-ass.
Yep.
If they're playing it, go there. If your death metal guys are playing it, go there. Like, it is unbelievable. Tickets were a fuck ton, and it was worth it.
I thought your buddy sorted you out.
Yes, but I have 4 other shows.
Oh, okay.
Those were a fuck ton.
Okay.
What are you laughing at?
Just you, yeah. You're all in, dude. I like it.
Dude, again, I'm a 5. This thing, Kiefer would be so proud of me.
I can see your erection from here.
It was so cool. And that's all. That's my rock talk. Just go to the Sphere.
Okay. Seems like instead of rock talk, it seems more like touristy landmark talk.
Well, I loved U2. Yeah, great concert. Fantastic. Like they're the greatest band in the world, and it was amazing.
Glaucoma.
Try hard. When you're there, it's gonna take all you can do to not start beating off.
I don't think I'm going, but okay.
At the screen, because it is amazing. Okay, that's my rock talk segment. Sphere, U2, do it.
My rock talk.
Yes.
Bono.
Oh.
From U2.
Yeah.
He's got glaucoma.
Oh. How do you know that?
Google.
Oh. Well, way to ruin this segment then. I did meet the edge.
Lewis just thought he'd bring that fun little tidbit into the show.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks, man. It's great.
That's good stuff.
Yeah. Is that your rock talk? Thanks for sharing, man. Thanks a lot. You really added a lot to this segment. It's fantastic, man. Lewis Phillips, everybody, bringing us in.
I think that might be my favorite part of rock talk thus far. Over 3 weeks.
I like Jamie's rock talk better. I like my friend Jamie's rock talk.
We need to call Lewis for rock talk every week, I think.
Yeah, you can give us, hey, this guy has cancer. Hey, did you hear that Princess died?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey, I'd like to tell you that Lionel Richie has AIDS. Like, thanks, buddy. Thanks.
We need Lewis to be the Mandarin of Rock Talk.
Yeah, really, right? Yeah.
No, because they wear glasses, don't they?
Who? Who's they? Bono is a guy, not they.
No, you too.
Oh, no, they don't all wear glasses.
Well, this says that they've all got glaucoma.
Spreadable disease? So they all have glaucoma.
Yeah, and Bono said, I have very sensitive eyes.
Hold on. What are you Googling? I got to read this.
Glaucoma is one of the... glaucoma is one of a number of conditions that causes photophobia or light sensitivity in people's eyesight. Tinted, wrapped around glasses that block out as much light as possible are known to alleviate this sensitivity. Talking to Rolling Stones magazine, Bono said, I have sensitive eyes.
Rolling Stones magazine. No, it's just Rolling Stone.
That's why they had to turn the visuals off while they were performing because they couldn't see the
Okay, so
guitars and drums.
All right, do you have anything else to add to Rock Talk
No, that's
tonight?
actually all
That's it? Okay, thank you, sir.
I was just waiting for you to start, and then I just Googled U2 facts, and that was the first thing that came up.
So that's it? Do you have anything else to add to Rock Talk?
I can... I'll go if you want and give you a review.
Okay, all right.
Of the whole thing.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll come in just to do a quick 5-minute.
Yeah. Like 5 minutes with Fletch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you worried about Fletch?
When's your Fletch interview dropping?
I don't know. I feel like it should have already dropped.
Yeah.
Maybe he was a little... Maybe he's like, I didn't make the cut.
Maybe. I think Kiefer's drops tomorrow.
Okay. All right, everybody. It's been another section of Rock Talk for you.
The worst part is you made me laugh, and now I'm going to get complaints.
So the absolute worst Rock Talk ever with featuring Lewis Phillips.
False.
Why? What was the worst one?
No, I think that was the best.
Decal Works bringing you the 9 o'clock hour. DecalMX.com. Promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Love these guys, Ron, Sean, and all the guys. Their mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons. Please check those guys out. Thank you.
Decal Works.
Special sponsor of Rock Talk.
I am very excited for 2024 because I imagine that I will be setting sail with Decal Works on a handful of cool things.
Okay. All right.
Setting sail with Decal Works.
I know what you're getting at.
Yep.
And we'll see about that.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Works Connection, PulpMX 20 is the code to save with those guys at Works Connection. WUSA. What do you like?
I was just going to say, you know who won't see about that is
Bono.
Incredible. Oh, gosh.
I'm really annoyed at myself because I really did a good job of not laughing this entire show. And there was something you said earlier which really made me laugh, and I literally bit my tongue off trying to not laugh. And now it's ruined.
Now you've done.
Yep.
With Rock Talk.
I've actually got tears in my eyes.
Okay. All right. WUSA, Guts Racing. Love those guys. FMF, OGO as well on board with us along with everybody else. PulpMX Show is the place to go for all the codes and everything else. Okay, Lewis. Did some silly season. We did some 250 stuff. We did Rock Talk. Your visa.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about your visa. So you've been in and out
yes.
of the country. Something that we thought was going to take a lot really easy for you to get done. Finally did get done. But
yeah, so I have... people have probably been confused because I've been here, there, and everywhere this year. Obviously, I've been on this show a couple of times and then disappeared out of the country. When I decided to move to America and take a job in America, I did it all properly and went through a lawyer who has worked with Pro Circuit, so is familiar with motocross, and they said that I am a sure thing for an easy visa. Like, they worked with Pro Circuit mechanics, and based on, obviously, the work we do is all online. If you're a mechanic, you don't have anything to show for it.
Yeah.
So they were like, yep, your resume and everything is amazing. This will be easy.
Yep. And I got a work visa every year, too, as well, so I kind of know the process.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And for whatever reason... Huh?
Wasn't that hard?
No.
Right.
And for whatever reason, I was picked on by the government, it seems. Like, my lawyers said to me now after the fact that they had meetings with like 6 other lawyers and had my stuff on a screen and were like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Obviously, I didn't want to give up. I was never going to give up because this is where I wanted to be, and I knew that this is where I need to be for my career progression. So I dropped, I think the final total was $35,000.
Jeez.
Of my own money. Not like I had inheritance or help from anything like that. Like I just made it. I figured it out, made it work.
They cut Dark's pay?
Who?
Vital gave you some of Dark's pay?
No, I did it. I did it all by myself.
They didn't take from Dark to help you?
Unless that's coming.
That's too bad.
No, I think the more likely is Jamie is going to take from me.
Okay, all right.
He's definitely working on a plan. So I sunk a shit ton of money into getting this visa just because I knew that this is where I needed to be.
Mhm.
And then finally, the New York Board of Journalism got involved and basically sent an email to the government and said, you're being a bit crazy. Like, we've reviewed Lewis's work and it's pretty legit. So then that helps massively. It all went through. I have my visa, so now I will be doing all of the American races next year. No stress, no hassle.
You'll be living here.
Yep, I've now got to sort out my life, get a social security number, all of that sort of stuff. Car, phone, all of that sort of stuff. So $35,000 later, but I've made it.
Welcome to America.
Yes.
Welcome to America. Welcome to Rock Talk and welcome to America.
Yeah, that's where I've been this year. So yeah, it's been ridiculously stressful. Like even the last time I was in studio, I was sat here and we were talking, and I distinctly remember randomly my lawyer WhatsApped me because we were that close that we were just texting buddy.
Yep.
And she texted me with like a long list of like, we need to do this, and like every time I saw that, my body would just go into shutdown. So like honestly, this year I've been working in like limp mode, I would say. Like half of what I can do.
Yeah.
Because I always had this hanging over me. My case, which I built myself because I can write, was 1,000 pages. So I produced 1,000 pages of just shit, essentially.
Right.
Along with the money that I had to figure that out and move things around. But I knew that I wanted to be here, and I knew that this was the place to be, and I'd kind of done everything I needed to do in GPs. So I put my balls on the line, essentially, and here we are, being laughed at in Rock Talk.
The land of the sphere.
Being stared at with a guy who's wearing a captain's hat and wondering what I've done.
G'day, mate. The land of the sphere.
Yes.
You're here because of the sphere?
Yeah, nice rhyme.
Yeah.
I'll go to the sphere and I will report back on that now.
Yeah, sounds good. Marks, you got to go.
Oh. Yeah, I'll find a reason to go, I'm sure.
I mean, there's got to be some stupid rapper that's going to be going over there.
Okay, first of all, how dare you?
Okay. All right, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
How many clips do you think Marks is going to get out of this show?
There are a lot.
Yes.
I feel like this is a very memeable show.
Memeable show?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts, great prices, dedicated team of gearheads over there will really help you with their returns and everything. Make it real easy for you. The gearheads.
I feel like it's been pretty easy for you.
Not really. Think of that interest I've lost on that money.
Yeah, just a text here or there.
OEM and aftermarket parts. If you got a secret street bike like JT, you got a UTV, you got an e-bike, they got all stuff for that. They got a great return policy. Any kind of specials going on right now, gearhead guy?
We're always doing deals. I think we have 60% off on certain OEM products right now.
Ooh.
I don't know. Gear's always on sale. Everything's pretty much always on sale.
You got your new Ryder Co?
Ryder Co.
Ryder Co?
Yep.
Yep.
We've been selling that quite a bit.
All right, everybody. These questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on Twitter. And my friend Tallon picks the best ones.
On track, off road for Lewis.
Oh, boy.
Do you feel like you ate enough humble pie with your predictions on the MXGP podcast this year?
Well,
what were they?
Adam and I made a bet. I said that because obviously Geyser was out, so I said that Jonas would be the top Honda rider and wipe the floor with Fernandez.
Oh,
and obviously Adam has Spanish roots.
Yes.
So his Spaniard friend, he was all high on that.
Ooh.
And
you really missed on that one.
Yeah.
Though.
Didn't go well for me.
Right.
And obviously doing a podcast with Adam, the MXGP podcast show on Vital MX, doing a podcast with Adam, I have to eat humble pie a lot because he is smarter than all of us put together.
When they put Fernandez into the MXGP from MX2, I'm like, really? Like just to help Tim out? Like as if it's going to help Tim out. Like, and then the dude was like legit. Like, he really came on.
That has become a bit of a trend in GPs, hasn't it? Like bumping an MX2 rider up early. I almost feel like some American riders and teams should follow suit and just find a way to get a guy to a 450 earlier than
Why would we
planned.
do that? Let's just take them dives and keep doing it, running back the same things.
I.e. Marchbanks seemingly doing 250 Supercross next year.
It's I don't know, man. All right. So what was the question? 8 humble pie?
Yes, I ate humble pie.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay.
Sad.
From Gate Drop MX, does KTM or does Chase going to KTM make Sexton better than he was in 23, or is it a risk?
Have you?
It's a risk, but
have you ever had 2 questions from 2 media companies to start this segment?
No. What is Gate Drop MX
Website.
I don't know. He picks them, so
Okay.
I don't
Just
know.
I picked the question.
Is
not
that
the
weird
name.
then to have the media?
Oh no, it's just who would have thought?
There's definitely a risk of Sexton this thing not going well. I think it works out fine, but there's a risk.
Yeah, I think from what I've heard, I think there's some good stuff happening over there for 2024. I think they've got some good parts lined up to solve some problems. I think that Sexton's going to... I think that, as I said earlier, I think it's trendy to shit on Sexton. And I think that is going to drive him to prove a point. And I think that alone will make this work.
Okay.
From B Parker 24 for Lewis, if you were to receive one brand new dirt bike of your choice, what would it be and why?
I've always been a Honda guy, and I don't know why. Never a 450 guy. I'm too shit for that. So a Honda 250, I guess.
What did you ride growing up? Hondas?
Everything.
Oh, everything.
I was a bit of a switcher.
Oh.
Gear, numbers, bikes changed every year.
Jeez.
Just trying to find myself, you know.
Yeah,
just trying to find my vibe.
No, I hear that. Yep.
That's right.
Sugar Shane 79. Eli dropped a video greasing a corner like he never hopped off the bike.
Saw that.
Do you think we will see the same beast mode post injury?
I mean, he didn't go beast mode this year. There were sections he didn't jump.
He was Dungey.
Yeah, he was smarter this year than he's been in years past. So,
I'm surprised he's back on a bike this quickly.
Yeah, me too.
I never would have thought that.
No.
I thought that Anaheim 1 was going to be a massive push.
He told me, I did that podcast with him. He said November.
Yeah, we're October the 2nd.
Yeah, I swear he said back on a bike in November.
Yeah, it almost doesn't make sense. Like, good for him. It's obviously great that it's moved this quickly, but I can't make sense of it.
Kathy Tomac called me the other day, and I missed her call. And I was
Why?
like,
is that normal, or?
I thought maybe I was going to get some Eli scoops or, big Eli intel, and she just wanted to talk about Basset Hounds. Yeah, missed out on that one.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah.
What, like, have they got a Basset Hound?
It's a whole thing, but there was a potential addition of a Basset Hound into the family.
As she just wanted to find out what the vibe was.
Yeah. But I was like, ooh,
No, let's be honest. There was a moment where you thought you were going to get shouted at.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
That either one. Kathy's a wonderful woman.
Long name 51. First rider that comes to mind when you think about who had the most expectations and didn't live up to them.
Alessi.
Oh, ever? I was thinking this year.
Oh.
It didn't say. It didn't specify.
Okay.
Yeah, ever. I guess you have to say Alessi.
Do you have one for this year, Joe?
I was thinking more Kitch.
Fuck you, bro.
No, there was big Levi
No, there
hype.
wasn't. No, there wasn't.
See, I feel like there was massive Levi hype.
No, there was not. There was small Levi hype.
I feel like the Levi hype was overwhelming this time last year. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
But I feel like it was a year too early.
No, you're wrong.
Okay, sorry.
From Cordell, Stephen Louis. Who are your 3?
Stephen Louis. It could be a comedy team.
This reminds me of a problem I have.
Okay.
3 riders you're expecting to make the biggest leap with their new team, 250 and 450.
Well, can Sexton make a leap because he's already like one of the fastest dudes in the world?
Yeah, that's the bad thing for KTM, because if they win the championship with Chase, it's like, yeah, good job KTM, you just did what Honda did.
Yeah.
Almost for KTM, the only way is down.
Yeah, no. So the biggest leap, Kitch.
Yeah, I'm high on Kitchen for next year.
Kitch, Joe.
I think
Coop.
I don't. Yeah, but like again, what's a leap?
I know. That's talent. I don't know. What's a leap?
What was I going to say? I think listening to Ryder D, I think that he could be have a bit of pep in his step and come out swinging, maybe. But back to my issue. So since I've been here, every time I go to Starbucks and they say, "What's your name?" I say Lewis. And then when it comes time to call out my name, they say Luis. And then they look at me really strange when I go and get my drink.
How's it spelled on the cup?
Luis, like
Louis.
Luis. And they say Luis. I guess that's like Spanish, isn't it?
Yeah, Spanish. Yeah, Louis.
But they said they don't expect me to walk up. It's a whole thing.
Louis doesn't sound like Luis at all. Yeah.
No, but it's happened. It happens every single time.
Okay.
Hard life.
They just get Steve right most of the time.
Okay, I'm happy for you.
Shane J. Borden. In 2024, with Tomac back, we'll have 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the track. When was the last time that we had that?
I don't know. Where do people come up with this shit?
We won't have 4.
Why?
Because Chase is number 1.
Fuck yeah.
It did say outdoors, and I didn't think about that.
Okay. Listen, who gives a shit?
Well,
the last year was
outdoors?
19. Who gives a shit? That was the last time it happened.
Will Coop do outdoors? I think that's in the deal, isn't it?
Yeah, he said outdoors. Yeah.
Dumbass race fan. When are we getting Berluti back in studio?
I don't know about in studio, but in 2 weeks' time, we are doing a live show from the Huddle Brewery here in Vegas with Berlut and Skip and Mike Hooker and McGrath and
You're fucking kidding me.
Lampson. Should be a good time.
Did you have to work hard for that show? Or was it,
No.
once you told those guys that Skip was involved, was it like,
Skip did everything.
Okay.
I didn't have to do anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
My biggest thing was trying to talk Marks into like getting all this shit ready.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
Show in the sphere?
Dude. Dude. That's a great idea.
Yes. I'd imagine it's quite easy to do.
Imagine just putting Kiefer's face on the sphere.
That would be something
Heather's
special.
boobs?
I'm really trying not to laugh.
Okay.
Please keep this serious.
Right.
Joe 27. Do we have an update on Ferrandis or Masterpool's program going into 24?
I don't think this factory connection Ferrandis stuff that I hear is going to happen.
No.
I shake my head at that. If Ziggy had that kind of money, they would have kept the team going. Like, it's a shit ton of money. It's not 1990. It's not 1997 anymore, where Ziggy got LaRocco going with a small little fun mover. Like, I don't see it happen. I just don't. I expect Ferrandis to ride for Hep.
Yeah, and everyone makes such a big deal out of the factory connection thing when factory connection worked with Ferrandis for 6 races.
Yeah.
And what you're telling me that they built such a bond.
Yeah.
That they're just going to lay all of this money on the line and
It does suck for factory connection. Ziggy is doing on Cooper stuff on KTM, and he's doing Ferrandis' stuff, and he really can't tell people. But
factory connection is low key everywhere now.
Yeah. I don't see it happening. I just don't. Ziggy's not going to spend his own money, and why? And I don't see Button and Wasserman getting sponsors to do a LaRocco type of pro. I just don't see it happening.
What was the deal?
He rode the Suzuki. He liked it.
You tweeted about Roxon re-signing at Hep.
Yeah.
And Dustin replied with like this guy. or something.
He just I don't know.
Being Dustin.
I think he was upset maybe that I spilled it.
But like a rider re-signing isn't.
Yeah.
Spilling anything.
Especially when like Roxon had no other options.
Yeah. We all know that's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's obvious.
Yeah. No, nothing against. Yeah. No, Dustin was fine.
Dirty Max 078. Any word on Moseman and if he'll be racing next year?
I haven't heard anything. It was Triumph for a little while, and then that's not happening. So I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like we all kind of ran wild with the Triumph thing without realizing that wasn't actually a sure thing.
Right. Savachi talked about Triumph here on the show last week.
Yeah. Was that last week?
Nope. 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't see that. Well, I think the only
last
option
week was Daniel, Blair, Dark, and Trevor.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Who can forget Jamie's shining moment?
Yep.
I think the only option for Moseman at Triumph is Supercross only.
Yeah.
So maybe he can do that, but honestly, like his career is in such a nosedive that it's going to take something real special to bring this back around and like get back to an equilibrium.
It's crazy that in 2022 he won races. He won one race, and then challenged for the lead in multiple races. And in 1 year, he can't find a ride.
Yeah, but this sport sucks from that perspective.
Yeah.
Like we don't help the problem because we don't talk about that stuff. We just go off of what happened recently. I guess that's our job. But it is a meat grinder in more ways than one.
From Layman MX, Lewis, if you could pick one rider to bring over from the GPs to the U.S. for a full season, who would it be?
Sewer.
Yeah, I think Sewer would be good. He thinks that he's too old for Supercross, but I really don't. On a 250, he'd be able to figure it out. The thing is, all of these GP guys have American style now, where they could all figure out Supercross with a real off-season and a real program. Obviously, they wouldn't come in and win, but they'd be capable. Whereas you put GP riders from like the 2000s with their style on a Supercross track, and it's just never going to work.
DBK 116, will we ever get a Kenny Watson call-in or guest co-host again?
I don't know.
Have you spoken to him?
No.
No.
He just texts me when he needs phone numbers.
Was he at LA?
I didn't see him.
You would think he would be at LA, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I hope he's doing all right. He texts me for phone numbers, and I send him phone numbers, and then we just move on.
My liaison.
Yeah.
That is such a throwback.
Yeah.
That almost feels like a different show.
Good job, Pitts.
He was great for a long time on this show, and then it got bad. But those magic moments with Kenny were pretty magical.
Yep.
But one story that I feel has never been told, and the one pulp shift that's just disappeared, is Gabbett Gibbs. Just disappeared and never to be spoken of again.
Nah, we spoke about him, I think.
No, I feel like he just disappeared and there was no...
Really?
Yep.
I feel like we talk about Gibbs every once in a while.
But like no explanation. Like, was he murdered? Did you murder
No,
him? Is he in the basement?
I let him go.
Oh.
I was like, hey, we're going to make a change.
Well, I think it was a good change.
I do too. I don't think he was happy. He didn't like get made fun of at all. He had no kind of sense of that, even though I told him that this is what we do.
Yep.
And he got kind of mad, and then I don't think he was working out, and so I let him go. But
I
he's a
think
good kid. I like Devin. He was nice. Good dude. He just didn't fit us that well.
Yeah, I think he...
And I don't think he liked it either, so... It wasn't like he was having a time of his life, and then he was, like, crushed.
Yeah, it's funny, like, I do think the little that the producer speaks, I do think it actually has an impact on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, that was a bit of a difficult period.
Right. And now look at Tits and Tallon, like, just cruising along.
Yep.
Marks was the producer, too, for at one point, I guess.
I do remember.
Right?
Yep. You've been through them.
I like how you're asking right, like you don't remember.
Yeah, that was confusing.
Like, tonight has been quite eye-opening that your memory is not amazing.
Why? What else was
I
there?
feel like we were talking about stuff at dinner, and you were just like, you didn't remember Lewis came to the show at your first house.
I don't no. How am I supposed to know what house Lewis came into? I know he's been in here for years.
Memory recollection.
The best part about LA was in the press box. Steve said to Kellen, "Are you going to the press conference?" And Kellen replied, "Yeah, why? Do you need help?" like Steve was some senile old man.
Yeah, walk me down, Kellen.
Like, it was such a quick reaction as well. Like, his immediate thought was, Steve probably needs help to get from A to B.
That was fucked up.
Kellen's a treasure.
That was really
That
funny.
was fucked up. I remember that now.
It was just funny.
No, listen, Marks. I know you were a producer. I knew you were. I'll tell you how it went. It went Tits Legendary. It went Gibbs. Then it went to you. Then it went Tits Tallon after that.
Wasn't because Gibbs was part of the 4-person tryout, and Marks was in that tryout.
Nope.
No, it was me and Marks for the tryout.
Oh.
Yeah, it was. It was Tallon and Marks. Tallon won.
No, Travis won.
Travis won. Then I needed. Then
my point has been proven.
No, the first person tryout was Gibbs. A guy
Brandon
named Jake.
Brown.
A guy named Jake was really cool. Brandon
Brown.
I don't know who that. I don't remember that.
He was
Brandon.
from Logandale. I used to race with him.
All right.
Jake Poole.
Jake Poulet was cool.
Fast local dude.
I forget the other one.
Well, to be honest, it's impressive that you remember this many
And
names.
then we picked Gibbs. Gibbs won that. And then, then the rest is history.
This stuff's interesting.
And
to
then
me.
Tallon lost to Marks, but really I was like, oh, Marks can build an app. Like, let me get that going.
I don't think that was.
And then, And then what's funny, though, is Tits' brother. I was at the dog park one day. Tits' brother was there and said, "Are you Steve Mathis?" Yes. He's like, "Oh, we listen to your show all the time. We want to take you for lunch." And I'm like, "Okay, sweet, free lunch."
Wait.
Yeah.
I feel like you're against this.
I am, and I think it started because of that. But
they ruined it.
I went for lunch with Tits and his brother, enjoyable lunch, and then that led into Tits me saying, "Hey, I'm looking for a job," and then Tits recommended Marks. So in a way, Tits' brother is responsible for Tits and Marks' lives being ruined.
Yep.
Why did you ask Tits' brother instead of Tits? No, why didn't you? Other way around. Why didn't you ask Tits' brother
to work?
Yeah.
I think Tits said he would or something.
His enthusiasm.
No, back then, I mean, he's a real go-getter. You know, his enthusiasm, his go is a...
You went to lunch and you went, this guy's energy.
This guy is an eager beaver. You can tell. He just
He just had it.
Yeah, he just had it. He had the charisma.
He had the X Factor.
Right.
Oh, for fuck. I honestly laughed too. Oh,
he had it.
Damn it.
I mean, you could see he's an overachiever.
I
Passionately cares about everything he does. So,
I
yeah.
tried so hard not to laugh this entire show.
How did you feel about Tits sending you pictures of Debbie with some dude with his shirt off?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. He's unbelievable.
Tits and Debbie out golfing.
Yeah. Yeah, I paid Tits to take Debbie golfing last week because I can't golf.
You paid him to do it?
Yeah, Debbie loves golfing. And I'm like, my mom really wanted to golf. I can't hit
and
a
Tits
golf ball.
wouldn't just do it for the love of the game.
No, he's not doing it unless there's something in it for him. No.
Okay,
So,
I didn't know that was a gig.
yeah. So,
I miss Tits. I miss Tits bad.
So did you guys, when you were battling Marks, and this is after Gibbs, right?
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying like Gibbs wasn't even around. He was done completely?
Yeah, you'd already let him go.
Okay.
You used us for like 2 months and kept saying we were doing tryouts.
Oh yeah, I think
for free
we
labor.
each did what, 2 or 3?
I think we each did 3 shows. Like we each did a week,
Yeah.
and then you guys were like, "Oh, we can't really decide on who we like. Can you guys come in and do another one?" And
Yeah.
of course, us idiots were like, "Yeah." And then after another show, you guys are like, "Oh, we still can't decide.
Well,
Can you guys come and do another one?"
It's like free labor.
Yeah,
That's great.
Nothing makes you feel appreciated like the quote, "We can't decide who we like."
Yeah. And I'm sure your wife is like, God damn it, he met
Yeah.
this stupid Mathis guy.
Yeah.
Now fantasy games and videos and everything. Moto 60.
Unbelievable.
Yep. Good times. We started the show in 2010. 13 years. 565 episodes.
Yeah, and it's changed a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
Like I say, Kenny feels like a completely different show. Go
Yeah.
further back than that to Paul Lindsay, and that feels like...
That was not ideal. One of the biggest regrets I have is the show fucked up a lot in the beginning.
Yeah.
And there was a time where Kenny and Paul were almost going to fight each other, and I lost all that audio. While they were yelling, I was underneath moving cables and trying to fix cables, and they're yelling at each other about J-Law. And it was great.
You were like in a bomb shelter
Yeah.
under the
Oh,
table.
I was. It was great. Oh, so fantastic. Remember when Kenny wrapped the coolers? There was a big thing about wrapping coolers forever.
I saw that on social media the other day.
Moser won our cooler.
But,
Moser bought our cooler that was wrapped, and the money went to Road to Recovery or something.
there is everyone looks at what Pulp is now and just presumes it got here like from the start. But
Yeah.
there is a whole behind the curtain
There's so
path
much
to
of it.
this
Yeah.
point.
No, there's so much of it, right? Yeah, it's fun.
MXON 9072. Lewis, can you release a version of the MXGP pod with your voice edited out so we can just listen to Wheeler?
I could. I mean, that's a lot of work.
That's fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Up if you pay me.
Greg Wilcox for Lewis. Who do you prefer, Sexton or Sewer?
Ben Watson.
Oh, wow.
I can't pick between those two. Sad.
From Jimmy, in the next 3 championships, so Supercross, Motocross, Supercross 25, does RJ win a championship?
This gentleman's forgetting about SMX. See?
Yeah,
See?
And would that count?
Does RJ win a championship? Probably not. No.
Wait, what were the years? 225.
So next season and then Supercross 25. So the next 3 seasons.
I think he goes into Supercross next year as who's more solid? Joe?
Didn't he go into
Deegan?
Supercross? Well, we don't know the coasts. So
No,
we
but
have
like
no idea.
Like looking at the riders as a whole, Joe
Yeah.
Deegan, RJ. Those are your...
Yeah, but I feel like the anvil always comes out for RJ because what we were talking about this year.
Yeah, but apart from memory,
Kitch is almost better than RJ.
I don't know, RJ in Denver was like...
I know, but...
something special.
Right.
And apart from Anaheim 2, wasn't he top 2?
McAdoo?
McAdoo is going to be the
wild card,
forgotten man, underdog guy, similar to Craig heading into Nations. Everyone forgets how good he is.
Yeah.
And Faulkner.
I'm lower on Faulkner than some.
Okay, I'm quite high. I would really, really, really like to see Faulkner win a title.
But we would like to see, but what do you think's going to happen?
I think he could.
I mean, I'd like to see him win a title too. That would be a really cool redemption story.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But you got to look at,
Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of parallels between Faulkner and Hurlings. Like, they both, if they stay healthy, they are both more than capable of winning a championship. Like, no doubt that they have that, but it's just staying
Do
healthy.
I have a bet with Paul on Hurlings or you? In LA,
I don't think that anything got finalized.
We never got finalized. We were all scared.
I think you were going to bet both of us, but it just never. The terms were never.
All right.
Wait, we're in for 100 on Germany?
Yeah,
okay.
You and I. Yeah.
Yep.
Take me to your future headlines.
Cool, man. We don't have future headlines at all, but that's cool.
We have 2 of them.
Oh,
that
was actually
KC
planned.
Oh, we're doing
696.
like we're taking initiative over there.
It's a segment in a segment.
Employee of the month.
You know.
Oh, yeah, that gets him right away.
Just give it to him now.
To plan anything on this
Just
show
give it to him
gets
now.
you an award.
It's great when the host is looking around like, what is going on?
Right.
Casey 696. Sexton swaps the front end all season, or Sexton sweeps the competition to victory.
I'll go sweeps.
Yeah, same. Like, there's going to be a lot of.
You got to pick one or the other. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's more likely because there's going to be a lot of question marks coming into Supercross next year. No one's going to be a cert. Chase has a new team. Eli's coming off injury. Coop's on a new team. Jet is entering 450 Supercross for the first time. There's not one guy who's just settled. So it's not like being on a new team will be as big a disadvantage as it could be other years.
Sugar Shane 79. Lewis loving life as post-show Pulp voicemails are positive, or Lewis leaving disgusted as Pulp fans continue to shit on his performance.
Sad. Yeah, that wasn't a good time. And you really got me good on Twitter as well about it. I'll never forget that.
What?
You tweeted me something about the voicemail, and I said, it's fine, just delete it. And you replied, there's more than one.
Oh.
I was just like, great. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. These are my words that I try to live by now. And I think that you can take inspiration from this.
Oh, okay. Thank
I'm
you.
like Gandhi.
Yeah.
Or another inspirational figure. Bono.
Thank you. Got glaucoma. Pray for him.
Yeah, fuck Steve Mathis.
So, in our job, I think that I would rather someone hate me than be indifferent to me, because at least you're making that person feel something. The one thing that my biggest fear would be someone just being like, because then what are you doing? I feel like we're meant to be somewhat, polarizing is the wrong word, but we're meant to be somewhat, like, we're meant to have opinions, which is going to cause divisions and blah, blah, blah. Like, I know I get a lot of shit for what I said about WSX, but after Adam Bailey's interview on this show, that's what I wanted to hear. Like, happy days. There's a bit of honesty and a bit of humility there. My issue with WSX always came from the fact that the PRs were extreme. We're going to design tracks that you've never seen before, blah, 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 and then repeatedly weren't lived up to. And then now Adam Bailey's saying, like, yeah, that was a mistake. We've made mistakes. And it's like, cool. We're on the same page. But then also, that all gets crazy, and the Australians feel as though WSX is their own baby. So that's a dangerous territory. But we've got to have opinions.
Okay.
Deep.
Like,
you get what I mean, though? Like, I feel like you have co-hosts who come in, and there's just no feedback.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather have both ends of the spectrum. Like, after last time, someone tweeted that I need to die, and someone tweeted that I belong with Weimer and DV as royalty. I don't think either of those are true.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But, like, at least people are feeling something.
Sure, okay.
I just want to make people feel.
I don't put a lot of stuff. The thing with me, I think, is the people that tell me I'm great, I don't really believe them. And the people that tell me, like, I should die, you fucking liberal loser. Yep. I don't care. I don't believe them either. You know what I mean? So I'm just in the middle. I'm just a 5.
Yeah.
Like, I'm good at this job and I provide entertainment, but it's not the greatest thing you've ever heard. You know, no. I'm not going to start blowing myself on that. And I'm also not a piece of shit loser like the people who say that I should kill myself. So
yeah,
I just like, yeah, okay. Like, the truth is in the middle somewhere.
That's where I've kind of ended up. It took me a while to,
right.
Obviously when you start, it kind of hits you a bit more.
Yeah.
It took me a while to realize that, like, it is what it is. Like,
yeah.
Some people are going to feel one way, some people are going to feel another. Some people think Chase Sexton is the greatest rider ever.
Yeah.
Some people shit on him at every opportunity.
Yeah,
it's just the way life is.
I think I'm older now. I have a little more experience in that kind of stuff, and I'm just gonna keep on doing what I want and doing what I think is funny, and then it all just works out in the end to provide an entertaining product. And it's neither the greatest thing ever, nor is it shit. It's just what it is.
Yeah. Like, it's like I said to you in the break.
Right.
After one of the recent shows I was on, I had 2 messages in the same day. One said that I love myself too much, and one said that I hate myself too much, both in a negative vein. And that was like when I got those a couple of hours apart, I was like, okay, people are just going to see. Everyone's jaded in some way or another, positive or negative, and that changes the way you see things.
Yeah.
Like Jeffrey, for instance, knows that you aren't his biggest fan, so everything you say immediately starts with a negative tone.
Yeah.
Similar to like a listener. If they're not a fan of you, then they're going to automatically pick apart everything you say.
I would love the chance to talk to Jeffrey.
Well, I can make that happen.
And explain. I think he's one of the all-time greats, and he should have moved up way sooner. And he was very cocky in his younger years and a little arrogant.
Honestly, ever since I did that interview with Jeffrey in July, my relationship with him is a lot better. And I think now, I think we can make this happen.
Oh, okay.
We are really good, better than we've ever been.
Okay.
So I think we can do this.
Right.
But anyway, to answer that, just sad.
Sad.
No! That's horrible.
Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. All right.
We kind of had it all this show, didn't we?
A what?
We had it all.
Yeah.
Highs.
What?
Lows.
Yeah.
Glaucoma.
Laughs.
Glaucoma.
Guacamole and glaucoma.
Yes. Sphere. Nations.
Yeah. Rock talk. Silly season.
Yep.
Ducati.
We went from like peak journalism of like Roxon to Ducati. And then an hour later to discussing glaucoma.
And a lot of cock talk.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what this show does. We are not the bastion of,
no.
high journalism.
I don't know what bastion is.
Okay. We are not the bastion of high journalism. Sometimes we can go in the gutter.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of clippable moments.
But Marks would never clip anything to make me look bad.
No.
Nope.
There's no way that gentleman is ever going to do that.
I'm not stupid, dude.
The worst part is the one bit of feedback that I was trying to do was not laugh as much, and the last hour has just ruined that.
Why would
completely.
you not want to laugh? That's
because I can understand why, like, if you're listening and someone's laughing, that's annoying. So I try to really keep it in.
Okay.
But I failed.
And I have a captain's hat. And you do not.
Yep.
And I put an Alberto Ferrato interview on PulpMX, and you don't have one.
Nope. I'm surprised that captain's hat was like ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Like really just always with you.
Yeah, always.
I guess that's important.
It is. When you're a captain of the ship, you must wear the hat.
It's weird. I feel like at some point I need to be in studio with Chase on the phone so we can really settle this.
I thought we did.
No.
You weren't here that time that I tried to pin him down on it?
No, surprisingly you did that when I wasn't in studio.
Oh,
odd.
That's odd. Yeah, that's odd.
Seems really okay. Strange.
Best interview tonight. Christian Craig, Ryder DiFrancesco, Jade Dungey, Paul Perebijnos.
They were all good, but I didn't expect Ryder D to be as good as he was.
All right.
So that was better than I expected.
Marks? Weege.
Tallon?
I actually like Jade.
Me too.
He's funny.
I think I was a Jade Dungey fan.
Poor Craig.
Christian's great.
My questions to Ryder were fine. There was nothing over the line.
The third or fourth time you tried to get him in trouble was maybe a little over the line.
They were like Team USA. How's that going to get him in trouble?
Yeah, no, that's fine. You just kept asking about Kawasaki and offers and stuff.
You were the one who kept. No, I said once.
I felt like you kept going at it.
No, because what I was going to say was Gasgas's 2 years. Was Kawasaki the offer 1 year? And then he said no, there wasn't an offer, and I was like, oh, okay, that's it.
Okay.
I feel like you were one of those voicemailers, jaded.
Okay.
Looking at me in a negative light before I'd even started.
First thing that comes to your mind. You ready?
Yep.
Motorsport.com.
Refunds or returns. Sorry.
You wish you got a refund.
That was a real teacher scathing.
If I had a car, I'd leave, but I don't.
Fly Racing.
JT.
Decal Works.
Setting sail on 2024.
Race Tech.
I think Jamie's doing something race tech related shortly.
X Brand.
Boutron.
Renthal.
Paul.
Michelin.
Randy.
A Cherby's.
Those little yellow track markers.
Okay. The ones that pierced RJ's heart?
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
Firepower batteries and chains.
Max.
Maxima USA.
Trevor.
Renegade Race Fuels.
Max.
Pro Filter.
Trevor.
ORW.
Dean.
OGO Power Sports.
So I need to So after I was last time on the show and said I need OGO, someone from OGO reached out to me, but obviously because of my visa issues, I didn't have an address. So now I need to try and hardest now that I'm going to have an address to get OGO because I'm really struggling.
So when I say OGO, you think of free shit for you?
No, I think that I could have had free shit, but I couldn't because of my life situation.
Okay. FMF.
Nistan, Husqvarna.
Guts Racing.
Seats.
Atlas neck brace.
Noof.
Works Connection.
Whole shot device.
You ever met Noof?
Yeah, he was my very first time in studio was with him.
Okay. He's a beauty. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
I hope I never need it.
Get Data.
Truman.
WUSA.
I was going to say Tallon, but do they still do Tallon?
No, they don't do Tallon.
No,
anymore.
they don't.
No.
So not doing Tallon.
Not doing Tallon is what you think of. Intense Cycles.
I really would like one now. But again, now that I'm here and I'm settled.
We worked out a deal a little bit in LA.
Yeah, actually, why was that never revisited?
You tell me, because Paul got involved with Kelly Blue Book.
Yeah, what was the deal? I buy your truck and get a free bike?
No.
Oh.
You buy my truck, I give you a hell of a deal on a bike. That was the deal.
But when you say hell of a deal, are we talking like $500?
Probably a little more, but not much more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Considered.
All right. Weisco Piston.
Race winning brands.
EVS.
Last time I raced, I used their chest protector.
Okay.
Under Armour chest
MTX
protector.
brakes.
Not the title sponsor of Steve Dixon's team, which is very confusing. But MTX, a brand name that's quite unique. There's more than one.
A few years ago, I've made a couple cracks at Dixon's bikes not being able to finish races.
As has everyone.
He's been really cold to me ever since. And I ran into him at the vet two-stroke race.
Yeah.
And he did not even have the time for me. He kept walking.
Yeah, but he is a different duck.
Oh.
So
I shouldn't take it personally?
No, I don't think so. Sometimes you're talking to him and his mind is somewhere completely else, and then he just disappears. And you're
I felt like the last 2 or 3 times I've seen Dixon, he's like, yeah, fuck you, Mathis.
I feel like he has so much going on in his mind that he probably doesn't remember.
Okay.
And I'm not being funny, but everyone made those jokes.
I feel like
it would be pretty cruel to single you out.
Right. I feel like everyone was making those jokes, yes.
Manscaped not a sponsor anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, just not on the list.
Manscaped. Glaucoma?
Missing from the list is my...
We were on a month-to-month trial, and I hadn't heard back on this month, so I didn't feel like...
Yeah, they are
around.
Yeah, they are...
Yeah, beer trimmer. Here we go. Beer trimmer. Here's beer trimmer.
They kind of go... Oh, wow, what an advert.
Yeah.
They are a bit of a weird company to deal with. Like, it's always... It's a fluid situation.
Very fluid.
Yes.
But their beer trimmers are great. PulpMX is the code to save at Manscaped on the groomer or the beer trimmer. So
I'd imagine a lot of people use the code.
I think they do. I don't know.
I feel like that's all of your codes. All of your codes are well used, aren't they?
I would think so. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't get reports.
You really sold Pulp there.
Listen, we're gonna go in the spear. We're being big time. All right.
All right.
One more thing.
Yeah.
I just remembered.
I'm good.
Do you have a gift?
Oh.
Were you going to do that on the show?
Yeah, I forgot. Oh, fuck.
Okay. One more thing. A gift from Lewis. He promised.
It's your birthday on Wednesday.
I think so, yeah.
It's the second today. 4th?
I don't know. We're not sure. It's this week.
Do you not want people to know?
I don't care. It's it's very depressing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great way to start.
But it is a birthday. Yes, it is a birthday.
Great way to start the gift giving process.
Right. Is it glaucoma?
No, but apparently that does get passed around.
Yeah.
Myself and my colleagues at the Watson Wagon feel as though you, like a troubled youth, you have been led astray and got in with the wrong crowd and dealing drugs.
Oh,
etc.
yeah.
With Ferrato.
Yeah.
Communicating in cliques. It's all very worrying.
Right.
So we want to get you on the right track.
Oh.
And we want to do that by initiating you with your own Ben Watson merch.
Oh.
So
Watson Wagon merch.
Yes. There you go.
I didn't know he had merch.
BW919store.com, I think.
Oh.
Very trendy. Very nice. Yep, look at that. Wait, let me find the website so we can do a bit of advertising.
Okay, all right.
Hold on.
So I'm on the Watson Wagon.
Well,
listen, Ben, I appreciate this, and I will wear this, but if you think it's a hoodie to buy my love over Alberto...
We don't want to buy your love. We just want to steer you back into civilization.
Is there money inside here? Because Alberto, I mean, that's, yeah.
Because obviously, as I say, you've gotten in the wrong crowd.
Yeah.
We're all very worried.
Right.
Like, this is kind of like an intervention.
I like Ben Watson. He's a nice guy.
And we like you. We just don't like the path that you're going
Okay.
down. BW919store.com. You can get you can be like Steve Mathis.
You can be Beta.
Yes.
Is he there next year?
Yes.
Yeah. Beta Ben.
Yes.
Beta Benny.
Yeah,
Beta Ben.
We are going to start a beta group chat.
Okay.
Which is going to be
Can
great.
I come in? I want in on
you
it.
can
Yeah,
come in.
put me in on it.
Well, you've got a hoodie, so
I guess
you're
what I mean.
welcome.
I'm in.
You can come in
Yeah,
anyway.
I don't. You know what? Alberto has never given me shit.
Nope. I've had that hoodie since July.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Just waiting for this moment.
Well,
and it
thank
just
you.
so happened that I was in studio the week of your birthday.
Wow.
So it really
Thank you,
came
Ben
together.
Watson.
And Lewis.
And thank you, Ben. Appreciate that.
Okay, you thanked him twice and
Yep.
Lewis.
Thank you, Ben.
Very awkward that you have to request your gift. I really dropped the ball on that.
You did.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you said I want it. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well done.
Okay. Vital MX for all things Lewis Phillips.
Yes.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
You have a good time?
Yes.
Good.
Always a good
All
time. I enjoy it.
Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Moser. Swisscore did the X-Brand questions. Moser did not.
You could notice a quality difference.
That's why they were so good tonight.
Yep. Thank you to Roto as well. Pookie, of course. And Marks.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tallon?
Friday.
For
the return.
Can't wait.
Wow. A lot of big things for you on Fridays.
Yeah, Fridays.
Yeah.
Fridays are big on PulpMX World.
Can we turn off the voicemail machine?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no. We will play them next week in studio. We have Chris Kiefer and Connor Olson in studio. We will play the voicemails.
Okay. I will look forward to it.
Thanks for coming in, Lewis. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Millville Ride Day coming up as well. Just look for Instagram for more information on that. Motocross the Nations this weekend. Go everyone but Germany, I guess. So I get my $100.
Wow.
Yeah.
We started with a World War II reference and we're ending with one too.
And we are, absolutely. I want to thank everybody for listening. Thanks to our guests. Thanks for using the codes, everybody. Appreciate the views and the listens and everything else. And see you next week.
Great radio, bros.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.